Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah? Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, everybody. People are still coming in. Please get some food. Get closer. What? Oh. Everybody's still filtering in. We're still doing registrations, but I want to go ahead and get us kicked off just in the sake of time so we don't run out of time because we got fantastic content and I don't want to lose any of it. So everybody who's here early, thank you for getting up. I'm so sorry that I ran in last minute. My first alarm did not go off. So yay, second alarms. But thank you guys for being here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for giving up your time to learn all the cool stuff. We are live streaming this all day. So the fun part is we have almost 150 people registered for this conference today. So even though there may not be a ton of people in each room, there are a lot of people online. So keep an eye out and you'll be able to see the people who are here and the people online. Hopefully you'll be able to connect with them later. So this morning, I am so delighted and so excited because when we put this conference together, we being me and the organizers, we had a vision to bring together people. We're from the Microsoft community primarily, but we had this vision of bringing people together that were not just Microsoft, but across every technology platform for the cloud. So collaboration, communication. So if you think about all the different things that are out there, Microsoft's not the only one. There's things that complement Microsoft. There's things that help other tool sets. There's things that help us collaborate and communicate. And we had this dream of bringing together all those different things. And so to have a keynote that's not Microsoft directly makes me so excited. So I want you guys to welcome, this is Patrick Kelly, otherwise known as the Tattooed Nerd, which I figured my son would very much appreciate. And he is going to come and talk to us this morning. And anyways, so thanks for coming and welcome, Patrick.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I gotta laugh here, Mike. Hopefully this mic is working okay. Yep. Yeah. All right. Well, standard slides here, right? Thank your sponsors. That's why you're here. I guess there's an app you guys can download. Amazing. I didn't know that either. Provide feedback. There's a QR code. After every session, we would love your feedback. That's how we make conferences better. Without your feedback, we're just kind of guessing that what we're talking about is working. And then, obviously, stick around. There's an after party. So right here in the Disney room, part of the funnest parts of these conferences is that we get to talk amongst each other and see each other and say hi to each other. Because a lot of times, we don't know each other other than maybe social media. Or LinkedIn and YouTube. So let's just dive right into it. I'm Patrick Kelly, and I'm going to talk about the new modern workplace. What does that mean? Because it's not just one vendor fits all as much as you Microsoft people might think so, right? So I'm Patrick Kelly. I do work for Zoom. I'm probably the black sheep of this conference right now. And I'm using a Mac, too, so that's crazy. I know, it's crazy. Thank you for the company. I do have a presence on social media every once in a while, so if you want to search for Tattooed Nerd, you might see me on LinkedIn and you might see me on YouTube. What I'm going to ask you today to do is because 99.86% of you are probably Microsoft people, and that's fine. I'm going to ask you to take off your Microsoft hat today. I work for Zoom, thank you. I work for Zoom. I've worked for Zoom for almost 5 years now. At the height of the pandemic, I started at Zoom. March of 2020 was my first day at Zoom. Prior to Zoom, I worked for a small software company you might have heard of called Microsoft for 12 years. So I know both sides of the table. And my job at Zoom is I'm in charge of the Microsoft and Zoom narrative. And that is a big narrative. I jokingly say that 99.86% of the world is Microsoft, but I'm not far off, right? Is that I completely made that number up. I have no idea what the real percentage is, but I rarely walk into a customer, they're like, hey, we're all Google and Linux here. That never happens. But it does happen at some point, right? Because we're going to dive into it because utopia is an amazing idea. Utopia is where everything is perfect. Everything just works. World peace, no world hunger, no diseases. We're all just happy all the time. What about the IT world of utopia? There's one app for everything. It works for every workflow, for every user persona. Everything works on one app. And we just go to one vendor and buy one app. And then we give that one app to all of our users. And all of our users are trained on one app. And we, as administrators, can just administer one app. And we just have user adoption on one application. Support, we just support one application. We have one contract that does everything. Operations, one app. That's utopia. We don't live in utopia. And that's the problem. We don't live in a one-app world as much as we might want to. So we don't live in a one-app world. We live in a multi-app world, multi-cloud world. Not everything works perfectly for every workflow. And that's kind of the important thing is how do we determine what app works best for us? Are we a draconian society of IT? We just force everything to use one app and everybody uses one app whether they like it or not? Or do we use best-in-class software per workflow? And we're going to stay in the UCaaS industry today, right? We're going to do a collab industry today. We're not talking about CCaaS, a little bit maybe. We're not talking about file repositories. We're not talking about security and compliance. We're talking about UCaaS and CCaaS. Let's stay in that world because now there are multiple modalities in UCaaS, right? There's meetings, there's webinars, there's chat, there's email, productivity, digital signage, rooms. Does one app fit all those things? I know there's some Microsoft MVPs out there that are probably saying, yes, Patrick, we're the best in all those things. But again, take off your Microsoft hat. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take off my Zoom hat. I'm going to hit both sides. And that's okay. I'm not here as a Zoom employee. I'm here as the tattooed nerd. So I'm going to try to be as agnostic as possible. So when we pick apps for users, for groups, for consumer, for individuals, for companies, do we pick the best-in-class solution typically? Or do we pick a bundled solution? That's the question, right? Because not every bundle has every solution. And the best-in-class might not be included. Have you ever talked to a Slack user group? They are dedicated. The dev and engineering dudes are like, man, you are not prying Slack out of my hands no matter what happens. Why? Because it works for their workflow. They are more effective and productive with Slack than with Teams or Cisco WebEx or with Zoom. And that's okay. But it's not bundled with your Office 365, is it? It's above and beyond that. So now do you give Slack just to a certain group of people? Or do you give it to everybody? I think we all know the answer, typically. There's going to be users in large organizations that use multiple workflows inside of one org. The problem with Slack and Zoom and Microsoft and WebEx, 8x8, Ring Central is we don't live in utopia. They can't talk to each other, right? You're in Slack chat, and I want to chat with somebody in Teams. What do? Nothing. I have to open up Teams, right? They have to open up Slack. There's no uniform way to do this. But we know that we live in a Microsoft society. I'm fully aware. Every customer I talk to, well, maybe not everyone, 99.86%, have an E1, an E3, or an E5. That's just the baseline of just doing your job in the UCaaS world, right? Because Microsoft does everything. Zoom doesn't do everything. WebEx doesn't do everything. Ring Central doesn't do everything. So we have to combine those two with the bundles that you own with best-in-class software. I'll give you an example of what best-in-class means. What's the first thing you do when you buy a PC or a Mac? What's the very first thing you do? You go home and you download Chrome. That's the first thing you do. Mac has Safari on it. Windows has Edge on it. But you download Chrome 67% of the time because it's the best-in-class browser that you use. It's the one you feel most comfortable with. It's the one you use all the time. 17%, by the way, use Safari. Edge, sorry Microsoft, not even on the list. So this is what we call best-in-class software. Software that's not bundled on your PC when you get it, or Mac when you get it. The green and blue. From a consumer perspective, you're an Apple phone guy or you're an Android phone guy. That's it. Globally, though, Android wins with 72% of the market share. In the US, Apple wins with 56% of the market share. Hey, by the way, all of these stats, Microsoft people, come from Copilot. So if you want to see that they're wrong, it's you guys. I did compare it with ChatGPT sometimes, so. But this is, again, another consumer model of you're choosing best in class. And when you're an Android user, you are pro-Android, aren't you? When you're an Apple user, you're like, man, this Apple ecosystem is amazing. It's like arguing politics. You will not convert the other person because it works for their workflow. Now, these are consumer models. These are consumer choices. So how do you judge best in class? So again, I asked Copilot, how do I judge best in class? Here's some of the things that Copilot came up with. 12 different reasons to how you judge best in class. I'm not going to read them. You guys can read. There's two things, though, that Copilot did not come up with that I think are the most important things when talking about best-in-class solutions for your user workforce. The price and the market share. Market share is huge. Is that how you judge best in class? Is price part of the solution? It is, right? Because if you're talking about 2 productivity suites, there's 2 in the world. Apple people, there's not 3, okay? I'm sorry to tell you. Keynote is not an enterprise-level solution. There's 2 productivity suite choices in the world today. You got Google and you got Office 365. And globally, Google Suite wins. Microsoft's like, wow, what are you talking about? That's globally, as a global choice. But let's go to the enterprise level persona. This is not even close. It's basically 90-10. I guess the 1% is the Apple people. Is that when you have an enterprise level workflow, you are now choosing a draconian methodology. Because remember what we just have, E1, E3, E5 if you're in the enterprise. G1, G3, G5 of your government. A1, A3, A5 of your academics. The point is that almost every single enterprise is using Microsoft's suite of products, the bundled suite of products. And that's okay, because guess what? Let's go to email real quick. That's the first level of UCaaS, right? Email's been around for 4,000 years. That might be a bit of a dramatic situation, but you understand. This is how I started out in the UCaaS world. I started out as an exchange administrator at a company called ESPN back in Bristol, Connecticut. This is my first iteration into UCaaS. Exchange 4.0, if you're old like me, you remember Exchange back in the day. There's 3 levels of email right now in the consumer space, in the enterprise space. Apple, Google Mail, of course, and Outlook. Outlook, again, is what we probably use primarily in the UCaaS space. So look at this, consumer level market share, 54% in the Apple product. Because you are on your Apple phone, right? You're checking email on mail. That's what you do. But look at the enterprise space. It's less than 1% for Apple Mail. That's understandable. Consumer and Gmail, 27%. Enterprise, actually, this is a surprising stat. I was surprised that Gmail had 35% of the email market. I would have assumed it was higher. Consumer for Outlook, 7%. Full transparency, I still have a Hotmail account. Back in the day. I have Gmail too, but I have a Hotmail account. I've probably had it for 25 years. But the enterprise space, not surprisingly, most of the people are using Outlook for their email. So you'll see the difference. I think you're starting to get a trend here, is that consumer is much different than enterprise. Best in class for a consumer is not the same thing as best in class for enterprise. Why is that, you think? Because consumers get to choose their solution. Enterprises, users, do not. This is draconian methodology. Your CIO, your IT director, your IT administrator has forced you to use Microsoft products or Google products. Rarely are they forcing you to use Apple products. You're choosing that on your own. So you can see as we grow in size from consumer to SMB to mid-market to enterprise, that curve goes more toward the Microsoft methodology. I'm not saying if it's good or bad, I'm just showing you the trend. So there's 3 ecosystems, if you haven't figured out, in the world today. There's Apple. Apple's an ecosystem. They have their own hardware, right? They have their own Macs, they have their own phones, they have their own email system. They don't have a productivity suite at enterprise level. Keynote, no, Numbers is not a productivity suite, in my opinion. They have their own messaging solution, right, with Messenger and FaceTime. But guess what they don't have? Everything else. They have their own OS, right, with iOS. But they don't really have a file repository at enterprise level with iCloud. That's a consumer level model, right? They don't have CRMs. They don't have a phone other than the PSTN that you have. These are BYOD. These are user level, consumer level models. This is the consumer level ecosystem. I say that rarely do companies pick Apple. Transparently, Zoom has 0 Microsoft products in it. I know that's shocking. 0 Microsoft. We are a Google, Apple company. So that goes to the next level. Google, bigger ecosystem, right? They have their own, obviously they have their own email system. They have their own productivity suite. They have their own file repository with G Drive. They actually even have phone, if you can believe that or not. They do have phone. They have their own UCaaS system with Google Meet. They do not have a CRM. They do not have a CCaaS solution. They don't have their own hardware. I don't consider an Android or a Chromebook enterprise level hardware. So in order to use Google and or Apple, you're going to have to get third-party software in there, right? They can't be an entire ecosystem. You're going to have to use other stuff to make that UCaaS stack complete. But then we get to the $3 trillion gorilla. Microsoft has everything. Their breadth of portfolio is the biggest in the CCaaS, UCaaS, as well as IT industry. They have their own OS with Windows. They have their own security and compliance with Microsoft Purview. They have their own CCaaS now with Dynamics. Yes. Contact center as a service. Contact center as a service. Unified collaboration as a service. So they have all those things. They have their own email system. They have their own productivity suite with Office 365. They have their own hardware with Surface. They have their own file repositories with OneDrive and SharePoint. They have their own OS with Windows. They have their own identity with Active Directory or Entra ID. They have their own gaming solution with Xbox. They have everything. And so as an IT administrator, you can theoretically use Microsoft for your entire stack. Does that make it best in breed or best in class? No, it doesn't. It just makes it an easy button. As a CIO, you're not getting fired because you're picking Microsoft, I can tell you that. But it's an easy button, right? I just hit the Microsoft button and boom, I have everything. Or do I? We're going to talk about that. So there's ecosystems. That's the highest level. We have to work inside of one of those 3 ecosystems in the IT world. You all work inside of an iOS ecosystem, Google, or Microsoft. That's it. Some of you Linux people are like, hey, you can work in Linux. Not really, guys. We all... No, we can't. Susie in HR is not using slash commands in Linux to make this happen. Not anymore, right? So now we get to the next level in the UCaaS industry, right? Collaboration industry. We get into platforms. These are some examples. These are not all the examples. These are some of the big examples. If you were to look at the Gartner Magic Quadrant, you're going to see these platforms in the top right. Zoom, as you might well know, is a collaboration and communications platform. They have to fit inside of an ecosystem. Zoom doesn't have a file repository solution like OneDrive or SharePoint or G Drive or iCloud, right? We are not a productivity company. I say that a little bit of jest, but we'll start there. We are not a traditional productivity company. We don't have things like Word or Excel or PowerPoint. We have to rely on Microsoft or Google for those things. WebEx doesn't have all the things either, right? They don't have an OS. They don't have hardware. I mean, knowledge worker hardware. Cisco has a lot of hardware. That's how they make most of their money. The point is that RingCentral Teams is their own UCaaS solution, right? Teams is inside of Microsoft. I think you know what happened on April 1st, though. Microsoft pulled out Teams from their bundle, right? For all new customers, Teams is an add-on now. Why? Well, I mean, maybe some monopolistic practices. I'm up for debate. You can talk to the EU about that. You can talk to lawyers about that. But I think we know that Microsoft bundled in Teams for a reason. It was to kill Slack. Remember that? Slack was the first person on the block. But Slack's not a UCaaS platform, are they? They're a chat platform. What if you wanted to use meetings in Slack? What are you going to do? You probably have to use Zoom or Teams or WebEx. Slack does one thing and one thing great, chat. So the whole point is these are platforms that have chat, that have rooms, that have meetings, that have webinars. These are UCaaS platforms that fit inside of an ecosystem. And they all compete against each other, and they all do not talk to each other. That's the problem now, right? Is that as a user, if I pick one, and my company has the other one, I now have to pick two. And that utopia concept of one app that fits everything has gone out the window, right? Ecosystems, platforms, applications. These are different. These are just single user applications. They're single function applications. Some of you dial pad people are going to say, get mad at me right now. It's okay. Just a little bit of a side conversation. Dialpad recently changed its logo, I noticed. They're an AI logo now. They completely went the other side, right? Everyone's got AI now, but everybody. AI is almost a commodity at this point, isn't it? Everyone has AI. To change your logo to AI is presumptuous. But anyway, the point is that Slack is a chat solution. These are applications. 8x8? Well, they were a UCaaS company at one point. They were a phone company. Now they're going to CCaaS. But they're still in that smaller applications. Vonage is a phone. Anyway, the point is these applications have to fit inside of a platform that has to fit inside of an ecosystem. I'm sorry if you guys are online watching me move around. I apologize. I forget the camera's there. So there's 3 levels of the world today: ecosystems, platforms, applications. And now we have to choose which one is best for that particular workflow. This is not a 0 or a 1. It's not that easy. There are gray areas of when you pick these applications. As I said, Slack, everyone, the dev and engineering, they love Slack. And that's okay. It works for their workflow. The point is that in a bundle? No. It is an application that's best in class. So now you're going to have to work inside these areas and criterias to get it to work. So what's the best in class chat, in your opinion? This is not really a survey. I'm just really telling you. It's probably the one that you use all the time, isn't it? I bet a lot of people that use Teams every day for chat think Teams is the best chat one. because you probably never use Slack. And I'm not talking about using Slack, you're like, hey, you downloaded it and you played with it for a little bit. That's not using the application. I'm talking about in your organization, working on projects for months and years, you use Slack and you saw the power of Slack. Because once you did, you'd probably say, hey, Teams is not the best, Slack is the best. But WebEx is there, Google Chat's there. Zoom, by the way, has their own chat solution. I use it every day. Do I think it's the best? I probably better say yes, that's where the paycheck comes from. The point is that there are multiple choices and it's not a 0 or a 1. People use chat as their primary way to communicate today. You're in meetings today, you're in webinars, you're on phone calls today, but the bulk of your day is in chat, I'm guessing. That's just how we do our modern work today. And the solution that you think is the best is the one that you use. You can't use all 5. You're not using all 5, you're using one primarily. So which one's best? I'll leave that up to you to find out. Who has the best phone solution? PSTN, phone. If you're in Teams and you're using Teams for phone, guess what you're going to say? I'm going to say Teams is the best. If you're in Cisco, you're going to say Cisco is the best because it's the one you use every day. You're not using multiple phone platforms every day. You're using one. So which one's the best? Again, up for debate. But that's not the only thing inside of UCaaS, or Unified Collaboration as a Service. There's a bunch of other modalities that we use every single day. SMS. You Teams people are probably happy because you just got SMS, right? This week, I think SMS just came out. So you're probably pretty happy. Automation. Do you know why people love Slack? Workflow automation. Not because the chat's the best. It's because all the workflow automations are the best. Teams users are saying, hey, what about Power BI? Okay, I get you. It's there. Zoom has the same thing. Employee engagement. How many of you guys use Microsoft Viva? Right, no one. I know, I was being harsh. It's the least adopted modality in the Microsoft stack. You guys, have you ever tried to sell Yammer? Do you remember that back in the day? It's hard. Because it's not the best, right? But it comes with your bundle. So you deploy it, or do you use a better solution, like maybe WorkVivo? Webinars. Teams has webinars, don't they? Have you ever been on a Cisco webinar? Whew, man, that's tough. It is tough. The point is that every solution is not the best at every modality in the UCaaS space. You're probably going to pick other solutions that are complementary of your bundle that you chose, whether it's Google or Microsoft. I do work for Zoom, but remember, I pulled off my Zoom hat. I would put Zoom webinars against anybody. Not because they work for Zoom, because it's truly the best. A lot of companies use Microsoft, but use Zoom just for webinars. Whiteboards. Teams has whiteboards, doesn't it? You ever heard of a company called Miro? Mural? Why do they exist? Because it's better than Teams. They're the best in class at the whiteboard solution. So a lot of companies pick Teams and or WebEx or Zoom, but use higher quality, best in class workloads like whiteboard. Rooms, automation, digital signage. Teams users, you're probably happy. You have digital signage now, although it's through a third party, isn't it? Is it the best in class? No, it's not. There are other ones that are better. The point is that now you can be an entire Microsoft company and still use other stuff that's best in class to complement your UCaaS and CCaaS strategy. Oh my God, the word of the year. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm tired of AI. I have AI fatigue. We're skipping AI. Okay, so which one did you pick? There's some examples of UCaaS modalities out there. Communication and collaboration modalities that are part of every enterprise solution. This is my choice, a fictitious choice right here. For chat, I chose Slack. For meetings, internal meetings, I chose Teams. Webinars, I chose Zoom. Phone, Cisco. Email, Microsoft, of course. Productivity, I chose Google. CCAS, contact center, I chose 5 nines. That's my choice. What is yours? It's not going to be a 0 or 1, right? It depends on your workflow. It depends on your enterprise. It depends on what your goals are as a company for collaboration and communication. But all this has a cost, doesn't it? TCO, total cost of ownership. What does that mean? It means this. There are 3 ways we talk about cost in the IT world today. Analysts like Gartner, Metrigy, Wainhouse break this down into 3 different parts. And everyone cares about the first part. Everyone wants to know, what does my license cost? What does my EA cost on a per user, per month basis? That is the cost of doing business, right? That's the cost I have to do to deploy have this stuff. But just because you own it doesn't mean you've deployed it, right? There's probably partners out there that make bulk of your money on deployment of products. Just because you bought Teams and or Zoom and or Cisco doesn't mean it's deployed. You are going to have a bunch of IT nerds like me that is going to deploy all that stuff. Or if you don't, you're going to have to hire a partner to deploy all that stuff. Day 0 is the day you bought your license. That's the cost. By the way, day 1 is more expensive. Deployment of your solution is more expensive than buying the solution overall. But day 0 is kind of a once every 3-5 year cost, right? We bought it, the EA. Deployment is kind of a one-time cost. You're not going to deploy it every time. You're going to deploy it, hopefully your phone system or room system, you're going to deploy every, 3-5 years? So deployment costs are more than the day 0 costs, but deployment costs are not as much as the most expensive part of any solution. Operations is the most expensive part of anything. Collaboration, communication, security, compliance. Operational costs are every day, every week, every month, every year. These costs are compounded every single year. This is the most expensive part of any solution, is operations, support, management, disaster recovery, high availability, administration. All these things cost the bulk. So when you have to talk about TCO or total cost of ownership for all these solutions, these best-in-class versus bundled solutions, you have to add all these things up. Let's go back to my first slide. Remember the ones I picked right here? How many vendors did I require to get this solution to work? 6 vendors to get this solution to work. Maybe all these things are best in class. But here's the problem right now, right? When we just went back to the TCO slide, I now have to do a day 0 of buy this stuff from 6 different people. I now have to deploy this stuff from 6 different vendors. I now have to operate and administer and support all these things from 6 different vendors. Remember our utopian thought of having one vendor that does everything? This goes against all of those principles. By the way, I didn't make this up. This is a real customer. This is a top Fortune 10 trillion-dollar company. This was not my choice. This was theirs. I'm not going to tell you who it was. But just know this is a real-world example of what enterprises choose when they're choosing best-in-class methodology. This actually is a customer of mine. That's crazy to me, but it's a reality. How do we get down to 2 vendors, right? From 6 to 2. What if we chose Cisco primarily for our UCaaS solution? But Cisco doesn't have email, do they? They don't have a productivity suite, do they? So you're going to have to choose Microsoft and or Google for that. But I can get down to 2 vendors choosing Cisco. I just have to choose Microsoft for a couple of other things because Cisco doesn't have an OS. Cisco doesn't have a laptop hardware. You're going to have to choose Microsoft in addition to Cisco's. But I can get down to 2. I went from 6 to 2. But is all that stuff best in class? If you're a Cisco person, you probably think it is. What if I get down to 2 with Zoom? But notice what happened. Zoom has email, by the way. I don't know if anybody knew that. So I could take away part of that as well. So I could get down to 1 vendor that just does productivity and choose best in class from a Zoom perspective, but I'm still to 2 vendors. That's about as low as you can get, right? Unless you go Microsoft for everything. And that's what we did. Does this happen? Of course it happens. But all those things now truly best in class? Or is it just you're using it just because it's part of your bundle? It's the easy button though, isn't it? Because now we got 1 vendor to choke or hold hands with, however you want to. Joking is very aggressive, I know. But wait, there's more. Because now, let's talk about what Microsoft has. We just talked about Microsoft being our complete stack, right? Do they have rooms with their E5 and E3 license? No, that's an add-on, right? What about AI? Does that come with your Microsoft E3 or E5? No, I think we know it does not. What about Teams Premium? What do you want, webinar branding? You want some eCDN? Does that come with your E5? No, does not. Does phone come with your E5? Yes, that's a trick question. It does come with your E5, but it doesn't come with your E3. And how about your calling plans? Does that come with your E5? Nope, that's another charge. What about calling plans? What about shared devices, common area rooms? Does that come with your E5? No. What about CVI, Cloud Video Interop? No, that's a third party. Visitor management, virtual kiosks, does that come with your E5? Nope, that's a Teams Premium license. How about workspace reservations? No, that's Teams Premium as well. That's $10 a month. What about digital signage? Not anymore, because it takes a third party with their MTR Pro license. What about employee events, multi-day events? Some of you are like, hey, what about town halls? That's a webinar, that's a broadcast, that's not an event. The point is that you've picked Microsoft, as an example, as your #1 vendor. But you still have to buy a lot of stuff to make a complete UCaaS and CCaaS strategy, right? So that bundle solution is actually not everything because there's return on investment for all this stuff. We talked about TCO as the cost, but what if you bought all that stuff? What's your return on investment? How long is it going to take you to make your money back with all those things? So you chose an E3 or an E5, you chose maybe Google Workplace, but then you had to add all those other things to make this work. So we talked about best in class versus bundled. You got a clear answer which one's the best yet? That's kind of the point of what we're doing, is I wanted to confuse the hell out of you. There's no clear answer after this whole talk. Is that there's a best in class strategy versus a bundled strategy, but it's not a 0 or 1. It's not, hey, this is the only way to do it, this is the correct way to do it. The way to do it is what works best for your company, works best for your departments, works best for your user personas. It depends on the needs. The best approach is the approach that works for you. All right. 8:45, and I haven't taken any questions yet, so I was going to go 3 hours, but Sharon said, no, you only have 45 minutes. Again, I am on social media. I do post a lot of stuff about Zoom. Shocking, I know. But I post a lot of stuff about Teams as well. I post a lot of stuff about just UCaaS in general. I'm pretty agnostic on social. I do get a paycheck for Zoom, so I have to lean a little bit that way. But just know that I'm very, very agnostic when it comes to social media. And then shameless plug, I might have wrote a book last year on Zoom. I'm just saying. And that's it. I'm Patrick Kelly, the Tattooed Nerd. Any questions at all?
We have an online question.
Okay.
So the online question was kind of a comment back when you were discussing the multiple solutions that one enterprise might have. And the person commenting says, another cost that is often forgotten is the adoption and change management costs. I think you referred to that a little bit. Getting users to change is a real challenge and is often mismanaged. How do you suggest getting leadership on board to support adoption efforts? They know it's important, but seem to feel it's a luxury.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do a lot of talks with CIOs, CFOs, CEOs, and they're fixated on that day zero cost. They're fixated on that piece of paper in front of them, that contract that says, hey, here's what a per user per month charge is. What they don't take into account is what we call those day two costs, those operational costs, those user management costs, user change costs. Those are hard because those are not easy to figure out, right? The day zero cost is easy, right? I have a piece of paper from Cisco in front of me and Zoom in front of me and Microsoft in front of me. I can compare the price. But then let's go to day two when everything's deployed and say, hey, what's the true cost there? This is where you're gonna have to do a little bit of research, and a lot of great things about Gartner, about Metrigy and Wayne House is they've done this for you. And I'll give you an example. User adoption from a perspective of change. Again, this is gonna be a pro-Zoom answer, not because I'm pro-Zoom, I'm just saying this is what the data has shown. Do you remember why Zoom became popular in March of 2020? User experience, wasn't it? Pandemic happened, and then somebody wanted something easy to use when they went home. It wasn't that IT shoved it on them, it was that users chose this solution, and there was a reason, because that experience was better for them, not because what the CIO told you to use. These are where we have to go into what they call usability or user experience studies and say, hey, what's the best experience for you? You can use NPS scores, right? You can use all these different points of data. Is that I don't think people are going to Slack and saying, hey, this is the easiest to use solution. Or they're going to Teams and saying, hey, this is the easiest to use solution. A lot of times, the simpler the better. And so that's why in this space, Zoom won a lot of the times against those big competitors just because of usability. I'm not saying it's better, I'm just saying it's easier to use in the eyes of the user. Change management is hard. I think we all know that no one wants change. The only reason you want change is for the better, because it makes your life easier. It makes your workflow more effective. I don't want to change just because it's cheaper. I want to change because it's more effective. Anything else?
I have that slide where it breaks out every single thing that they're dating you for.
The Microsoft add-in philosophy?
That's like the number one question I get. I'm like, I don't know. It's probably an extra drive.
It probably is, right? Did you watch Microsoft Ignite? Did you see all the cool new stuff coming out under the Teams premium license? Premium. Everything was premium. But that's, I mean, you can't argue with results. They are a $3.3 trillion company because it works. It does work. Yeah, I can give you these slides. Everything I pulled is off the internet, right? This is nothing NDA from a Zoom perspective or a Microsoft perspective. I just pulled it off because I have this talk a lot with Microsoft customers. Yes?
One of the things I've been noticing with our team is that as we hire younger and younger folks, they work differently.
Yep.
And I feel like the world I grew up in is all about these feature-rich applications, right? And how we add more features and make them more useful and blah, blah, blah. And then, but then you watch the kids work today, and that's not at all what they do.
Yeah,
Like, they just
yeah.
want an app that does.
Online people can hear you.
Is it on?
Yeah, you got
Oh, okay.
it.
Okay. So anyway, yes, I noticed the apps are different, right? And I noticed even Microsoft is changing. Like one of the things I've observed recently is Loop, right?
Yep.
So Loop is the younger folks seem to really like that, right? It fits their work pattern, and they've even forced me to change. Like, I love Loop now.
Yeah.
You know, I really do. And for the first time in my life, I'm rethinking things. You know, for example, when I look at the Microsoft stack, I don't really, you only use a fraction of the features, right? To your point, it's like, what do you do in your day? And blah, blah, blah. So I'm just wondering are you seeing the same thing?
Yeah.
And like, what will that transition look like? And yeah, just what's your feedback? Like, are you seeing the same thing? I'm sorry, that's my observation. Thank you.
You do. There's 5 generations in the workforce today. 5 generations, from baby boomers all the way to Gen Z, Y, X, I don't know which one is the latest one, right? we all work different. Traditionally, back in the really 50s, 60s, 70s, even 80s, what's the first thing you do? You would call somebody on a phone. That's what you did. You know what I have 4 boys. Do you know what they do with this thing? They never called me on it. You could tell them there was a phone. They chat with me, right? SMS is the primary way we utilize today. So there's 5 different generations in the workforce today, and all 5 of them work differently. Open up a Word document. What's it shaped like? Is it an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper on your screen? When's the last time you printed off something of Word? That's our traditional way we've always done things. You brought up Loop. Heard of Notion? Heard of Coda? Heard of Zoom Docs? It's the new way people are working in this generation. No longer do we just want one piece of paper for a Word document and one Excel document and one PowerPoint document. I want it all in one document. This is the way the younger generation works. And you can tell by my gray hair, I'm not part of that generation. But I have to make one solution work with multiple generations. That's something that Microsoft's doing today with Loop. That's something Zoom's doing today with Docs. That's something that Notion and Coda are doing today to meet the demands of workflows because they are different. And now, you need one solution that hits all those? That's hard, right? Now you're gonna have to combine different solutions to hit all those things. So great question. Absolutely, CIOs need to be thinking about meeting 5 generational needs. All right, so we're gonna go to hour 2 now. Is that okay? Yeah? I'm kidding. I got 6 minutes. Anything else? Actually, I don't have 6 minutes. You have 6 minutes to get to your next talk. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk today. I'll be around, so if you want to stop and yell at me or talk to me, that'd be fantastic.
All right, guys. There's this room, and then the other 3 rooms are literally, if you walk straight that way across the courtyard, they're right there. So for the next couple of sessions, it'll be this way and right across the courtyard.
103, 104, 105.
All good? Good to go? All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks very much for coming to CollabCon 2024. We're going to go ahead and get started here with the session. So thank you to the sponsors that we have supporting us here. Without the sponsors, it makes community events very difficult. So please go ahead and visit our sponsors. All right. At the end of the session, be asking for feedback. I appreciate getting the feedback to help me improve the talk and provide some insights as to how you guys are receiving the info. Stick around for the party at the end of the day. And then all right, so my name's David Berry. I'm going to be speaking here today on a topic here called Chatting with Your New BFF. There we go. All right. So a little bit about myself. I'm out of Northern Virginia. I'm an independent consultant, and you can reach out to me on LinkedIn here. I specialize in the Microsoft stack, predominantly M365 and DevOps. And naturally, between those two, branching into just about anything and everything about AI as well. So feel free to reach out to me. If you are connecting to me on LinkedIn, I'd appreciate if you send the invite with a little tag letting me know that you are coming in from CollabCon. I'd appreciate it. And then I also started a newsletter last month. I have a couple of editions out talking about Copilot and M365. So when you connect with me on LinkedIn, I'd appreciate it if you could subscribe there as well. You're also welcome to follow my company, DB Innovate, on LinkedIn, where I also share additional information. All right, so jumping into the presentation for today, I wanted to kind of do an introduction or an overview around prompt engineering for your typical users. This is something that's becoming more and more prevalent. Everybody's been using AI. Everyone's been talking about AI. It's been interesting in some of the feedback that we're getting from the use of AI and some of the studies that are coming out with regard to how effective it is, does the productivity really get realized, and what's happening to the users who are actually using AI in terms of, are they feeling a little bit more burned out from having to go through and do AI for everything. So I just wanted to level set with some expectations around some common terminology and just to kind of baseline things. Go into a little bit about prompting itself and some of the techniques. There are a lot of different techniques that you can use when creating your prompt in order to help get the right response back for what it is that you're looking for. And then we'll illustrate that through a business case or a use case for how we can use some of those prompting techniques. And then at the end of it, I'll just go ahead and recap some of the things that we talked about. So just getting started on prompting, for just everybody kind of getting a baseline here is like, what is a prompt? So prompt is basically how you talk to the AI. That's that text box that you see as part of most of the AI tools that we have out there, what we're typing into it, and then what we get out of it. So then that kind of leads us to what is prompt engineering. I sometimes look at it more as prompt crafting or creative prompting, just because it is a natural language interface for the most part that we as end users or business users are interfacing with. So it's, the term engineering, I think, is sometimes put some people off as to what it is that we're trying to achieve when we are crafting our prompts. And a little bit of a tangent here is just, what is retrieval augmented generation, or RAG? I'm not going to go into the technical details on this, but what this is a way to augment the large language models with the information that may not have made it into the model itself due to the fact that there's a lag between when models are trained and released versus when the information that keeps generating after that point. All right, so some of the common AI models that you may be using or may have heard of. OpenAI, ChatGPT. This is the one that caused the firestorm about 2 years ago and launched us into the world that we have today. Built on top of that is Microsoft Copilot. It uses ChatGPT as its LLM in a secure lockdown fashion. The interesting thing about these two, when you're going through and working with the different models that you may be using, is to understand, what each tool is built for. It has certain attributes that may be better in some circumstances than others. The other thing that's really important to understand is the knowledge cutoff date for these models. So as I was mentioning with the introduction that I talked about with regard to RAG, is that these large models take time to build, they take time to train, and they don't necessarily get updated on a regular basis like we might expect from like other software. So for example, the ChatGPT and consequently Microsoft Copilot, their current model's cutoff point is October of 2023. So the question then becomes as well, I think some things have happened since October 2023. Where are we getting that information? So it's not so much of a RAG vector database sitting on top of it as these two do web searches. So they'll augment your prompt results with Bing searches, basically. Then next in the center there, we have Perplexity. That's another popular model. That has a cutoff date also of October 2023. The interesting thing here is that this does not do a web search, but it has basically a date calculation to extend the queries that refer to dated information. So it has the capability of like calculating date differentials based on that. But it doesn't necessarily augment any of the information since that date. Meta is another popular one with its Llama models. These are December 2023 from a cutoff date perspective. And if I understood it correctly, the difference between 3.2 and 3.3, they have the same cutoff date, but 3.3 now has that web search enhancement. So keep that in mind depending upon what model of Meta you may be looking at. And then the last one there is Claude. Claude actually has the most recent cutoff dates with its 3.5 models. So 3.5 is April 2024 or July 2024, depending upon which one you're using. So knowing which tool you have, which tool you are using, you can always ask it, what is your knowledge cutoff date? And that way you can be sure, relatively sure, of when it is. It was interesting, I asked Perplexity when its knowledge cutoff date was, and it said December 2024, and then I asked a follow-up question, and it goes, oh, I'm sorry, it's actually October 2023. So it corrected itself, even though it was its own model. So you always have to check the different information. So one of the other things that's really important to do also when these models started coming out, one of the major concerns was data privacy, data security. Anytime you're using a public model, do not put private information into it, whether it's your own personal information or business information. One of the things that rapidly came to light when ChatGPT first rolled out is that people were dumping all sorts of proprietary business information into ChatGPT, and consequently, ChatGPT or OpenAI was inadvertently using that to retrain its next version of the model. So all of that information, you started seeing proprietary code leaks, business information getting leaked out. So always make sure that if you are in a public tool, to not use any personal information, any business sensitive information. Now, most of the tools have since gone back and included an opt-out setting. So you can go into OpenAI, you can go into Perplexity, and you can actually deselect the train, excuse me, using your personal information to train the next model. Note, though, that it's an opt-out. So it's on by default that your information is going to be used for training. And then as a side note, LinkedIn is doing this as well. So if you weren't aware of it, you may want to go in and change your settings in LinkedIn to turn off using your personal information to train its AI. All right. So next up, I have the 5 principles of prompting. Now, these are not necessarily the absolute principles of prompting. So you'll see different, people say different things about, what's important around prompting. But generally speaking, these 5 are going to capture, the major aspects. The key one being, give direction. Tell it what it is that you're going to be doing. That one seems pretty obvious, and it is the core of any prompt. The next one is specifying the format. So you have a lot of latitude instead of just leaving it with the direction as to specify how you want the information to be returned to you. And this can be taken a couple of different ways. The most notable one is like actual formatting of, I want it in a bulleted list or I want it in a table. And you can actually construct how you want the output of the data to look from the response. A little bit more subtly is that, as we'll see, we can use different techniques to actually construct the output using different aspects such as roles or role-playing, emotions, and things like that. So you can actually influence what the output looks like based on some of the other techniques that we'll see in a bit. Some of the advanced techniques, provide examples. So when you're writing out a prompt, you can actually set the expectation as to what you kind of want back and how you want it. So for example, you can use an example of a tweet and then what the sentiment is, whether it's positive, negative, or neutral. So you can give it 2 or 3 examples of that, and then by the 3rd time you enter in a tweet, you can ask the AI, what is the sentiment? It's learned based on the previous examples that you inputted as to what that likely sentiment is going to be. So it's kind of a training technique of sorts. As always, evaluate the quality. Don't take anything that you get back from AI as gospel. It's prone for errors, typically called hallucinations. Personally, I'm not a big fan of that word, hallucinations. I don't think it really gets to the root of what it is. It's really, to me, more of a falsehood. It's not intentionally trying to mislead you, but it's, kind of like a 5-year-old kid at times. It's just going to say stuff and without regard as to why it's saying it. So don't be afraid to go back and challenge it, reevaluate what those results are. There was actually an interesting white paper out there called ChatGPT is Bullshitting You. So it dives right into the whole hallucination thing, why hallucinations are, it's probably not the best word to describe it. It's a little bit misleading. So always check the output of what it is that you're getting. And then the last one there is divide labor. So you may find yourself, based on the results that you're getting from a complex query, where, again, the quality is not what it is that you're looking for, the output is not what it is that you're looking for, you may find yourself wanting to break down that into smaller bite-sized pieces for the AI. All right, segueing then into some of the techniques. There are lots of different techniques out there. The techniques can overlap at times, so take this as kind of guidance. These aren't the necessarily the best 8, but they are, some of the common ones that can be most useful in many situations. This is, primarily based on what, I've worked with. Chain of thought tends to be the most common from what I've done in a lot of ways. This is a very useful one to help mitigate hallucinations. So what this basically comes down to is you're asking the AI engine to tell you how it arrived at a conclusion. So if you say go step by step, basically explain step by step how you do this, then you're more likely to get a more accurate response. This is illustrated lots of times by mathematical equations and some of the AIs where, it's a 2 or 3 step problem, and when you just ask it what's the answer and it gives you, something, but when you actually go through and execute each mathematical step within those 3 pieces, it comes out with the right conclusion. So that chain of thought is pretty important. Chain of verification is a variation on this one. This you can use after you get an output and you want to understand a little bit more about how it arrived at a conclusion. You can ask it to, kind of verify what the results are, and it will walk you through the reasoning process that it used. Skeleton of thought, again, another kind of variation on the chain of thought, creating an outline. So you've heard that, if you haven't done it yourself, you've heard that you can use this for writing blog posts, LinkedIn posts, creative writing. Sometimes it's best to start with an outline, so you can use it from an outline perspective to create that and then build on that to generate your end result. And then it may seem a little intuitive, but state what your goal is. What is your objective? What are you trying to get out of the prompt? And this will help focus the AI in terms of understanding, what the end result is that you're trying to achieve, and help structure the output based on that. And then a lot of people may find this one funny, but yes, politeness matters. So AI is not sentient, but using your pleases and thank yous actually has been proven to have an impact on how the AI responds to your requests. So, be considerate when you are working with it. It's probably based more on pattern matching than any sort of, actual emotion, but, it does matter. The mega personae is an interesting one. I picked this one out because I thought it was a pretty cool concept. I mentioned role-playing in the beginning where you can actually give AI a voice. This takes it to the next level in a sense where you're actually telling it to simulate a group of people. So you can actually have it take on the personae of multiple different actors, if you will. So you could almost simulate like a survey pool by saying, create, a group of teachers to review an educational line, have the teachers distributed, by, English, history, math, and science, and, create your input based on that. So I was having a little bit of fun with that one. Emotionally expressed, kind of going along with the politeness thing, you can actually influence things by how you are requesting, or adding in, rather, a type of an emotion. Now, this doesn't necessarily have to be something specific like happy or sad. It can be something like, well, my job, this is important to my job. So it can actually influence, what the result is based on how it is, how you, attach an emotional sentiment to the prompt itself. And then the last one is probably one of the more critical ones in my mind is like trust layers. It's how you can actually include direction on the prompt to use verified sources in a sense. So instead of just leaving it open-ended, you can actually qualify it by saying check only, X, depending upon what it is that you're talking about. If you're still talking about schools, you can have it check educational resources. If you're talking about something to do with law, you can have it check only legal resources. So you can actually direct it to pull information just from those types of sources. All right. So with that as a background, I wanted to kind of jump into a use case here a little bit. What I was thinking about when I was pulling together the presentation is like, what would be the best way to go through and kind of illustrate some of these things. So I thought just by walking through a use case that can illustrate many of the principles that we just talked about, or the techniques that we talked about, might be the best way to do it. So working in a health fair, you're charged with planning the health fair, and you've never done this before. So where do I get started? How do I do this? Hopefully there, where I have my initial prompt where I'm just saying, okay, let me just create an outline of how to get a plan together for even knowing where to begin with this. So with what we have coming out, it's going to go through, and we have a result here. So let's see what we have. The event overview. So what's interesting is it's actually retaining some of the test scenarios that I was doing to warm up for this presentation. So, we've got, some information going back through here. Date and location, January 6th, Miami, Florida. General public is the target audience. It's going to focus on flu prevention and health check services. So it's building on some of these things. It's going through and it's building out activities and services, budget and resources, sponsorships, partnerships. So we can go through here and take a look at it and see if this is going along with what we think it should be, or if we want to go in and see if we can tweak the outline a little bit. And we may want to go back up here. Let's see. All right. So with this, one of the things that we can do is actually go in and suggest maybe, let's see. So I just simply typed in here, explain how you arrived at the main goals. It might come back and tell me that I told them it, so we could see. But here we have focus on the flu. It's given that it's flu season, typically active during the winter months. Holding the fair means it's right in the middle of it, so it's probably a good thing to do. And then the health check services, again, they provide immediate and preventive health care needs. So if you needed to kind of go back in and take a look at why your response or you received a response the way it is, you can ask it to explain itself. And it'll go through and do that. All right. So next up, I can ask it to being polite, I say it looks good, thanks. How about you, let's say, update to target 500 attendees and 200 health checks. Update the outline as necessary. And it goes right through and starts updating things. So in the event overview, you can see it went back and added the target attendance, the health check goals. In the health screenings, you can see that it's updated to 200 health checks. So you can see how you can actually start influencing and building upon your results. So you can start having that kind of conversational relationship with your results. All right. And then I've got my little cheat sheet here to make sure I'm not missing anything in the demo. All right, so the next thing I want to do is right now I went through and I just asked it point blank, to go ahead and start creating things. So what I can do now is, update the outline. acting as a team, let's see, we've got healthcare, if I can type, providers, event planners, and community officials. We're going to collaborate and review the outline to make any changes. Now, in this particular case, I didn't ask it to like call out where it made changes, but I could have added that as part of the prompt. You know, it's like to show me where it is. And then at the end of this, cool. So assuming I went through it and I reviewed it and it seemed to be matching with everything, then I could go ahead and basically work with this outline. So right next step, I can just go ahead and say, okay, this looks great. Go ahead and create a detailed plan. So one thing I'd call out here is like I say a detailed plan from the outline. Because if I've done this a couple of times, and when I don't actually specify that, it just goes off and it creates its own plan, does exactly what I said it would do, totally ignoring the outline that I had before it. So I was like, all right, we got to get really specific. So as I was saying, you got to remember that AI, is smart, but not that smart. So you've got to kind of coax it and point it with specific prompting to make sure that you're getting the kind of outputs that you're looking for. Okay. All right, so this started going through, and you can see with the flu vaccines, the health screenings, it's given me a much more kind of a detailed explanation as to what needs to be done. And again, with the prompting that you're creating to go along with this, you can get pretty specific as to what kind of an output that you're looking for. I can go back and I can question anything. I can add details in as I go through it, just kind of modifying the next prompt that I put in there. So you can see, reach out to the local healthcare providers, insurance companies, and nonprofits. So this is all, directed towards, detailing out already in here. You can see that it's got the trust boundaries in it, or the trust layers in it, where it's, hitting the healthcare providers. So can be a very useful tool, but again, the key thing is to be able to know what it is that you're asking for. And what this comes down to is learning, right? You read a lot of the studies, one of the things that's constant across the different studies is you've got to train your personnel in how to use AI. So instead of having them spin their wheels, getting frustrated, trying to pull things out of AI that's supposed to be this great tool, this great productivity enhancer, you really have to learn a little bit about what it's doing and how to use it in order to get those results back. Now, with the improvements, the way things are going with AI and the rapidity of, how the advancements are coming, it may not always go this way, but for now, you definitely got to know what it is that you're doing. All right. So I've got, let's see. One other thing I wanted to do with regard to this is kind of show you a way to be interactive with the AI. So you can actually flip the script, and instead of you asking it questions, it can ask you questions. So, but for this one, I'm actually going to do a cut and paste, so hang on. At least I think I am. There we go. All right. All right. So in this particular case, and I'll dig into it a little bit more later, what I'm doing is the same basic premise of creating an outline for a plan, but not knowing anything about this, I am asking AI to ask me questions that I will answer, and it goes through and builds out the backbone or the outline for the plan. So my job is to create the outline. You are a team, and we're going to go ahead. So date and location for the community health fair. Let's call this, focus helps. So I gave it a date of just Atlanta. Okay. Main goals or objectives. I'm not feeling, the coffee this morning, so I'm just going to use the flu shots. And health checks again. All right, target audience, general population. All right, so in this one of the other things you can do, since it's asking you questions, is I don't know. So I can ask it. What would you recommend in this particular case? And it can go through and it's going to give out answers there. And then budget. Okay. And at this point, what I'll do, just for the sake of the demonstration, is stop here. So I could have kept going. Obviously, it would have kept asking me questions, which, if you don't know a topic, is a great way to kind of work through with AI. You can use this approach in a variety of different ways, creating business plans, creating event outlines, as we see here. You can use it for creating study guides, so anyone taking an exam, you can use it to build out a program. So there's a lot of different flexibility in terms of what you can do from an AI prompting perspective. But again, it helps to actually know what the kind of technique or tweaks are in order to prompt the AI to go in the direction that you need it to go. And again, be aware of the hallucinations, be aware of the outputs, double check everything. Nothing can be taken for granted when you're working with the AI, at least not in this generation. All right. Okay. So this basically was the prompt that I was building out that you saw me work on in Copilot. So the orange one here, I've got a few people in the room, so let's see if they were paying attention. The orange one there, what technique is that? Yes, exactly. It's the mega personae. The green. This one might be a little bit. I was thinking it's the emotional. Exactly. Yeah, so it's very important to your community. So that adds in that emotional inflection into the prompt. And then we've got the blue one here. Which one? It's yeah, but the specific technique is the skeleton of thought. because I'm asking it to create the outline. And then yellow. End goal. What am I trying to achieve? All right. Red should be pretty straightforward. Flattery, yes. Now the politeness, and then I didn't actually exercise this one as part of the demo, but the purple there is the chain of verification. So actually asking it, you know, it had come back with the goals of the health fair, and I was like, okay, great, they look pretty good, but how did it determine that those 3 goals were like the best choice, or what was its reasoning for doing it? So that when you do the verification, it will come back and lay out its reasoning process behind it. All right. So that got us to basically an outline that we all liked and approved. And then this one took it to the next level. It's like, okay, we've got the outline, and then continuing as the collective team, I wanted to re-emphasize that I still wanted the AI to act as that mega personae. So repetition doesn't hurt with AI. So then add the specific steps to each tasks, going into the chain of thought now. And then purple is use resources from trusted sources as inputs. Again, I did not have this one necessarily in the live demo, but this is that trusted layer where I'm instructing it to, you know, check with local health officials, check with reputable health organizations, and, you know, look for health fairs, you know, successful health fairs. And what this does is this will go out and this will check the CDC, WHO, AMA. It went through and actually found guidelines for running health fairs that the CDC published. So it actually can be a really useful one, as well as, you know, helping you to kind of make sure that you are getting reputable information on which to build your plan. So from this perspective, you know, not having ever set up a health fair before, you know, maybe I'm an event planner who was asked to do this and I've never had to do one before, I can actually really pull on the power of AI to help construct it. This last one here is the, you know, one where I kind of flipped the script. So again, it was like setting up my, creating an outline, reestablishing the mega personae, and then flipping the script by saying, ask me questions one at a time for any information that you need in order to build out the outline. And that's where you saw me kind of stepping through that Q&A response with AI. And it would keep going until it felt like it had the information that it needed, and it would say, okay, great, I have all the information that I need. Here is the outline you know, for you to work with. I can actually have them, as the mega persona, review the outline and determine whether or not, you know, they want to approve it. And then I can go through and I can actually verify everything, you know, using those, explain how you achieved this or explain how you arrived at this conclusion. All right. So with that, love to hear your feedback on this. And hope everyone, do we have questions in the room or online? Yeah.
I think that was great. Could you re-explain the difference between those first two ideas of a chain of thought versus chain of verification?
Sure.
Yeah.
So the chain of thought is stepping through and kind of explaining upfront how it is actually producing the end result. It's more of a how-to. And the reason is that sometimes it gets confused when it's, you know, just being asked to answer simply, you know, give me the result of X. Mm-hmm. Whereas if you have it step through and show its work, basically, like we all used to do in math class, It will step through each particular process. So if it's like, if you're doing a recipe, or if you're doing a scientific experiment, or if you're doing a math problem, it will go through and highlight how it arrived at each point in the session. The verification flips it a little bit, to more of the line of reasoning behind how it arrived at things. Like when I used it to explain how it came to the conclusion that these 3 objectives were best for a health fair, it went through and was more about the logic and the reasoning behind arriving at those conclusions. So
Great.
I hope that made sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's I was thinking of it, so it's good to clarify. I was really interested in the, a lot of the kind of troubleshooting and preemptive ways to like those 2 methods to avoid those issues. Could you, I've never tried it myself, but could you ask these models to fact check themselves and receive new information as like a, is that something that could be built into a process where you get the result and then automatically fact check it without kind of over summarizing it so that you can understand what they would have found?
Yeah, so let me answer that 2 different ways. One depends on the model, because as I mentioned, with knowledge cutoff dates, some have like a web search, some don't. So its ability to fact check is going to be limited based on what the tool can do. From the standpoint of structuring your query, then yeah, you can, it's a variation on the chain of verification, where you can actually have that do that and check itself to make sure that it's as accurate as it thinks it is.
That's great to know. I think these are a lot of good tips for the things I'm not so sure about of what to imply in the statement versus over specifying, and I think these are all great helps.
Yeah,
Lean on
I think you bring
over-specifying.
up a really good point too, is like you can over-engineer these prompts. So it's a matter of learning and practice to figure out what the right balance is at different times. So it's practice.
Yeah, for sure. That's great though. Thank you.
Good. All right, no more questions? You are free to get coffee. Thank you all very much.
right, guys. Welcome back from the quick break. Next session, the one I'm going to be doing is going to be how AI is improving collaboration with Microsoft Collaboration. If you were at the keynote, that means Teams. So we're going to be talking about a lot of that. First, these conferences are always great, but they can't happen without the sponsors because they do take money to put together. And so please make sure that you look up the sponsors, you support the sponsors, because without the sponsors, then we couldn't get any of this information out to you. A lot of good companies on here. You'll see Comms VNext. That's another similar conference to this, and it happens in April. So I encourage that people go out there and take a look at that. They've also said that there's the app. So make sure you get the app. You can see all the sessions. You can see who the people are that are talking about it. I don't know if the sessions will be available afterwards, but use the app. So who am I? I'm Chris Inch. I'm the Microsoft Practice Director at A&M, a company based out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. You can find me on LinkedIn. I run a thing that we do every week. It's called the Microsoft Minute. What the Microsoft Minute is anything that's kind of new that's come out from Microsoft, I will repost with my thoughts. So you don't have to go out there and look at the roadmaps and look at the blogs and stuff. I don't post everything. I try to only do 1 to 3 a week, except for the week of Ignite. I did probably way too many, but because there was a lot of announcements at Ignite and they were all cool. So I do try to put things relevant to what I think and what the customers that I work with out there. So if you follow me, look out for the Microsoft Minute. You can also search it as well. Recently, I became a Microsoft MVP this past year, so that's new for me. So hey, thanks, I appreciate that. Those people that know what that is, it's a lot of work to get there. So I'm quite proud that I got that. And it's the first year, so I'm sure the roller coaster is just starting, right? So my MVP actually is in Copilot as well. So I was one of the first that got the award for M365 Copilot. I forget how many there are of us right now. I think there's 60-ish Copilot ones. Maybe wrong on that, but there's not a lot of us. So let's get into it. When you start talking about how AI has improved collaboration, a lot of people think, oh, I don't have a Copilot license. Well, you don't necessarily need a Copilot license. Some of the features are in Teams Premium. And we'll actually go over some of the things that are just in Teams. So they did put some features that use AI. It may not be the Gen AI that people are used to, but there's still AI that is actually in Teams itself. So Teams Premium, I think list price is $9 or $10 per user per month. So it's not expensive, and you do get some of the features that we'll go through. And then Copilot, which is more, I think it's $30 per user per month, but you have to do the annual contract. Those are all retail prices, by the way. Copilot gets you so much more type of AI controls that you can have. And Copilot, or Teams Premium, obviously by the name, it's just Teams. Copilot is the entire stack, right? So you can do a lot of things inside the stack. And like I was mentioning, I'll go over some things that you just get inside Teams as well. So when you start looking at the license upgrades, I talked about Teams Premium and I talked about Copilot. There's only one feature that a lot of people don't understand that overlaps between the two, and that's intelligent recap. All the other things you get with Teams Premium, you don't get with a Copilot license. Some of the AI features that you get inside Copilot, you don't get with Teams Premium. So there's going to be this mix or match of what you're going to need. Maybe it's both, maybe you just need one. So there's a lot of different features, but like I said, the only one that overlaps, and people in the room can see that, is just this intelligent recap right here. That's the only portion. People online, you can see where the darker purple is. So if you're wanting intelligent recap, that's the only thing you want from Teams Premium. You're like, hey, I just want Copilot and I want everything else. Well, you will get intelligent recap. So one of the things that you get in Teams, you don't need extra license for, voice isolation. So voice isolation came out earlier in the year. I think they announced it at Enterprise Connect this past year, but at Ignite, it's now available for Mac OS as well. And that's a kind of a big thing. If you haven't heard of voice isolation or don't know what it can do, I've actually used this a time or two. In the video that I'll play here in just a minute, we'll actually show one of my scenarios it was a very similar scenario. But what it does is it eliminates background noise. So you have to onboard your voice, and people are like, well, what does that mean? And I'll go over that here in just a little bit. But you onboard your voice, and now when you're inside of a meeting, if you're on a Windows device or a Mac device now, It's going to just take your voice profile, and that's the only thing that's going to come across on the other end. So all the background noise, or if you're working in a Starbucks, you're working in an airport, you're working in like a WeWork, and it's the big kind of open area, and it's really loud, it's just going to pick up your voice profile, and that's the only thing that's going to transmit on the other side. Now, you'll still hear all the background noise, because unless you have some really awesome cancellation, you're still going to hear it. So we can't fix that with Teams just yet, but you can be able to make sure that the other side doesn't have the distraction of the background noise. And it's really big in airports. I don't know if anybody online or in the room has had a meeting in an airport, but it's super distracting on the far end because they're hearing all the announcements unless you have something like this on. So this video will kind of give a little example on it.
Today, work can happen anywhere. Microsoft Teams empowers you to stay connected wherever you are.
Oh, sorry.
The vanilla or the... So we need to get ready for this product launch. There are several milestones that we...
Thanks everyone for all your great energy at the airport.
Thank you so much, John, for putting in this line. Microsoft Teams voice isolation distinguishes your voice from others, so you're heard clearly in calls and meetings.
Oh, I love those. Have you ever tried that?
I was just asking you how your weekend was.
They're aware of the delivery timelines and that they agree to deliver on time.
And I'm really looking forward to this partnership. It will be amazing for us and the company.
They're looking really great. I'm looking forward to sharing this with our leaders.
Be heard anywhere with voice isolation in Microsoft Teams.
So that's one of the things that when you onboard your voice that actually can improve when you're using Teams for something. And there was a scenario in that video, I forgot that where he was in the airport. And Jonathan, I saw you raise your hand. Do you use this as well? Have you used voice isolation inside the airport? You have?
So I haven't used it in the airport, but I used it in my home office. And my wife and I both work from home. And there was a meeting I was on with a colleague that we both know. And she walked in the room to say hi to the person. And while she could see the mouth, while our friend could see her mouth moving, could not hear her
Nice.
audio at all.
That's awesome.
And she was just standing right next to her.
That's cool. So the people online didn't hear what he said. Him and his wife they both work from home, and he had voice isolation turned on, and the person that he was meeting with, his wife actually knew too, so she walked in the room to say hi. She saw his wife's mouth moving, but she couldn't hear it because voice isolation was turned on, so the only thing that the other person heard was his voice. So that's what voice isolation can do. So if you're working in those kind of condensed spots, or if you're a road warrior like I've been this past year, it adds that level of respect to the other side of when people are having meetings. I know when I talk to my boss when I'm in an airport, he can't believe how it works, like how well it works rather. So another thing that actually onboarding your voice, and the next slide I'll go over on how easy it is to onboard your voice, is intelligent speaker. So when you're inside of a MTR room, and it doesn't matter now if it's MTRW, MTR on Android, or a BYOD, because Microsoft just released at Ignite that this is available for no matter what kind of room that you have. Intelligent speaker will actually be able to pick up your voice profile, again, if it's onboarded, to make sure that when the transcript is actually happening, that it can pick up who said that. So the worst thing is if you have a transcript turned on and you go back to look at the translation, or you have Copilot look at the translation, or the transcription rather, and it says speaker A, speaker B, speaker C, and you're like, crap, who said that? Was that my boss, or was that somebody else? Because you're not hearing the voice, you're just reading the transcript. With intelligent speaker, anybody in that room, it'll pick up that voice profile and it'll say, Eric said this, or Jonathan said this, or Angela said this, as long as those voice profiles are there. So if Angela says, I need Eric to do this, and Eric wasn't in the meeting, Eric can read the transcription and say, oh, Angela needs Eric to do something. So he instead of Eric coming to me and saying, Chris, who said that in the meeting, because it just says speaker B, he can go directly to Angela if he needs further clarification for it. So it kind of takes that middleman out, and it helps things become more fluid inside the conversations. So when you enroll your voice profile, it is super easy. It does have to be turned on by your admins in order to do this. It is not on by default unless that has just changed. When I looked at my demo tenant, you still had to enable it. But once IT enables it, it's super, super easy. You go up to the top where your name is, and you click on your name, and you go down to settings. Or sorry, you hit the 3 dots, and then you go down to settings. After there, you'll see this recognition thing. It's on the very bottom, underneath devices. And you'll see it says voice, and it says face there. So you click on the voice, and it says create new voice profile. You hit that button. You read that paragraph. What is it, 2 sentences, maybe 3 sentences? Once you read that, you're done. I mean, that's as easy it is to onboard your voice profile. I've talked to some companies, they're like, well, they're leaving the company, they don't want their voice profile to be there anymore. They want us to delete it. As soon as the user is disabled in the tenant, the voice profile is gone. So they don't have to worry about IT making sure they do it. As soon as the user is disabled, that profile is gone. So if there happen to be they come back in, they're gonna have to re-onboard their voice. So it's not like, oh, well, my voice profile is already there. Can you just reactivate it? No, it completely is gone. It's not saved. After you come back into the company, you are going to have to reset that back up. Another caveat to this, it does not go cross-tenant. So if your voice is only onboarded in your tenant and you are a guest user in another tenant, like say how I'm a guest user in the Microsoft tenant, my voice profile is not there. They have to enable it for me to be able to onboard my voice there. So it only works in your tenant. That means if you go into an MTR in somebody else's building, another company's building, you're unfortunately going to be picked up as speaker C or speaker A in that organization. What they could do though, they can actually go into the transcript or the speaker A when they're in the meeting itself, they can actually say, Chris is speaker A, and so then it'll actually call me out in the transcripts. And all like I said, this is available in Teams. You don't need an uplift license for any of this. Another thing that you don't need an uplift licensing for is the automatic camera switching in a Teleframe in the meeting rooms. Now granted you do have to have MTR Pro for this to work in the meeting rooms, but you don't need a Teams Premium or you don't need a Copilot license for this. And if you don't know what automatic camera switching in a Teleframe is, this video will actually show you.
Joni is headed into the office. Today is a big day. Just one hitch, there's construction on the bridge. She's going to have to do her presentation remotely. And this is an important one. Her manager is going to decide if Joni's project gets funded. Normally, there's a certain amount of context you miss if you're not in the room. But fortunately for Joni, Teleframe can now help using automatic camera switching. In addition to the in-room camera, team members bring in their laptops. Teleframe can use these cameras too. Everyone settles in, and Grady kicks off the meeting. Joni's manager addresses her directly, and Teleframe automatically switches to the laptop camera. Joni responds without missing a beat. Grady raises his hand and weighs in, but something doesn't feel quite right. Joni needs to see her manager's reaction, but she leans out of view of the room camera. Teleframe switches to her laptop camera, and it's clear she isn't happy. That's not good. And Grady doesn't notice that his pitch isn't landing. Joni jumps in and skips ahead to the backup option of their proposal. That did the trick. Joni's project is moving forward. Automatic camera switching for Teleframe brings the in-room experience to those working remote, leveling the playing field for all employees, no matter where they're working.
So at Ignite, at Ignite, they announced that this is actually available for all rooms now as well. When they first rolled this out, it was just in MTROW, meeting rooms on Windows, but it is now available for all meeting rooms as well. So no matter what type of room system that you have inside your meeting rooms, as long as it's an MTR room, you actually have this capability. And if you've not done this, if you've not seen this in action, when I'm at my office, so to speak, and I'm not on the road, I work from home, and so I'm never in one of our meeting rooms. And this happens a lot because we don't have the horseshoe tables that you see where it's the ideal for Microsoft Teams rooms. We still have the big kind of, the long oval or boardroom type tables. And the room system is a camera in the front, and so people always sit in the back because that's where the door is. And so people are going to be blocked all the time. And now, because I've shown this inside my organization, they all come in and they do proximity join, and when they start talking, instead of like them at the back of the room and they're looking up there, they just look straight in their camera now, and so it's a lot of easier conversations. Yeah?
Do you mind
No, I love questions.
How does that work with guests? So, how does that work with guests? So if I'm going to your office, I'm Microsoft, you're not, right? But we're on your Teams meeting. If I join the Teams meeting from my computer in your room, does that work, or do I have to be in your tenant?
So if you joined, so it depends on how you join the meeting. So if you've joined the meeting like how traditional, where people will actually load Teams up and then they'll mute their mic and they'll mute their sound on there, and so now they're actually using Teams, it's going to see you as an outside user. But if you come in with like a proximity join, then yes, it will work because you're in the meeting room. Good question. And I'm assuming since you gave them the mic, they heard that on the feed? Yep, okay, good. Another thing that you get just with your Teams licensing, and this is kind of a newer thing too. This was, I think, this came out in the September release. Don't quote me on that, but it's fairly new, is this dynamic video tile resizing. And again, this has happened to me in a meeting too. So people that join from a meeting room, it used to be when you had all these kind of tiles, the meeting room was just a tile, and you couldn't see facial expressions. No matter what camera system they had, there was a lot of virtual people on that meeting. They were still in their own little small box. So you could do your best to see all the facial cues, especially if they had really good equipment inside the room where it would zoom into the active speaker. So then you could kind of see some stuff. But a lot, depending on what they had, if it was a BYOD room and they didn't have that kind of technology, it was just really hard to see. Now what it'll do is Teams will recognize that, hey, this is an MTR room, and there's a lot of people in here. And in this example, there's 4 people in here, so it kind of takes up a bigger portion of the screen, so you can actually see everybody there. But it'll actually dynamically size it based on the people that the MTR room will see in the room. So if you have 8 people in the room, then that box will be even bigger. So depending on how many people are in that room, you can start getting those cues based on everybody in the room, because you'll be able to see the room and you'll see the remote attendance as well. And you don't have to, like I said, this is not an uplift license to get this. Admins do have the ability to turn this feature off though. So it's turned on by default, and your admins, if it gets kind of quirky and they don't want it, then they can turn this off. So those were the features that you don't have to pay an uplift license for. So now we will start going into some of the Teams Premium and some of the Copilot features that are out there. Intelligent Recap is one of the things that when Teams Premium came out last year, this is the biggest thing that people wanted it for. Now, there was a lot of things that were in Teams Premium, watermarking and stuff like that, but Intelligent Recap was a big to-do, because what it could do is whoever had the actual license didn't necessarily have to take meeting notes anymore for it. It would take it for you. And it would actually, instead of just doing a transcription, it would kind of, if you think about how DVDs used to be, where you could pick the chapters, right? So it would pick, hey, this happened, you were talking about here. It would kind of like chapter off your video, as well as actually organize the notes. And if you had the right speaker attributes put into the system, it will say that Eric had a takeaway for Angela in this meeting. So it'll actually call these things out. And if those people are recognized inside your tenant, it could also at them, so then they would know that there was a takeaway. So Intelligent Recap, that was the first thing that came out. And then Intelligent Recap went into PSTN calling. So if you have, say you're on Teams, and I call Eric on his cell phone because he's not answering on his Teams, and I really need to talk to Eric, so I pull up the dial pad and I call him on the cell phone. And we start talking. I can now turn Intelligent Recap on there. So that's one of the newer things that they had. I think that's on, actually, yeah, here's that slide. So the far left screen, or the far left screenshot, shows how Intelligent Recap works on a PSTN call. So maybe you have a client they're using WebEx, or they're using Zoom, or they're using Ring, whatever they're using, and it's not Teams, and they call your number back because you left them a voicemail. Now instead of like, oh, let me grab my notebook out real quick, or let me throw up OneNote so I can take notes while we're talking, you can just have a conversation. And ever since this has come up, at least for me, the calls and the conversations, they just flow so much more naturally now, because I'm not worrying about trying to take notes at the same time. I'm just actually talking, and you get to the point a lot quicker. Instead of like, oh, I don't want to lose my train of thought, I'm taking these notes, and then there's that awkward pause. I know we've all been on those calls. Oh, let me write that down real quick. That doesn't happen anymore. So the conversation goes a lot more natural and it flows a lot better. And it's helped me tremendously. And they've released that it's actually available on mobile now too. So if you have Teams Premium, obviously you have Teams on your phone because that means you're probably a power user. You can actually have Intelligent Recap on your mobile as well. Go ahead. So you have to have a Teams Premium license assigned to your user. Once you have that, then inside the Teams client, there's an option in there to have Intelligent Recap turn on. On the mobile? On the mobile, correct. Absolutely. So Copilot came out, and it could do, instead of waiting for the meeting to be over for Intelligent Recap, Copilot could actually do meeting notes live in the meeting. So if you wanted to kind of look at what's going on inside the meeting, then it would kind of summarize it as the meeting was going on. And then sometime middle in the year, they announced that, hey, we're going to actually start looking at the chat as well. So first you have the transcription, like here's what everything that happened in the meeting. And then it's like, okay, well, there's two meetings going on, right? There's the meeting where people are actually talking, and then there's the meeting inside the chat. Because there's always, if you've been in a meeting and it's highly collaborative, some people don't want to interrupt the speakers, and so they'll throw their question in the chat. So you got two meetings coming on, and if you are the person that is presenting in the meeting, you're not necessarily always looking at the chat. Maybe you're looking at a different screen, or you have some other notes, so you might miss questions up in there. So now Copilot could do that. Now you take it a step further. Somebody shared a document. Oh, do you mean this document? Are you referring to this? And it's a document you've never seen. Inside the meeting, inside in Teams, you can actually ask Copilot to give you a quick summary of the file that was just shared to you because you happen to be in a meeting at that very point. So they announced this Ignite that they can actually, inside Teams, when something is shared, if it's a Word, PDF, Excel, whatever that is, it can actually give you a real-time summary of that document. Now, you're still going to have to go back and look at the document later, but at least you can get the high points out to continue your meeting going through. So it's taken it a step further where you had the transcriptions, you had the meeting chat. Now, when files are shared live in the meeting, and you don't have time to look at it, you can get that information. But what if they're sharing the content? So what if they're doing a PowerPoint Live? Or what if they're showing a PDF? Or what if they're doing a whiteboard? Or what if they're just sharing any other kind of content? Now Copilot, anything that's shared on the screen, again, this has to be turned on, anything that's shared on the screen, Copilot can now grab and say, and it puts it in the meeting summaries for you as well. You can say that Eric shared this document and it had this table, and Angela was sharing her whiteboard and she completed that table. So you can actually see a lot of things coming together. So you're getting a more complete meeting recap from what actually happened in the meeting, because if you just have the transcription, that's only portions of it, right? If you just have the chat, that's another portion of it. But when we meet, especially when you meet with me, I love doing whiteboards. I have a virtual whiteboard behind me in my office, and I love turning around and doing whiteboards on there. So now people can actually see that. And I've been on other presentations where people they love prezos, right? They just love to share slide decks. And so they'll throw a slide deck up there. Oh, do you mean this? And if you don't have access to that, now Copilot can see it, and it can actually, when you go over, I don't know if you can see it on the screens up here, but when you come on the right, there'll be, it'll say where it found it in the meeting. And if it was something that was shared on the screen, it'll actually come back and show you what was shared at that time. Let's see. This one is really cool. So this was the active meeting protection notification. So this kind of blends a little bit of Copilot with some of your settings inside Purview. When you share, so if you only have the 3-set license and you don't have the 5-set license that has all the automation portions of Copilot, or sorry, of Purview, and you only have your meeting policies and your data label policies there, it will actually say, hey, this meeting was set up as a normal meeting, but you're sharing social security numbers, or you're sharing credit cards, or you're sharing whatever kind of data that you have inside your tenant. It'll notice that in a screen grab, and it'll say, do you want to change the sensitivity on this meeting? So when you change the sensitivity on the meeting, that means you can only share the transcript with certain people. Or maybe the Copilot notes can only go to certain people that have that level of authority inside your tenant to see that type of data. So it kind of gives you this, I don't want to say it's a safeguard, but it's almost like a safeguard to make sure that, hey, you're sharing something. Are you meaning to share this? If not, then we need to increase your data label security on this meeting. So this, you have to have Teams Premium for this, and you have to have your data label set up. So this is one of those uplift license costs inside Teams Premium, but it can help from that accidental sharing that they were talking about. Oh no, I was over in the Loop session. He was talking about the accidental sharing. So this will help you inside AI. It's that extra kind of protection because maybe you didn't mean to share that file, but now you have the capability to at least, let's change this level. Now, if you have the 5-set license and you have your policy set up to automatically classify things, it can automatically change your meeting sensitivity for you. So it could be in this meeting and you could share a file in the chat. You could be screen sharing a file. So either any of those, it can actually see this file that they're sharing is considered an L1 inside of our organization. This meeting was set up as a general meeting. I'm going to automatically increase the sensitivity level of this meeting because you are sharing this type of documentation. Again, that's another safeguard or another protection that you're having inside your organization to make sure that the data that you're sharing, that you're actually talking about and you're collaborating against, doesn't get leaked accidentally. This one's really cool. I've been using this one for a little while, and then the new one that we'll talk about here in just a few moments, I haven't used it yet because it's not in my tenant, but that one's just a game changer. So, but this one is, when we talk to people, English isn't everybody's first language, and we just have to accept that because of how we work today. You work with people offshore, you work with people onshore, you work with people that maybe they're in the States and English just isn't their first language, and there's a lot of, I don't want to say language barriers, but there's a lot of broken dialect, or things don't translate correctly in when you come in from native language into English. Or you have to extremely focus on what happens to the screen. All right, so when you're talking, sorry, that lost my train of thought. So you can have the transcription translate in the language that you read. And it can be done in real time. And so the benefit of this is when I was working with some of the developers that we have inside our organization, while they are stateside, it was not their first language, and they were struggling to find the words that they wanted to kind of articulate back to me on a project update. And so what I said to them is like, just let me change the translation on my side. Let me put it in English translation for me. And I said, okay, just speak in your normal language. And so he started talking about his project update, and the translator came over to me, and I'm reading it as he's talking it, and now we're actually able to converse while I am reading, and then he's having to read mine. We're able to converse a lot more fluidly because he's speaking in what's natural to him, and I'm speaking in what's natural to me. And so we're not having this lost in translation type scenarios. And so once we started doing that, we started holding all of our meetings that way. Granted, we had to bump it out a little bit longer from a 30-minute meeting to 45 minutes because now there's a little bit of reading going on inside the meeting. But the meetings were way more impactful. So just having that with the live translations happening inside the meeting, that's increased our productivity. Even though the meetings do last a little bit longer, our productivity has went up. And then there's the interpreter agent. So if you have somebody that's designated for the interpreter agent inside your organization, you can actually, the real-time speech-to-speech can happen inside there. So the interpreter agent, if you didn't see the video Ignite, I have the video here in just a second. What that will do, this will take what I was just explaining, and it'll take it to the next level. So instead of me having to read the transcription, the person will be speaking in their natural language for a second or two, and then AI is going to come on top of it. This is a Copilot kind of feature. So AI is going to come on top of it and start translating it in the language that I want to listen to. So if they are speaking in German, and I don't know a lick of German, I was like, just speak in your normal dialect. And they will start normal, and I'll hear the first sentence maybe in German, and then it's going to start translating into English for me. And even the cooler thing is, without onboarding your voice, without a voice profile loaded, Copilot will take your voice characteristics, and the translation will actually come across as if you're actually speaking that language as well. And that's the slickest thing that I've seen when they were doing all this so far. There is a little video. Let's see what will play.
New agents in Microsoft 365 are transforming how humans and AI collaborate. With the new interpreter agent, language barriers are a thing of the past, enabling real-time speech interpretation so everyone can speak and listen in different languages.
Thoughts from marketing about the upcoming campaign. If we get a game plan, we can aim that. 내놓는 것을 목표로 할 수 있을 겁니다.
So again, that's going to be game-changing for distributed workforces or people that are more on a global scale. If you've listened to Michel at Microsoft talk, his team is extremely diversified because he's over in the EU. He's in the Netherlands, and he has people in France on his team. I think he has a couple guys from Denmark on his team. But they all speak, nothing's native to any of them. So, they're always struggling with this. And he was showing an example a couple weeks ago on a video that Michel did where the person was talking French, and Michel's like, I know like tiny bits of French. And so they started talking, and they had translation on both of them because they're in the Microsoft tenant, so they have this. And he showed the actual interaction of the meeting, and it was as fluid as it could be. And so once this is available in people's tenants, if you have that global experience and this distributed experience, you can start utilizing this, and now you can start conversing a lot quicker and a lot easier. So no matter if you have Teams, no matter if you have Teams Premium, or no matter if you have Copilot, there's a lot of AI advancements that are coming into how we work and how we collaborate. Now, is it generative or is it just happening? Now, that's going to depend on your licensing, but AI is taking how we work and how we meet and how we collaborate to that next level. So that was my last slide. So I know that they would love to get your feedback on any of the sessions that you've been here, on the whole conference as a whole. Please give the feedback. The feedback helps makes these conferences better. So if there's something you want, the only way that we can make them better is if you let us know. So please make sure that you fill out these surveys. If you loved, hated it, just please let us know. If you're in here, stick around. I know that they're going to have some fun things for us later. With that, guys, I'm Chris. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
You good?
All right, I'm good.
Let's go. All right. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us for the pre-lunch warm-up. I hope you like our slides. We worked really hard to make sure they looked as unprofessional as possible. No, actually, we're going to do something a little bit differently today. We're not going to use slides. We are going to whiteboard live, which you know means something's going to go wrong. In fact, it already has. If you were to come up here, you would see we have 3 monitors, a confidence monitor, the copy of that monitor, and then the one we're whiteboarding on because special. Anyway, so you're here to talk about secure collaboration in Microsoft 365. You're here to see nothing. There we go. Coming back. Sorry. No, that's what we get from an Ohio State person.
Wow. That did not take long at all to get that one in.
No slides, David. No slides.
The whiteboard's
whiteboard is gone, yeah.
I mean, we could just get a Sharpie and start writing up here. What do you think they think about that?
All right. So you're here to talk about zero trust, which I have in air quotes because I hate coined terms. I really don't like them at all, but we'll get into that. My name is Jay Leask. I am the Modern Work Architect at the Microsoft Innovation Hub, which is the new name for the Microsoft Technology Centers in Washington, D.C.
You mean Microsoft likes to rename stuff?
We love rebranding things.
All right. Thanks, Jay. And I am Ben Stechink. I am a consultant in Microsoft 365. Got my start in SharePoint 2003. Was the first time I started doing consulting, training. Own my own company now doing Microsoft 365 consulting. Have a podcast, Microsoft Cloud IT Pro Podcast. I've been doing that for 6.5 years. We're like episode 400 is coming up. So
I'm jealous.
Yeah,
COVID hit, I grew the beard, I did a couple of podcasts. They lasted like a year and a half maybe.
We should just have you come on our podcast.
I'd love to.
There you go.
All right. Match made in heaven. So moving to the slides for today. First of all, thank you to our sponsors who make things like this possible. And then that's it. Like I said, no slides. So we're here to talk about zero trust. We're here to talk about what does security look like in Microsoft 365. And the goal of this session is not to deep dive onto Defender XDR or Entra. The goal of this session is to really show you that Microsoft, from a security perspective, I'm not going to say we're a security company, although we're supposed to. From a security perspective, Microsoft really is providing a full stack approach. If you go back to our keynote from this morning, you can follow the best of breed approach and get the quote unquote best tools out there. I understand that methodology, and there's nothing wrong with taking an approach that walks you through the process of picking the tools that match your specific needs. But I want you to see, we want you to see that it is possible to take,
this might be a problem.
You put your screen on, we'll just have to touch your screen every once in a while.
Every once in a while we'll reach down and finesse the screen.
We want you to see that it is possible to take a bundled approach, a platform approach to the Microsoft security stack.
Yeah, and it's interesting with a security stack. So you talk about the best of breed, and I was on a call with a red team guy the other day he was talking about writing viruses for bypassing security products.
Yep.
And he compared Microsoft to some other companies and said Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, which is one of the products we'll get into, he's actually has a harder time writing viruses to bypass Microsoft Defender.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Than some of the typical best of breeds.
Like
some best of breeds, and I'm not going to mention a bunch of competitors, but it's like an hour to write a virus to bypass one, 3 hours to write another one. He said a week to bypass Microsoft Defender. And then he gets one shot. Yeah. Microsoft is that quick about detecting it and propagating it out across all the other endpoints. And they detect it so quick because they're the ones getting attacked because they're running all the productivity tools.
Yep.
Which is, it's an interesting thing when you start talking about security in Microsoft because they're running Exchange and SharePoint and Entra and all of those, they're seeing so many attacks happen that they're able to respond to them a lot quicker than some of the other third parties because they have to wait for some more information to come out.
I feel like a proud papa as you're describing all of this. Like, oh, Microsoft, you're doing such a good job. So for today's whiteboard, we're going to do 3, I think, colors. This is going to be our categorical color, except when I break that pattern. This is going to be our capability color, and this is going to be our product color, because you can't walk out of here not hearing what products we're talking about if we want you to know that Microsoft can provide that full stack approach. So when it comes to Zero Trust, and really when it comes to today's, I'm going to say modern security best practices, you really want to focus on 3 things. 1, you want to assume that there is a breach in your network. And the primary reason for that is if you think back to how we did security maybe 30 years ago, we secured our perimeter and then we gave everyone a username and password to every tool and we said, have at it. Or maybe we didn't, maybe we just had a file share and said, here is your file share, have at it, right? And so you have to assume that there's a breach in your system.
I wasn't doing security 30 years ago.
I mean,
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
No, that's fair. That's fair. The next thing you want to do is provide the least privilege. And really, when you're thinking about, when you're assuming that there is, sorry, that's going to be on us. We'll try to make sure that doesn't keep happening. When you're assuming that there's a breach, when you're assuming that someone is in your network, has access to things they shouldn't have, you want to make sure you provide the least privilege as is necessary for them to do their job. So the number 1 thing that comes to me is in Microsoft 365, I'm not going to make Ben a global admin.
I like global admin.
Who doesn't?
I love global admin.
The last piece of that is you have to verify. You have to verify what you're doing. So if I'm going to lock things down, I'm going to say Ben doesn't have the ability to do certain things. I then have to be able to prove that he's not doing those things. How am I doing?
Yes, you're doing well. I was like, I was going to try to do a sad puppy dog face, but I don't have one.
Okay. Oh, if I click the screen, I have to click resume. That's going to be fun. So when we're looking at security from this perspective, there's going to be 5 primary areas that we talk about. There's the identity, who is the person, there's the device, what are they using to come in, there are the applications, what are they trying to access, there's the data within those applications, right, what can they do with that data, and then there is still a network involved. There are still things you have to consider from that perspective. So let's start with our, we'll give him arms, our identity.
Oh, that's nice.
So in the identity world, the first thing you usually think about is your username and your password. Sorry, that is an N, I promise. Your username and password. This is what I use to log in, right? I go to office.com or Microsoft365.com. I type in my username, which is typically an email address, j.leask@Microsoft.com, and then I type in my password. No, I won't be telling you what that is, Ben. That first piece gives the system an idea of who I am. The next piece that you're probably going to have in there is your multi-factor authentication. So even if I did give you my password right now, while that would be increasing the possibility of you to hack into my account, hack is a poor term, as long as I have MFA turned on and maybe I have an authenticator app on my phone or I have a FIDO key or something like that, that makes it a little bit harder for you because that's that physical thing that you have to be able to access in order to get in. So username, password, and MFA.
Yes.
Okay. I mentioned, for example, in the MFA world, your FIDO keys, your UBI keys, et cetera. I usually, at this time, pull out my Microsoft badge and show you the little key that's dangling down. I don't have that right now.
Mine's in my backpack. I really like UB keys.
Do you?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like having something physical because if I left my badge at home this week because I'm not going to a Microsoft office, I wouldn't be able to log into my systems.
I just get a bunch of, I get like 4 of them.
And then you start collecting them?
I start collecting them. They're
trade them
sprinkled all over the place. Yes, there's a question.
I'm sorry, we'll try to focus.
There's no way we're going to finish on time.
What about passkeys? Moving to passkeys and moving away from the YubiKeys and doing the software-based keys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you all looked into that?
I have a couple I wouldn't say issues with passkeys. I have complications with passkeys. Primarily in that, at least for Microsoft 365 right now, passkeys have to be in the Authenticator app, which means for my iPhone, I have to make the Authenticator app the default password manager on my iPhone. I use a different password manager that I also have passkeys in. So for me, it's not very easy to have Authenticator as the default for my passkeys, because I use 1Password. I like using 1Password for everything. So that's why I haven't gone the passkey route. If Microsoft gets to the point of allowing passkeys in 1Password, which could be a whole nother topic of conversation,
well, let's look
passkeys are
bigger.
another great approach.
But let's look bigger, right? Because like for ourselves, I agree with you. I use 1Password as well. But if you look bigger than an enterprise or even just as SME, where you've got a few hundred employees and you're going to standardize on Authenticator, for example, or if you were using YubiKeys, would you then invoke passkeys? Would you view that as an opportunity? Because at that point, they're already standardized on Authenticator or maybe Duo,
Right.
for example.
I think if you're coming from a greenfield space like you're describing, I think that's something you should definitely consider. The more you can move into practices like this, like the better. I would say the first thing you've got to do, and this is just going back to the best practices, you have to look into getting people out of the username and password scenario. Who hasn't seen one of their colleagues with a Post-it note with a password on their screen? And it doesn't take long to figure out which password that probably is. I think on the table back there is literally a notepad that says password book, right?
Yes.
I know my mom has a password book, and I'm not going to say this out loud, but maybe there's a spreadsheet that my wife and I share with passwords to places that you shouldn't know about. Like, wait, no, that came out wrong. So yes, I think you should consider, if you can go that route, I think it's a great route. MFA at the minimum, YubiKeys become a good way to do it, but there are different options for your organization.
Yeah, and I think it depends even on the scenario. One of the places I've also seen YubiKeys is for like a break glass account, especially now that Microsoft is requiring MFA for every admin account.
Right.
If you have it in a passkey and it's tied to a user's device, it's not going to be a very good break glass account. If you have that break glass account, you have 4 or 5 YubiKeys sprinkled among various admins, locked in a safe in the office, whatever. That's a good option to do MFA in a break glass account.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think YubiKeys, passkeys, they're both essentially that same vein of the passwordless, phishing resistant. So whatever route works for you based on your scenarios, needs, user types.
Yeah. So coming back to what else we get with our identity. So there's some things that you get with an identity that become very helpful as we move through this process. Like, what are your roles or your titles? What is your department? All of this stored inside of your identity gives you the ability to create a very complex scenario for security, which I understand the word complex can be bad, but it gives you the ability to create a very strong security scenario. Now, if I'm gonna, for the sake of moving on, I know there's more to say there, but for the sake of me moving on, there's a few things worth talking about here. So first and foremost, Microsoft's identity is Entra. Right? Entra is where all of that information is stored. For my j.leask at Microsoft.com account, that is an Entra account. It has everything from my organization and title all the way down to information about what my roles are and what I should have access to. We also use at Microsoft Hello for Business. And so when I walked over to my machine earlier, I didn't type in a username and password. It used the facial recognition, it figured out who I was, and it logged me right into the system. Things like Hello for Business are great. That's stored on, I think it's called a TPM chip on your machine, which means it's only valid here, right? If I go to someone else's machine, that facial recognition doesn't carry forward with me. So when you get people saying, well, I don't want to use that, I don't want Microsoft to have my biometrics, that's not what we're doing, right? We're putting on the device a validation of who you are, and that's giving you that that additional factor that really helps to secure the system. And then we'll talk a little bit more about this another time probably, but we also have things like our B2B and our B2C, which when you're looking at identity, how many of you work with people who are not in your company? Contractors, customers, partners, all of these things, when we talk about how we're providing security, no, that is not what I tried to do. When we talk about how we're providing security, we're using tools like that to help you enhance who you can collaborate with and do it securely. Ben?
Now I get to talk about devices. So we talked about identity, and now it's not just who you are, how you're getting into the environment, how you're logging in, but it's also going to be those devices, right? Like, what devices are you accessing them from? And I'm going to go a little bit here. We're going to draw a big old box over here. And one of the things that you start thinking about when you think about devices is we're going to give ourselves 4 quadrants, and you have your corporate devices, right? Those are devices that you own as a corporation. They belong to your corporation. You have a lot more control, or you can control them a lot more. You have the ability to. But you also have those personal devices. You have users that, with Office 365, Microsoft 365, the cloud, it opens up what types of devices, or even where are people accessing those devices, or where are they accessing it from? Are they coming in from computers sitting at home? Are they coming in from their mobile devices? And that's down this side. We have like PCs, Mac, desktop, and we also would have mobile devices there. So you kind of get all these 4 different types where you can have a corporate-owned PC, corporate-owned mobile devices, personal-owned PCs, personal-owned mobile devices. And you need to start thinking through, oh, I lost my color coding. I got to keep track of what color coding it is now, because that was up at the top. Not blue.
Blue is product.
Blue is product. I want black. So you need to start thinking through, well, how do I want to start protecting my Microsoft 365 environment? Again, assuming that especially personal devices. You may not know who's on those personal devices. Are they sharing those personal devices? So things like maybe you want to have web-only access on those personal devices. People aren't going to be able to download data. You don't want them to log into Microsoft 365 if you even allow that, because we could have web-only. We could have just outright block those personal devices. Something we'll talk about a little bit later. I'm going to put mobile application, MAM, or mobile application management, managing those applications on those personal devices, or what applications, how people are allowed to use applications on their personal devices. So you get all these different scenarios, especially with personal desktops, of how do I give the least amount of privilege to what those desktops can do, or what people can do on those personal machines, what data they can access, what data they can download. On the corporate device, maybe you have these, you have a lot more control. I can't do autopilot there. That's a product. And in my colors. Mobile device management. You want to manage that entire device and prevent people from performing certain actions. You want to restrict their access on it. We talked about you get like your standard users versus admin users on those devices because you're able to control those. You can do things like your antivirus on those. So really thinking through then, when I get these corporate devices, whether they're mobile devices or desktop devices, how am I going to protect those corporate devices? Those devices that I have a little bit more control over because they're owned by the corporation. And when you get into the mobile, a lot of those same things are going to apply. You're still going to have your mobile device management. Maybe you want to manage updates are going to apply to both of these, application updates. Maybe down here you have iOS, you have your Android updates. You can have your connection. We talked about network. We'll talk about this a little bit more, but it's that connection or the network from these devices to your environment. In personal, again, you're going to encounter application management. Do you need to have certain compliance in place for these different devices? Are you just going to block mobile devices? You're like, users' personal devices are left all over the place, and Ubers and taxis on trains and planes and automobiles. So thinking through all this different functionality and what can you do to protect that data depending on these different scenarios that users are coming in from. And the big product, I'm going to go into my product color now, is Intune. Almost all of this is going to be done through Intune, which is that Microsoft mobile device management suite within Microsoft 365. And in here you have things like Autopilot, so that you can tie those physical devices that you own to your environment. So when a user opens up a device, logs into that device, connects to the network, it says, this is my corporate device. You need to use your Microsoft 365 account to log into this device, to set it up. Applications get downloaded, security measures get applied. All of that stuff happens right out of the box, and they don't even have the option to go in and set this up as a personal device or to perform certain tasks, because from the very minute they turn it on, it's tied right to your organization. We talked about the device management, where you have, let's not do it that way, let's do compliance policies. You get compliance policies, you have configuration policies, where both of those allow you to start going in and doing things like GPOs that you used to do in the on-prem days. I wasn't doing security 30 years ago, but I did do domain controllers on-prem and mess with GPOs and that mess. But setting up those configuration policies, are they allowed to use cameras on their mobile devices that you own? Are they allowed to, what are those user permissions? What applications can they install? Are you going to go in and turn on things like OneDrive and known folder move right out of the box? There used to not be a good one-for-one mapping from GPOs to Intune, especially if you were doing Entra-only joined. Configuration policies, you have to keep an eye on time. Configuration policies have gotten really close to matching what you can do with GPOs now. They even have an import. You can export your GPOs, import them into Intune, see how the settings in your GPO export match up with the configuration policies in Intune, and set up those configuration policies right from those GPOs. So you have a lot of functionality now within those compliance policies and configuration policies across Windows, iOS. Mac OS has gotten a lot better in the last probably couple years. Combination of Microsoft, a combination of some updates to Mac OS. Despite the competition, they do work together on some of this stuff when it comes to security. So there is some collaboration there to enhance some of that. What are products? Those are kind of the big ones. I was looking through my list of products that I have on there. I mean, you can get into security. There's security configurations. But a lot of those kind of fall into this whole Autopilot, Intune. App deployments are another one, and we're going to talk about that. I'll jot it down here, but that's going to be another section a little bit later. So yeah, in the interest of time, what other ones are you thinking of?
There's also like Windows Defender, sitting on the device, giving you the ability to put your policies directly on the device itself.
Yep, so we've got Windows Defender in here. You've got, which kind of falls in, I know we see the screen fade, and it's like, go, quick, click it.
Save the screen.
Yeah, Defender for Endpoint, which might be a Windows Defender.
Separate.
I can't keep track. Those
They're
are two separate ones, yeah.
Yeah, Windows Defender is actually part of your Windows, your operating system.
Your operating system.
And part of the license for your OS versus Defender for Endpoint, which is coming from the enterprise.
Defender for Endpoint.
And pushed down from the cloud.
We'll put that on there.
I think that's everything, though. It's actually more than I had before, which is wonderful.
It is. There you go. You got some new ones for the next time we do this. So I'll pass it over. If they invite us back. If they invite us back. Eric's not going to invite us back after that dig at Ohio State.
So we've got your identity and your device. We know who you are. We know how you're getting into our network. And with with that, let's move to the other side of this. So what was going to be next? We're going to do...
I don't know. Do you want to do
Let's do...
data or network? I mean, we could kind of...
Let's knock network out very quickly. Because we don't talk a lot about network.
No, there's just a couple things there.
So on network, and I walk away from my fancy logos here because no one can agree on what network's logo should be. On network side, the first thing you need to remember is there is no inherent trust, right? So we are not going to just assume that because you're on our network, we can trust you. So when you look at that sort of thing, you might do micro-segmentation. So if I look at Microsoft's network, how many of you have visited a Microsoft office? A few of you, right? And what Wi-Fi do you typically join if you're not putting your hotspot on? What Wi-Fi do you typically join? MSFT Guest, that's right. You join the Microsoft Guest network. And with the Microsoft Guest network, we're giving you access to the internet, assuming that you have an event code or a Microsoft employee who's approved you, right? And that's it. We're pushing you right out to the internet. We are not giving you access to anything behind our firewall. So for example, in my office, we not only have the MSFT Guest, we also have, and I don't actually know the name of the Wi-Fi, but we have a Wi-Fi specifically for all of the experiences in the Innovation Hub. So all of those connect to that, and we do that for the exact same reason as we do MSFT Guest. If I have a partner solution on that experience, I don't want it to gain access to my CRM system. And we do, in fact, require you to go through VPN to get to CRM because as was mentioned this morning, we're a $3 trillion company. There's some pretty sensitive information in our CRM system. So that micro-segmentation allows you to both connect people, but do it securely, so then you can exclude people from what they're trying to do. The other thing that you want to consider there is on your network, what kind of end-to-end encryption are you providing? Making sure that as data is being passed along the network, sorry, I'm probably walking out of camera view. As data is being passed along the network, you're making sure that someone can't just sniff for packets and pull that information down. And so those are the kinds of things you might be thinking about.
I would say, like, where are people connecting? Going back to the devices,
true,
what
yeah.
network, like, how many of you logged onto the guest network today and didn't even think about, like, turning on a VPN or didn't think about your network traffic coming from a place like this or from Starbucks or wherever you may turn it on and connect to Office 365. Maybe you have a corporate device that's locked down, you have your identity, but you're on a wide open public network.
Why am I blanking on Wi-Fi versus that other thing when you
Wi-Fi versus...
Right?
Well, what, like just a normal LAN?
Yeah, literally just could not, so that's the other thing we do, right? So if I connect to Wi-Fi at my office, I have certain privileges, even as a Microsoft employee. But if I want to get to either some kind of administration system or I want to get into CRM, I actually need to either be on the LAN or on the LAN on employee managed or company managed device, or I have to VPN into that network. So there's a lot of things that you would put in there. So when it comes to what products we're bringing to the table on that side, so we've mentioned it on the Windows side. The Defender Suite is really where a significant amount of the work goes into protecting your network. We also have, of course, there's firewall capability, and then there's the app gateway side of things. So as you're building that network out, you have the ability with the Microsoft stack to build all of these things in.
We need to add global secure access too. That's the new one.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
That came up when we last talked, and I forgot. Global secure access.
Which is, going back to this morning, another add-on. But they're doing a lot with global secure access. If you haven't looked at it, we could do a session on that. We got to keep an eye on time. But global secure access is essentially like I would say it's almost like a VPN from your device into Office 365. Where you do get some of that end-to-end encryption, you get there's web filtering in there now, you can put web filtering in there, not just for Office 365, but for any website, because it's proxying all that traffic then from your endpoint through Microsoft's it's their global secure edge,
Yeah.
So
all of those things together give you the start of how do we secure from a network perspective. Let's move into apps.
Apps?
Yeah.
All right. Try to keep this one, because I see we have to do conditional access. There's so many fun ones in here.
I know. We got time-ish. What time do we
Apps.
officially end, Sharon?
5 o'clock?
5 o'clock.
Right?
Okay, we're good.
Yeah,
We're
okay.
good.
Perfect.
18 minutes.
18 minutes?
Sure.
Okay. So applications, apps. I mentioned, let's start with app management. This is one of my favorite ones. I gotta be careful. I like going to features, but here, let me zoom in. There we go. It's a product, but it's also a feature, is app management. And really thinking through how are you managing applications? How are you managing your corporate data in these applications? How are you managing data on Outlook, on Word? How are you managing data that's going into the OneDrive app on your phone, or whether it be OneDrive on your desktop? And then how are you deploying apps? How are you managing applications that are getting installed on all your different devices? So there's an aspect of app management that's there. I would also say, I'm going to put this third-party cloud apps. And
those
this could also
best-of-breed
be
apps.
like shadow, those best-of-breed ones. When are they using best-of-breed? Use all Microsoft. Just trying to brown nose to Jay.
He gets $1 every time he says that.
Yeah, he paid me. Or food, steak.
Food, yeah, that's always
Steak.
for me.
Tickets to a Michigan game? We're just going to keep. Third-party cloud apps, shadow IT. What other applications are people accessing that your corporate data may be going to? We mentioned ChatGPT this morning too, of people taking corporate data out of your environment and pasting it into ChatGPT. Are users taking confidential data and putting it in Dropbox or Google Drive? What other cloud applications are people using? Where are your potential data breaches within your company related to on-premises apps, desktop apps? Within apps, that one's more yours. I'll let you do DLP. App governance kind of falls into that as well. And that's another product.
What are our approved apps and who can access them, and how do we get approval for them?
Yeah, can we use them? Can we not use them? All of that type of stuff. So there's a few products. This one does fall into Intune again. You're detecting a theme here. Jay just gave me everything that's related to Intune.
I did.
So you have Intune here, and you also have in Microsoft Defender, you have Cloud App. It's Cloud App Security. It used to have a few other names. That was another one that's been renamed a few times. Intune and Cloud App Security. And really tying into mobile application management, this is, I would say, one of my favorite features in Intune, because a lot of times you do run into those personal devices, or maybe you don't want to. Who's talking to me? I got clients sending me messages in Teams. Speaking of security and data management.
I think I saw a squirrel run across your screen.
Yeah, something like that. No, I think that one was pretty safe. I'm all distracted. Applications on devices and data, and maybe you don't want to go the full route of mobile device management. Mobile device management can be complicated, it can be restrictive. Microsoft has a feature in Intune called Mobile Application Management. I think it just got shortened out to Application Management, where it lets you say, a user can go and install OneDrive. They can use Word. They can use PowerPoint on their mobile devices. But we're going to segment off the corporate data in their OneDrive client so that we're not going to go take control of their whole device, but we're going to take control of that sliver of OneDrive that contains our corporate data. Maybe we're going to require a PIN every time they open up OneDrive and go to the corporate data. They can switch back to their personal data in OneDrive, but then if they want to switch back to corporate data, they're going to have to enter their PIN again. It puts a container around your corporate data on those devices so that you can wipe that corporate data from within the application without touching their personal data and without having full control over their application or their device. You can do things like prevent copying and pasting. So you can open up emails in Outlook, but we're not going to let you copy text out of Outlook or out of Word into a text message. So that we prevent the data exfiltration there and taking that corporate data out of that application into one of your other personal applications on the same device. So a bunch of that functionality in Intune, when I'm working with clients, I always tell them, go look at mobile application management first. Oh, we were too slow.
Sorry.
Before you go down that mobile device management route, especially if you're just concerned about the data.
I think that's actually like the application hooking, like that's enough. You've got the.
Yeah,
no.
exactly. Yeah.
I will add one more thing to what you're talking about. So you're talking a lot about cloud solutions.
Yep.
There are also connectors to be able to manage, to a degree, your on-premises solutions. So there are solutions within all of this that allow you to look down on your on-prem network and manage some of your applications there as well.
Yes.
And that's as far as I'm going to go with that.
That's as far as you're going to go with that.
Because I'm not a security architect.
App management too, deploying applications, Intune through the company portal. You can package up applications in Intune so users can go out and install their own applications. Give them a catalog of applications that they can install. You don't have to give them admin rights to install those applications. Using the company portal within Intune deploy applications. The other one, because I keep looking at my watch too, is the Microsoft Defender, the Cloud App Security. Because we talked about using ChatGPT or other applications. Cloud App Security allows you to go in and see what other cloud-based applications your employees are using. I looked and I did like a super quick count this morning. There's like 15 to 20,000 applications now in Cloud App Security that it will watch. And if you have Defender for Endpoint deployed on those devices, if you're using Global Secure Access, depending on how that device is connecting, there's different ways to get that data into Cloud App Security. So you can see how much data is going from my endpoints to these third-party applications, discover some of this shadow IT, what other cloud applications are my users accessing, and go in and actually sanction or unsanction or block those different cloud apps through Cloud App Security so you can go in and prevent what other cloud-based applications are users allowed to use. I think there's a whole category in there now just for other AI applications.
Yeah.
So you can go say, you know what, we're gonna use Copilot. We wanna keep our corporate data secure. We need to block all the other AI applications from a security standpoint. So lots of things within Intune and the Microsoft Security Center, now known as Defender XDR.
Yeah.
Yes, Defender XDR. So we'll wrap it up with apps. I'll let you keep going with data. Where do you want to go?
Yeah,
Down?
we'll go down. Yep.
All right.
So we talked about the network and how, and combine that with the device to understand how people are coming in. We talked about the apps and what people are accessing. The last piece that we'll talk about here is our data itself. So with the data itself, you want to be thinking about a few things. You want to think about, for example, protection. If I'm going to apply data protection, I want to make sure it sticks with that data. There's no good to encrypt a file if the minute someone downloads it, the encryption fails, and they can then share that with anyone they want. In fact, I had that problem with a partner this week. I didn't realize that PowerPoint had been encrypted. I then emailed it, or I didn't email it to them, I uploaded it to a shared folder, and they're like, hey, I'm getting this message that says I'm not logged into the network. I'm like, oh man. So you want to make sure that that protection will travel when you're looking at your data. You also, and I probably should have gone in a different order here, you need to know what data do I have. You have to have an inventory of your data. Now, with the amount of content people are creating, you're not going to be able to say, here are my 1.5 million files and exactly what they are, right? But you do need to understand, like, what types of data do I have at a high level? What types of data do I expect, right? So when we talk about inventory, we're talking about types. I expect employee data. I expect partner contracts. I expect sales data. I work a lot in the government, so I expect CUI, which is which is CUI. I expect certain types of data that have requirements and regulations around what I need to do with that data, right? Why do I always forget the words right as I need them?
Because Microsoft has way too many acronyms to remember all the words that go with the acronyms.
In Microsoft's defense, CUI isn't that, but I do appreciate
What is it? Is it confidential, unstructured information? Or, oh, there you go, control and classified.
Thank you.
We could just start making up words and eventually someone would correct us. You know what? Oh, Copilot's unstructured.
Yes.
No, so I have heard this. People like to correct. They don't necessarily like to tell you the right answer unless they're correcting you. So if you start saying something wrong,
say it wrong, people
then people like to correct
answers.
you because they like to show that they know more than you.
That's a really good
psychological
opportunity. So once from an inventory perspective, half of it is understanding what you're expecting there to be. Half of it is finding that information, right? So if you're going to say, I have controlled on classified information, see, it does stick for at least 5 seconds. If I have that type of information, I then need to actually identify where is that. And this is where you're going to start getting into, okay, well, we have 1.5 million files, and this thing over here is CUI, and it is in a publicly shared folder on an Amazon S3 store. So there needs to be tools in your data process to identify at least certain types of data, right? And then again, I said protection should travel, so we're going to drop that down here as a sub-bullet to what good is inventory and identification if you don't actually protect that data. So when we talk about protecting that data, the first thing is it should travel, right? If I'm going to set a protection on it, that protection should travel. What types of protections might you be looking at? You might need to mask certain types of information, like social security numbers as an example. You might need to put controls around exfiltration, and that's exactly what I described before with that PowerPoint file that really didn't have highly confidential information and how it got encrypted by mistake, I promise. And then you also might want to encrypt it, and there's a lot more you might need to do here, watermarks and other such information, but in the interest of time, I'm going to kind of push forward. From a tool perspective, this all falls into Azure Purview. This all falls into Purview. Purview is now the platform for all of this information. This is where Microsoft Information Protection falls into play. This is where your records and retention management falls into play. This is where there are capabilities from a confidentiality perspective and a compliance perspective all built into that platform. The nice thing is it's in one platform. The kind of annoying thing is if you've been in that space for a little while, it changes a lot. In fact, I think last week I was doing a demonstration on it, and there's a whole new interface that is now a required interface for everything. So take a step back. You're probably going to have to update what you know about Purview, but the easiest example I can give you is if we go back to Social Security numbers and PII, there are built-in sensitive information types in Purview for PII and for Social Security numbers. Is it going to be perfect? I can give you examples where it's not going to be perfect. I had a customer, a federal customer, who had a contract number that was 3 numbers, a hyphen, 2 numbers, a hyphen, and 4 numbers. That's really annoying because that is a very well-known federal ID number called a Social Security number. So when you look at the built-in sensitive information types, recognize they're not going to be perfect. We recognize they're not going to be perfect, but they're a starting point for being able to identify well-known sensitive information types. If you need something more, which you will, the next step I would do once you take that first baby step of implementing stuff we've already designed for you is building custom sensitive information types. And you can do this using patterns like regular expressions or string recognition. If I go back to my social security number example, you can do things like say that pattern of 3-2-4, add to that the recognition of the string social security number within 100 characters of finding that pattern. And that increases our confidence to a business decision-based comfort level of assurance that that is in fact what we're looking at. Because once you start pulling all of those things into play, then you can automate the protections. So that's where you start to get into data loss prevention, where you can automate masking information, where you can automate encryption and other such capabilities to ensure people aren't pulling things out. And I talk about this a lot on the M365 side, but this is also coming into play on the Fabric side now. And this is where I typically bring my data architect in to talk about things. But if you're looking at or using Fabric today, understand that the sensitive information type classifications are coming into Fabric, and you can today start using that for information there as well. So your structured and your unstructured data. The last thing I'm going to say about data, because I think we are definitely out of time here, and we still have.
But you've got like 30 seconds, but
and we still need to talk about one more thing, right?
Well, and people might have questions. We can sit at this table for lunch for questions.
Yep.
There we go. This is the question table.
Everything I talked about was at the data level, the file, right? That piece of information. But you can go up a level. You can look at containers and say, I'm going to apply this sensitive information label at this level. Great example is, in a lot of my customers in the federal government, they have a structure, their file structure when they store files, when going back to their on-premises file share days, they have folders for contracts. If your employees are trained to put data of a specific type in a specific location, apply the sensitivity label to that level. And that helps you capture more information. So that takes that 1.5 million files down to maybe 700,000 locations. And then you can, I know that doesn't sound very helpful, but then you can build that into your templating. If I know that when someone creates a team for a partner, there's always going to be a contracts folder, the template can automate applying all of those protections.
Yeah, the other level, if you want to go up a level, because you mentioned like a partner site, you can also do labels at the site level or the team or group level.
Yes.
Where you could do like a partner label at the site or group and set up different sharing permissions, external versus internal, public versus private teams. I love sensitivity labels for that information at that team or site level because I know anything labeled as a partner or a client site is going to have certain sharing protections versus anything that's internal or when I create demo sites. Yeah.
Forgive me, I'm not ignoring you. I just need to make sure we pull this all together because right now it's just 5 different pieces, right?
Right.
So the last thing we pull in together is who are you, right? Where are you? What are you trying to do? And how are you trying to do that? When we pull all of that together, we get what Microsoft refers to, and I love how we name things just with the common sense thing that they are, because that's not at all confusing. We have conditional access built into our system. You can say that Ben, when accessing our corporate network from a public internet site on a corporate managed device, has not only the ability to see specific types of data, but has the ability to do certain things with that data. And so if Ben were to log in from Uganda all of a sudden, we may want to restrict what Ben is doing because we don't believe Ben is really in Uganda. Is it possible he went there? Yes. Is it likely based on our normal risk profile? No. And so the last piece of this is the reason you pull all of these things together is you tie that together with conditional access to really strengthen your security profile.
Yes, by far. I will tell you, Jay did not give me Michigan tickets to say this. E1, this is included with the E1, Enter ID E1. This feature is worth the price of E1 alone, in my opinion. Single greatest feature in that plan for protecting your environment, your network, your data.
Yeah. I guess I forgot last thing because we haven't actually talked about the verify side of things. So the very, very, very last piece of that, and my color coding is now off, is you have, still off. You're going to get what you get this time. You get your logs and signals. So early on when Ben was talking about devices, he talked about signals and he talked about what Microsoft is viewing. So what we can then pull in is by logging who is accessing things, what they're accessing, where they're coming from, we can give you context, to what people are doing, and we can then automate the protections. Oh, wow, that just got really terrible. And we do that through a couple of things, and just the things I'm going to write down for, sorry about that. So we do that through Microsoft Sentinel. Sentinel is our where you bring all of those logs in together, everything from the device to third-party solutions to the native Microsoft things. We do that with solutions such as Security Copilot, which I don't know if it's Security Copilot or Copilot by Security today, because that changes on a regular basis. We also do that through things like you mentioned earlier, Defender XDR. And pulling all of that data together gives you the ability to automate protection. For example, when you identify Ben in Uganda, you can trigger the automation of notifying security.
Call Jay.
Don't call Jay. So apologies that we had to rush through those last two sections because you really didn't get nearly enough information about them. But hopefully that gives you an idea of the larger package of Microsoft as a security stack. And we'll hang out for questions. Were there questions online? No? Perfect. So thank you. All right, that's all.
Yes.
Lunch.
All right, lunch. It smells good. I'm hungry.
After that, who wouldn't be?
Hi. 9 years ago, my husband and I sold our house and our cars and gave away all our stuff and went nomad. So since that time, I've traveled over 600,000 miles, spent time in 200 different cities across 20 countries, and tried 1,300 different new beers. So what I want to talk about today is what brought me to becoming a digital nomad and how you might take away some of that knowledge for yourself. So the first question is why? Why would somebody decide to live in other people's houses and use other people's appliances and not have a home base for that length of time? And for everybody who does this, it's a different reason. For myself, a lot of it was that I just had come to the point in my life about 10 years ago where I felt that I just felt burdened by the stuff that I had in my house. We had a typical American 3-bedroom house, and with, well, maybe not so typically, it had also 3 living rooms, and they were just all full of things, and you had to always be moving them and cleaning them and thinking about them. So even when even when we were traveling, I would still have to be thinking about who's taking care of, what if something breaks, something like that. So that was part of it. And also, I felt I had lost my business a few years prior to that and was already working remotely in a different business, the one I'm in currently, and kind of felt like if I could I had already lost everything, basically, so it didn't seem to matter as much just losing the things that were in my house. That didn't seem that important. So that was kind of the thing that drove me to doing this. I love to travel, I love new things, and so some of that I know resonates with other people, and I found that in traveling around to different conferences and speaking on SharePoint topics, which is typically what I do, or Power Platform, what people mostly ended up wanting to talk to me about was my lifestyle and how you do that and why would you do that. So that's what brought me to creating this session, which I did first 5 years ago, and things have changed a good bit since then. That was pre-pandemic. And we were still nomading, still didn't have a home during the pandemic, but and a lot of people obviously have started working remotely since then too. So this is a different concept from just working remotely, but actually not having a home base, but traveling around from place to place. So I'll talk about a number of different aspects, and then I'd like to also answer any questions people have about that. Also, a little disclaimer somewhat is that 3 years ago, I decided to put a pause on nomading around the world because my mom was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and so I moved to Southwest Florida to help care for her. But I could only do that because I was already a digital nomad. I didn't have a house that I had to move from. All we had to do was stop. So we stopped and are still stopped. But I do plan to take this back up because I find that I miss it terribly. And whenever I am going to speak at a conference like in Germany or England or something, then I still do what I had been doing, which was go to the conference and then spend the next month there and live in a place and learn about things. So one of the things is housing, of course. So that is so all of this, what I'm going to talk about is while we were like really nomading and what we plan to get back to. But so housing, of course, is the largest expense that we had. I had been budgeting about $2,000 a month for housing. That's something, I'll get to the money part later, but that's doable if you're using, so we were using we still do, use Airbnbs a lot. So we've stayed in 100 different Airbnbs since we started doing that, since we started nomading, and also house sitting, so which often involves watching pets. So like I've watched a cat for a month in Manchester, UK. I've stayed in Germany and just gardened for somebody who was on vacation for 5 weeks. So things like that, that's all free room anyway, and all you have to do is your groceries. So that gives that, doing some house sitting, and I'll provide some links of where you can find things like that, lets you, kind of gives you an excuse to go to some different places you may not have thought of going before, but also helps with the budget. So I would say I hardly ever stay at hotels unless it's like near the airport and I need to go fly out the next day or something like that. But everything else, even if it's just for a few nights, I'd prefer to do Airbnb just because I can have a kitchen and an extra room to do my work and let my husband sleep or read or whatever he's doing. So clothing is another aspect. I travel with this. This is it. I can go for 6 months with this. That's maybe not for everybody. That's kind of extreme minimalism, but you just need some pieces that go together and that you can wash in a sink and dry. Some little tricks like real thing. That's true. That's true. That's true. And I only buy something if something has worn out, which, I mean, obviously then clothes do wear out if you're washing and wearing the same thing over and over again. So also I ended up with like 6 pairs of little black boots at one point because I would go someplace and like in Europe where that's what everybody wears, and realize, my other ones I left back at my daughter's house, and because I didn't have room to pack it in my bag, and so then I have to buy another pair of little black boots. But charity shops are the way to go. I mean, I've done that before, where I was going to I work for Lightning Tools, which is a SharePoint ISV based in the UK. I've worked for them since before I started nomading, and one time I was going to be there in the UK around Christmas time, so I was going to go to the Lightning Tools Christmas do, and I don't have room for a little black dress, even a little one, in my bag. So I went to the charity shop, bought a fancy dress for the Christmas thing, and then gave it back to another charity shop in Liverpool, which was the next place we were going. So same with coats, because if we're traveling from like Costa Rica to northern Germany and it's wintertime, charity shops again to buy a coat. And then I can give it back, or just depending on where I'm going. I have left things all over the world, really, at different people's houses. Like if I just don't have room for it in my bag and I've used it for 2 months, I figure, I got $5 worth of use out of this thing, so I'll just leave it. I actually have left things in hotel rooms and for the staff because I don't have room in my bag for it. But it does mean that it's a way of, well, I'll get to that later. Food. We don't eat out much. That's why I like Airbnbs, because there's a kitchen. You can cook your own food, go grocery shopping. Plus, I enjoy grocery shopping in different places and seeing what there is, what kind of products exist in different countries, especially. But even around the U.S., grocery stores are different. But also just it's a more inexpensive way of feeding yourself. But also, I am a little bit of a foodie, so I do like going out to really nice restaurants and seeing that aspect of things. I like this quote that I had found, that the things you own end up owning you, and it's only after you lose everything that you're free to do everything. And I kind of take that to heart, because that's really pretty much exactly how I felt before I started my nomad journey. Logistics is something else. So between the time that we decided to go nomad in 2014 and the time we did, a year later, there was a lot to do. We had to get everything digital. So we had been banking with a real bank, a bricks and mortar bank, so we had to move to a totally digital bank. We got a different credit card that actually our son had recommended that doesn't charge foreign transaction fees and lets you, accumulate travel points that you can use on airlines and things like that. All of our insurance, plus just getting rid of all of the stuff. We ended up not being able, we put our house on the market, we got the house ready to put on the market, which was a big undertaking because we had lived there for 30 years, but then it didn't sell. Like everybody said, oh yeah, that's gonna sell really quick, but we had made plans specifically for the fall of 2015 and actually had booked something, which I rarely do. And so we needed to leave and the house hadn't sold yet. So we ended up putting our house on Airbnb and that helped pay the mortgage, basically, the Airbnb fees that we got for the house. But we had to figure all that out. So we had to get rid of enough stuff that most of it was gone, but also leave enough stuff for whoever was going to stay at the Airbnb, which was a little tricky. We got a small storage unit near where our house used to be and put the things that we wanted to save in that, because there were some things like my husband's beer brewing equipment, our backpacking gear, our Lord of the Rings DVDs, that sort of thing. Of course, now I don't have a DVD player anyway, but so we had this small storage unit. We started to put some stuff in there and then kept, like I said, for the Airbnb guests. And then we were, it was like almost a year later, I think 10 months later, when the house finally sold, and we were in England at the time and in contact with our, so that whole time we had a property manager and a cleaning person who would come, and we worked all of that remotely. We had a remote thermostat, a remote door lock changing mechanism and things like that, because we were in Europe most of that time. But we got a message from our realtor that somebody had, we have a firm offer on the house, so we had to hurry up and come home and deal with that. And then, like within 10 days, then we had to get rid of all the rest of the stuff in the house. So I just put a message on Facebook Marketplace, and rather than have a garage sale or something, and it was like vultures or something, and I said, everything must go, and I put pictures of stuff and gave away a lot of stuff to our friends too. But anyway, the house was cleaned out within 10 days, which was really nice. So what I was trying to talk about there was travel. So for travel, we have tried all different methods, mostly flying from one place to another, but mostly buying just one-way tickets. So I really like being flexible, which you can do when you hardly have anything to take with you. So like I mentioned, if I'm going to go to a conference or something, I'll just go there and then we'll stay for a while. But typically just buying a one-way ticket to someplace and then deciding, depending on what else comes up, what we're going to do next. For a while, or sometimes we would have sort of a general plan for 6 months or a year out. Like we know we've got a family thing we want to do in the spring, and so and that's in California, and then we have something else that we want to do in England, something to go to in Italy, and just whatever's in between. But also relied a lot on just deals. Like I am not loyal at all to any airline, but if I see a deal, I'll take it. Like one time I recall I happened to see a deal that was $200 tickets from New York to Copenhagen randomly, and we hadn't really planned to go to Copenhagen, but I said sure, and we didn't have any particular plan. We were at our son's in Philadelphia at that point, and didn't have a plan for the following week. So I bought the ticket and we took the train up to New York and flew to Copenhagen. And then we stayed there for a little while in Denmark, and then one of my sisters lives in Germany, so I said, we're coming over, and can we stay with you for a while? So we did that, and I don't remember what happened next. I often, this is why I love Google, because Google Timeline can remind me where were we and what did we do, because that often comes up, like we're trying to think, what did we do after we did this? And I have to rely on Google to find out, because it's just too much. But, and I like to travel, so we typically don't rent a car when we go someplace in the US. We typically do, because you can't not, really. But in Europe and other places where we're, and especially if we're in a city, then we don't, because there's no reason to, and there's really good public transportation. And so we've used all of those different modalities. I like using an app called Rome to Rio. Has anybody used that one? It's really good for just finding random ways to get from one place to another place in the world, and it'll bring up all the different modes of transportation, and then you can look into each one and decide which thing you want to do. Like, that's what kind of gave me the idea of one time I was going from Slovenia from Croatia to Germany, and it suggested a night train, which I hadn't really thought about, but in the end we decided against the night train and took a day train, because, I mean, it's a long drive, train ride. I think it's like 20 hours total or something, but we wanted to see the Alps during the day, which was a good choice. And I've done that since then again, because that was really fun. From a technical standpoint, you guys are all techies, so I don't probably need to cover that with this group, but I just have one laptop. I know people wonder, how do you work without multiple monitors and things like that, but I've just gotten used to it, I guess. I mean, I have a big-ish laptop. I used to actually have a bigger one, but I've just gotten used to it, and then just carry my cords and as small of things as I can think of. Like, I've got this multi-thing dongle, so I don't have to carry multiple things. So anything like that, I just always focus on what's the smallest thing I can do. Like, I just recently had to buy a webcam because my camera on my laptop is not really working very well anymore, and so I bought the tiniest webcam I could find, because I'll be able to carry that with me. And finances, I've been asked a lot, like, isn't that an expensive way of living? But actually, it's way less than living in Naples, Florida, I will tell you that. And it was always less than living in our house in, near Pittsburgh, which is a fairly inexpensive place to live, really. But you have things like, if you do it where you don't have a home base. I mean, it's different from going on vacation, where you still have a house or a rent or a mortgage or something, plus your travel and your lodging where you're staying. If you don't have the home base, you don't have cars to maintain or pay car payments on or buy gas for, you don't have stuff that you keep on having to buy for your house, even if you are fairly non-consumer, there's still always things that break and you have to buy. And just the house payments, the electricity, the internet, the heating. I've been using other people's internet for years, just because it's part of the Airbnbs and the houses. I mean, I guess, not everybody could do this, because then who would be paying for the internet and the TV and things like that? But at some point, somebody has to. But generally speaking, though, I think it's a reasonable way to live that way. So my main question to people is, if that's something that seems interesting to you, what are you waiting for? It's not that simple, really, for most people. People have families. I was lucky that I was at a point where our kids were grown and had left home, and we kind of asked them, would this be okay with you? Like, you're gonna lose your childhood house that you grew up in, is that okay? But they are both fairly adventurous themselves, and in fact, our son had kind of maybe planted the germ of this with us a few years before that, when he and his now wife took off to New Zealand for a year and traveled around the country on their bikes, and had all kinds of adventures, and it was really interesting. And it kind of maybe that was kind of in the back of my mind, thinking, yeah, that's something that a person could really do. And also, a lot of people I've talked to have said, boy, I would really love to do this, but my wife wouldn't go for it. And then we talk to the wife, and they say, I would really love to do this, but my husband wouldn't go for it. So I guess another thing was, we kind of both decided at the same time. This sort of all came about when we were in D.C., which was where our son was going to school, and my husband and he had just bicycled down to D.C. from Pittsburgh, and we were standing along the river in Georgetown drinking a glass of wine, and we were staying in like a town home in Georgetown, not a hotel, and just thought to each other, boy, this would really be fun to just do, like just go live in different cities and experience different things. And we can't remember who said which, but the other one said, yeah, I've been thinking that too. So then we just kind of decided right then and there to do that. And like I said, then it took a year from that. But now, the thing that I am finding that I'm missing about it is now that we have an apartment, we only have an apartment, so we're still kind of temporary. We didn't buy a place in Naples. But when we moved there, we had to buy a car and a couch and a TV and a toaster and a toilet brush, like college students or something. We had to start all over again. We moved our stuff down that we had in the little storage unit. But, and now I have my mom's stuff too, because she moved from an apartment into memory care facility, and so I've got her china cupboard and her buffet and like her dishes and things like that, and it's starting to really, really get to me having all this stuff again, and it just feels so crowded, and I just have to get rid of it again, I guess, or what to do there. But so that's my life. I have a couple of resources here. So obviously, probably almost everybody has used Airbnb, but I really have had a lot of good experiences with it. I had a good experience hosting on Airbnb, and I'm trying to think what I was doing recently, where I was talking to somebody and they were not sure about me or something, and I said, well, here's my profile on Airbnb. And they could see, all of my 100 5-star ratings as a guest and things. So they said, oh, okay, well, all right. Mind My House is the one that I use for house sitting. So there are several different house sitting websites, but that's a really good one, I find. It seems friendliest and has places all over the world. There's one that's just US-based ones, but usually on those websites, you pay as a person who wants to do house sitting, and the homeowners usually don't pay to put a listing on. And usually that involves a pet, because that's the reason that somebody wants somebody to watch their house, is because they've got a pet there too. And so, yeah, we've got lots of good references on that we're good dog and cat moms, and people like the way we send their pictures of their pets and things like that. But I really enjoy doing that, actually, because you get to live in a neighborhood, in a place, and really find out about that. And meet interesting people too. So for travel arrangements, like I mentioned, I use Rome to Rio. Also Momondo, have people used that one? I find that's really good. Because it often finds the really cheap flights, I find. And then I usually take what I see there and go to the airline to see, although sometimes they're showing the things from flight aggregators, and sometimes they're a little sketchy, I think. I have run into a couple where I think the flight that they were posting that was really inexpensive was actually, now I forget what they call it, but where the aggregator was taking several flights from different airlines and different locations and kind of putting them together, because then I would get a notification like 6 months out that, oh, your flight to Dubuque is gonna be next week or whatever, and I never booked a flight, you know, so I think it was part of one of those things, but whatever. If I can get a flight for $300 to Europe, I'm gonna do it. And then Google Flights, I like that just because you can put in the date ranges that you want and have it track where you're going and things like that. And then just some things on the lifestyle. We kind of started out with the book called Home Sweet Anywhere, and it explained a lot about the logistics. Like, did you know that you can, as a US citizen, you can only be in certain of the European countries for 90 days every 6 months. I think that's what it is. I'll have to remind myself again. But because I haven't had to use that for a while, but like there were some times where we had to exit out of the Schengen countries. That's what it's called, this particular group of countries, which is somewhat the EU, but not exactly the same. And go to a different country for a while before going back into the Schengen countries. But I didn't know anything about that until I read that book. So that gave us some ideas about logistics and things. And I like the websites, although these are now a little bit outdated because like the Professional Hobo website, it's still really, really good information. But I believe that she's not nomading right now. And I think actually Nomadic Matt maybe also isn't, but there's lots of good resources, and then there's other people who are. So, but I haven't kept up on them that much because I got really all I needed, I think, from them. Luckily, we're both very healthy, so that's a good question because I know, and I think that's addressed in that book, but I kind of glossed over that. But especially if you're on like maintenance medications or something like that, yeah, that would be something you'd have to look into for how you're going to deal with that. I mean, we still maintained always a U.S. address for a credit card, and I have a U.S.-based phone. I use Google Fi, which gives me the same rates for data no matter where in the world I am, so I really like that. But, well, what we did was we used one of our kids. So we used one for a while, and then the other one bought a house in California, and so we switched to that one. So we moved to California for a while, and so then they would get like our official mail, and like my MVP awards and things would go there, and stuff like that. But I know there are also ways to do like well, you can't do a post office box because credit cards won't let you do that, or banks. But there are ways to have some kind of a address that's not a real address. There are companies that do that. But back to the healthcare question. So I was maintaining my U.S.-based healthcare, just like the regular. I'm under the ACA, so I'm just using that, and luckily haven't needed it very much overseas. A couple times that I did, it wasn't very expensive anyway there, not like here. So I just paid out of pocket. And I would always recommend travel insurance. So I've never used it yet, but I have bought travel insurance for every trip, like every time we left the US, I would buy travel insurance. I still do. I use World Nomads for that, and that covers like super emergency kind of things or repatriation of body or whatever needs done, and just some emergency things like loss of luggage or trip cancellation and stuff like that if you don't have that already on your credit card. But my credit card has all of that anyway. Yep. Oh, that's a hard one, and people always ask me that. There are so many. I really, really liked Croatia, and we went to, not Dubrovnik at all, but we went to Split, but only because we were going to Vis, which is a little island off the coast of Croatia, because that was recommended by a SharePoint friend that used to live there, and that's where his family always went. And that was one of the best recommendations ever, because you take a boat there, hop across a couple islands, and then we took a bus over the mountain to this little fishing village on the other side, and had an apartment right on the Adriatic Sea, and took boat rides around the island, and that was just fantastic. So there. And there are so many places that I want to go that we haven't yet, like Iceland and Asia, really. I mean, we've been to Australia and New Zealand, but not the Asian countries. So I've been to places where I can get by with the language mostly, because I speak German pretty well, some Italian, a little bit of Spanish, kind of menu French. But so any of those or similar, like I can figure them out, but things with other characters in them, like like Japanese or Russian or something, I know nothing really about them. So I'm kind of saving those to maybe go with somebody that, or be with, or know somebody there. I mean, that's always nice. That's one really plus side of being part of this community, is that most places that I want to go, I know somebody there in the tech community, or know somebody who knows somebody, and can get a little bit of an insider's view on what are some good things to see and do, or even just get taken around. So yeah, Croatia is one, but I also really like the place we went in Costa Rica. I went to Costa Rica one year because I needed to get new crowns on my teeth, which I had been told by a dentist in Pittsburgh when we were just staying there briefly. And I looked up that it was so much cheaper, like a quarter of the price in Costa Rica. So I went there and had that done, and then went to a little coastal town there, another little fishing village, and spent time there, which was also really cool. Yeah, I really like the off the beaten track places, I guess I would say. 7 years. So far, yeah, and some of that was in the U.S. So actually, it was kind of interesting. After we sold our house, then whenever we wanted to go back to Pittsburgh to see my mom, who was still living there at the time, and or other part, like my nieces and so on, who are still there, then we would have to get Airbnbs because we didn't have a house there anymore. But that was really fun because we got Airbnbs in different parts of the city, which we had never lived in before. And Pittsburgh is, if nobody has ever been there before, it's a very cool city with all these different little neighborhoods, sort of like a European city in ways. And so we could just walk around and learn those neighborhoods that we had always heard about. But what was the question? Sorry. Oh, yep. Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, so the question is about retirement or stopping at some point. I guess I would say I would not be interested in stopping until I physically can't. And that's one thing that I would say that I hear from a lot of people my age, that they would like to do that, but they have a hard time walking, or they have these different medical issues and things like that. So my suggestion would be not to wait until you retire to do the traveling, because then you might not be able to. We're all lucky that we work in a field where we can work online for the most part, and so we can do this while we work, while we continue to work. I mean, as long as I sometimes have to work at screwy times, depending on what time zone I'm in. But as far as then landing, it's something we talk about sometimes, but we don't have an answer for. Like, where would we land? At some point, we will probably need to land. So far, I don't think I've been to a place that says, oh, this is the home that I want for the rest of my life necessarily, and some of it might depend on where our kids and grandkids are at that point. Right now, they're now both in New England. So actually, when the guy from Tuck said he lives in Underhill, I know exactly where that is because I'm going there on Monday. That's right near my daughter's house in Vermont. Yeah, so I don't know. We don't know. And we do have retirement savings, yes. Yeah, so somewhat from when I worked at my own business, although that was, like I said, we lost almost everything. So I just had a little bit left from that. But my husband worked for years and years for a corporation, and so he has a 401k. And so, yeah, we feel pretty comfortable with what we have there. And because we haven't had to overspend, while we're nomading, because that is less expensive. We've been able to save from because I still obviously have income. Yeah. Yes.
You said you stopped a couple years ago?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, during COVID, actually, we got stuck. So we were flying from the UK to Washington, D.C., I forget why we were going there. I think we were just going to stop and see our son before going out to California because our daughter was about to have a baby. That was the spring of 2020. And so in that January, just as we were flying out of the UK, they were starting to ask people, have you been to China recently? And things like that, because there was this virus that people were hearing about. Then we got to DC, and we were in an Airbnb, and things were just starting to shut down. My niece from Germany was flying over to spend some time with us there in DC, and we were concerned that she was going to be allowed to fly back because restaurants were starting to close, or like we were having to go and get takeout. Then there was an MVP summit that was scheduled right then, and I was going to fly out for that. And I ended up doing that from my son's couch instead. My husband flew out to California, and I stayed in DC for that other week. But by the time I was going to California, things were really starting to lock down. And when I got to Humboldt County, which is where they were, way north of San Francisco, I had to go into quarantine for 2 weeks because that's what they were expecting everybody to do who had traveled. So we had rented an Airbnb already, so I stayed at the Airbnb and my husband stayed with our daughter, and the baby hadn't been born yet, but at some point in there he was. And then we got a different apartment because it seemed like it was maybe going to be a little while before we were going to be able to travel again. And we just started going month to month, kept thinking, oh yeah, next month we'll be able to go somewhere else, but then we couldn't. So we ended up in an apartment there for 1.5 years before we were really able to travel again. But that's a fantastic place to be stuck during a pandemic, I will tell you that, because it's, like I said, way northern California. How am I on time? And there was, they were telling people you can't go out among people, but there were no people. There are no people there, like on the beaches, they're completely empty, and you can go hiking in the redwood forests and things like that. And so we made ourselves a bubble, as they were calling it, if you remember, with us and our daughter's family, so that we could be together and be with the grandkids and stuff like that. But yeah, we were just kind of stuck there during the pandemic. And then after that, when we did get going again, then it was pretty shortly after that my mom was diagnosed, and we were in Naples for Christmas to visit her and my sister who lives there, and has been handling all of our mom's stuff. And I could see how stressful that was and how much she could use some help. And so we decided we'll just stay here and help for a while. And yeah, I think my sister cried. But so anyway, that's what we're doing. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for your attention, and I hope even if you aren't at the point where you can do this, that at least this might have given you a couple ideas about ways that you might rethink about different parts of your life. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining me for my session today. A big thank you to all of the sponsors who are helping to support this awesome event. This is our second year in Orlando and I'm excited to be back with you all this year. For those of you that may have been in my Loop session last year, you're gonna get to see a little bit of Loop today too. Don't worry, I'm gonna show you how we're incorporating that into our Teams meetings. Don't forget about our app, so please use the app to find all of the sessions that you can attend for the rest of the day. I hope to see you in some other sessions. And then always please share feedback. We want to make this event even better each year, so the more feedback you can provide about the event and also for the sessions, that we can bring the best sessions to you also. If I haven't had a chance to meet you here in person or maybe online somewhere else, I'm Heather Severino. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. I'm also a Microsoft Most Valuable Professional and an MVP for the categories Microsoft 365 and Microsoft Teams, which is a perfect fit for everything that we're going to be talking about today. I'm also a LinkedIn Learning instructor, so you'll find many of my courses on that platform if you want to learn more about Microsoft Teams and all of the apps that we're going to be exploring within the Teams meetings. And for anybody that's local, I am local as well here in the Central Florida area, so I'm in a little beach town just south of Daytona Beach. So when we think about meetings, I first want to pose a question. So if you're in the online session, please let me know your thoughts on this. And if you're here in person, you can of course shout them out or just kind of nod your head if you're agreeing with me on this. How many of you schedule a meeting and then go join that meeting right at the start time and then share your screen and do whatever else you need to do to get the meeting set up? I see a few hands in here. How many of you are really organized and spend a lot of time before the meeting to go in and set up the whiteboard, right, Jonathan? Right? Yes, okay. To go in and set up your polls if you're going to be wanting to get interaction from everybody, to go in and start chatting with them ahead of the meeting, and maybe set up your agenda. Do any of you schedule meetings without an agenda? Without. You're guilty of it too, right? Yeah, we've all been there. Yeah. Yeah, so hopefully after today you'll understand 2 ways that you can be a little more organized in setting up your meetings. So there's 4 phases is what I like to refer to for how you're going to work through the meetings that I'm going to show you today. The first one is initially setting up that meeting. Creating an agenda, sharing it out with whoever needs to be a part of the meeting, setting up all of the settings for the permissions and everything for that meeting. That's the first phase. The second phase is what are you going to do prior to the meeting? And so this is where I start to say, are you communicating with everyone before the meeting, or are you expecting that communication to start at the beginning of the meeting? So we want to think about collaboration and communication to get the most out of that. There's a lot of stuff that you can do before you get to that meeting. I don't know how many of you have been to a meeting where you've gone to it and you're like, that could have been an email, right? It doesn't have an agenda, or it goes off the rails onto all these things that maybe shouldn't be part of that meeting and you feel like it's a waste of time. So we're going to talk about some ways that you can communicate that there's clear expectations about the meeting and a lot of things that can happen before the meeting so that when you get into that meeting, you can get the most out of it. You can really be spending the time and getting that ROI, that return on investment out of that. We're also going to focus on what you can do in the meeting to really make sure that everybody is heard, to make sure that you're engaging them and getting the best collaboration that you can within that meeting. And then there are some things in the 4th phase of this is the follow-up. What can you do after the meeting? Where can you go to find all those artifacts from the meeting, and how can you make that a little bit more organized for everyone to be able to go and gather those takeaways, gather those action items, gather those notes, whatever they need to access after, and make that a quick and productive experience for them as well. So those are the 4 phases that we're going to be covering in today's session to kind of help you understand how you can get the most out of this and be more organized. And we're going to be primarily working within Microsoft Teams for this. So with that, let's go ahead and switch on over to Teams. And we're going to go, this is a little odd with my mouse on this podium. I might go back to a touchpad here in a moment. So here we are in Microsoft Teams. When we're setting up a new meeting, if I were going to have this as maybe a planning meeting, if I want to invite people privately to this meeting, sure, I can go ahead and add their names in this field. But if this is a meeting that has to do with work that's taking place in a team channel, make it a channel meeting. So if you're not aware of the differences between a private meeting and a channel meeting is going to say, hey, everything that you're doing in this meeting, I'm going to collect it in the post area of that channel so they know where to go back and find the recording. the transcript, any of the meeting notes that you've taken manually, or any of the notes that Copilot has taken on your behalf. So that's the first thing that I would challenge you to is this a private meeting where there's just a few individuals that are not part of a channel, or is there work that's already happening within a team channel, and is this going to be the best approach? This is the place where I should have that meeting. I'm calling your attention to this because there's something newer in here. So if I go in here and I start to look at my teams and where I want this to happen, and I'm going to use this M365 training team and office hours channel for this, notice over here the send personal invites. In the past in Microsoft Teams, we didn't have this. And what would happen is they'd be like, I didn't know about that meeting. It's not on my Outlook calendar. So this toggle switch can really help make sure that everybody gets the notification where they need to be able to have awareness on that meeting when it's happening and to be prepared for that meeting when they're going there. If this is not turned on, they would see this in Microsoft Teams, and in that channel, based on how they've got their notifications set up, they will get a notification when the meeting is starting within that team channel. But by turning this on, we're making sure that they get that invite in their Outlook calendar and that they're able to manage it from there as well. So that's my first of my 10 tips for you is send personal invitations if this is going to be a channel meeting. As we move on down, this is a great place for your agenda. Now there's two ways that we're going to work with agendas. I'm going to turn this off, and I'm going to take this from being a channel meeting back to a private meeting. What I want to show you, if it will, let me make this full screen. It's looking like it's a little shifted on my screen here, so let's adjust this. There we go. As we move on down, you'll notice that there's an area here for an agenda. This is a loop component. What was the first note-taking app that was included with Microsoft Teams when it came out? I heard OneNote and I heard Wiki. It was OneNote. It was OneNote originally, then it went to Wiki, and now it's Microsoft Loop. So if you want to use what's built into your Teams meeting, this is what you're going to want to click on, this add an agenda. It doesn't really tell you it's a Microsoft Loop component by saying add an agenda, but once you click it, you'll start to see that this is in fact a Loop component. What's great about this? How many of you been to that meeting where you didn't have an agenda, the question I asked you earlier? This is the solution for that if it is a meeting internally within your organization. So if this is with your colleagues, Loop components work awesome within your tenant. It's not going to work for guests. So that's the difference of where if I'm going to be inviting external people, I'll build my agenda here so that it's shared within the detail section of the meeting and everybody has access to it. Benefits of this being a Loop component. Have any of you tried this out yet? I see a couple heads shaking yes. Has it worked well for you? Yeah? Are you using it more for the agenda, for the meeting notes, for the tasks, or all of the above? Everything? Okay. So let's say that we're going to discuss, our first topic is going to be 2025 plan. And then if I want to assign that to my colleague, I can use an at mention and assign that to my colleague. And then right here, notice it says to give this person access and notify them about it, click on this message. So now Zella's getting a notification that I have assigned this topic and this agenda to her for that meeting. We're creating awareness, right? They know the expectation before they come into the meeting, what they should be prepared for. There might be some files that we include along with this that they can look through to get prepared for that. So this is the agenda that we're starting to build. Notice over here too that we have, if you have Copilot included with your Microsoft 365, you can ask Copilot to rewrite this for you. So you can put a rough draft in here of what you want to have for your agenda and then have Copilot kind of polish it up and make it all pretty for you and really make it look a lot better. So that's a first instance that we're seeing with Copilot as we're starting to set up this meeting. So we've got some of the basics of what we're going to be doing with this meeting. Now this is going to be a private meeting instead of that channel meeting that we started with, and I'm going to invite my colleague Zella. And if I come on over here to the right, oftentimes I will get in a meeting, and this happens with my colleagues as well, we have all intentions of recording this meeting. And what happens? We get so excited about what we're talking about, we forget to record it, and we get about 15 minutes into it and go, oh, we should be recording this. This is another newer feature in Teams that I really like, the fact that we can turn this on as we're setting up this meeting. So we're still in phase one where we're setting up the meeting. We're saying record and transcribe this automatically. When we get to working with Copilot in the meeting, you'll see another benefit of why it's great that we can turn that on ahead of time. Speaking of Copilot, If we go here to more options, this is where you can set up all of the preferences for this instance of this meeting. In this particular instance of it, we're going to go over here to recording and transcript. And notice down at the bottom, if you have Copilot, when do you want Copilot to be available for your meeting? For some of you, based on the policy that's set within your tenant, your organization tenant, you may not be able to change this. It may be grayed out and it may be set to whatever choice that they have already set for you. Here you'll see that mine is set to during and after the meeting, which means I can interact with Copilot personally. No one else is going to see that interaction that I have with Copilot, ask questions that I want during the meeting as we're having these discussions. And then after the meeting, if I want to go back and ask further questions or go back and check something, clarify something, I can still interact with Copilot at that time as well. If I only want it to be available during the meeting and not after, this is the setting. Or if I want to turn it off completely, that's a choice as well. So I'm going to leave it set to during and after the meeting. And I'm going to select Save. And we'll close this out. And we're ready to send this meeting on its way. So here's the planning meeting for training. You'll notice I have another meeting here at the same time. We'll come back to that one here in just a moment. But I'm going to go ahead and launch this meeting. And when I join it, I'm going to make sure my audio is muted so that we don't get any of that awesome feedback through the microphone. And I'm going to join the meeting. Let me close this notification so you have a little more real estate. There we go. Notice what we have on the right, that loop component that we set up. 90% of all your preparation can be done before you even come into the meeting. This is one of the things that you can do. I'm going to show you a few more. So this is the loop component. We've got some agenda items to help us understand what are we going to be talking about. Maybe we can even include there how much time we're estimating that we're going to be talking about that. We like to call this time boxing or chunking. So that's another great thing that you can use to make sure that you're staying on topic and you have the right amount of time for each of those topics. And we have a place that we can start taking all of our notes. If you're not familiar with loop components, this loop component is now saved in my OneDrive document library. So I'm the owner of it. I get to manage this loop component. It's a .loop file type. But everyone else that I've invited to this meeting, this file has been shared with them, which means just as we might collaborate in a Word document together or an Excel workbook together or a PowerPoint presentation together, that same co-editing kind of an experience, we can all be editing this loop component at the same time here in this meeting. Yes, sir?
If it's a channel meeting, though, would that loop component be stored in the channel then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So make sure it's not stored back in my OneDrive.
Correct. So the question, just in case you couldn't hear that, is if it's a channel meeting for the online people, since you don't have a microphone, if it's a channel meeting, would it be not stored in my OneDrive? So it would be stored in the SharePoint document library. It's a syntax repository, which is where the workspaces are being saved, but I believe a loop component, and I can clarify that after and just check on it after this session, I believe the component is saved in the SharePoint library that's associated, or the SharePoint site that's associated with that team channel. Yes, great question. Yeah, and that's a common question of where do things live for the loop workspaces and the loop components that we have here. All right, so I'm here in this meeting. I'm going to check out and see in my people. It looks like it's just me right now. I don't think my colleague Zella has joined me in here quite yet. But notice at the top on the toolbar that we have Copilot up there. So if you have that license, if we select Copilot, that opens the Copilot pane here on the right, where I can start asking questions. And if you remember, let me get my mouse down here. There's my mouse. So if you remember, we started the recording and the transcribing when we set the meeting up. So immediately upon starting this meeting, because that is running, Copilot can now work within this meeting. You at least need to turn transcribing on, and in the More menu, if you're not setting that up ahead of time, you can go here to Record and Transcribe, and you can start and stop both the recording and the transcription. You may also notice that if you hadn't started the recording and the transcribing, if you were to just select Copilot, it's going to say, I'm going to start transcribing now. So you don't have to do those things necessarily manually ahead of time if you want to interact with Copilot. Just by clicking Copilot, it's going to start that process for you. Okay, I see that Zella is here with me now, and we're going to come back to Copilot in a moment. And thanks for the message. Zella's in the room with us in case you didn't know that. Just so Zella's not a real person, but you can probably figure out who it is. All right, so I'm muted, so it's not going to pick up my audio for me to necessarily demo Copilot here with you, but I'm going to take you into a meeting that we recorded last night for you to see that here in just a moment. But I want to show you a few other things that can be really helpful to you when you have your meetings. When we started this, if we go back out to Teams, and we take a look at this meeting here, once you schedule the meeting, so imagine I didn't start this yet, and we're going to go back to that meeting here in just a moment, but once you schedule a meeting, when you walk into a conference room and you're getting ready for a meeting, what are some of the things you do? If you have a whiteboard, you may start writing some of the things on the whiteboard to kind of prepare the discussion or the collaboration, the brainstorming that's going to happen on that. You might arrange the table and other things the way that you want it. Your virtual meeting rooms should be no different. You know, if we're the person that's organizing this meeting, we want to be effective with that, let's set up a few things ahead of time. So if I hadn't started this meeting yet, the plus sign here at the top is a great place for you to go and set up a whiteboard. So that plus sign is where you can add any of the apps, whether they're Microsoft apps or third-party apps, that you can work with in your meetings. This is a great place for you to be able to do that. It gives us the opportunity to name this. So let's say that we're going to have this as a design thinking session. And then once I'm done, I should be able to save it. It looks like it's not going to let me save it at the moment. So let's give it one more go. We'll just try it with the name that it has there. It may not have liked my name, probably because of the dash. Here it is. It's letting me know that Copilot is available in Whiteboard as well. So here's the initial whiteboard that we have. If you go to the 3 dots, a lot of times everyone starts with this blank whiteboard and they just start inking or putting shapes on there and arranging it with the sticky notes or anything that you want here. If you go to the 3 dots for the More menu, this is my next tip for you. Take a look at the templates. In the keynote this morning, you heard about there's a lot of different tools that are available for you to whiteboard. Mural was mentioned, Miro was mentioned, Whiteboard was mentioned. What are the other ones, Jonathan? Do you remember? I'm putting you on the spot. I don't. That was it? Yeah. None of the others matter? Just Whiteboard for you? Okay. So a lot of these whiteboarding types of tools, they have all of these awesome templates that you can work with. If we're having a brainstorming type session, why not start with one of these? If we're doing a design thinking session like I'm doing here, maybe this is something for an affinity or feedback grid. You've got all of these different ones that you can use. If this is an icebreaker, you're doing some onboarding or something else, there's all sorts of games that you can use and things for workshops. So I'm going to go back to the design thinking, and I'm going to select this feedback grid. And it's going to ask me to place it. And look what I've already created. If you were manually going to create that, how long would it take you? Yes, Michael?
Can you create custom templates? And if you do, can you store them in a place so that all of your colleagues can use them for their meetings also?
So the question was, can you create your own custom whiteboard templates? And if you can you store them in a place that all of your colleagues can access them? And is that department colleagues? Is that project team colleagues? Is that entire organization?
Project team.
Project team? I've not done it yet. I've not checked to see if that capability is there. I know that that is an ask. And Jonathan, you're welcome to weigh in if you know anything more than me since you're the whiteboard MVP.
Right. As far as I've been able to do, you create one, and then you save it, and you title it template, do not change.
Okay.
And then you let people use it, and then you can
duplicate it. Right.
But not like a template repository yet.
Right, okay. So what Jonathan is saying is that not yet. The workaround, which is what I was familiar with too, is that you can create your own custom one, save it, and then of course in the name call it a template, and that do not, I think he was saying something like do not duplicate or something like that. But there is a way for you to duplicate that template. So essentially you would use that as a template and just duplicate it and then make your changes instead of making the changes in it and then resaving it. Thank you for the question. So that is how you can get started with a whiteboard. Now remember that we are not in the meeting at the moment. We have just been working, and I'm going to close out of this to take us back. If I go into the meeting details for this, we were looking at the plus sign here at the top to set some things up. So just as I was setting a whiteboard up, anything that we can set up in the meeting, we can set up before we start the meeting. We've set up a whiteboard. We can also go and take a look at the other things that we can set up. These are some of the other things we can set up, and I'm going to show you how to set some things up in the meeting that we have running at the moment. So we're going to switch out of here. We're going to go back to the meeting that we have in progress right now. And at the top, notice here we have apps. So if the meeting is already running and you want to add in some of these collaborative types of apps, you can select it from here. And then you can go through and find it. You can either browse all of these or you can search for it. If you want to add polls, and polls is powered by Microsoft Forms, and if you've worked with it in a Teams meeting in the past but not recently, that's what it used to be called. So if you were familiar with Microsoft Forms that you would use for your polls here in the meeting, they have retitled it. So we'll add that in. Here's the polls panel that we get on the right. What I like about these, we have many different types of polls, and think of how you can use these in your meetings, in your workshops, in your training sessions. You could probably think of some other things that you're using Microsoft Teams meetings for to kind of switch things up. So instead of having them, tell me in the chat, is it A, B, C, or D? And then what are you having to do when you do that? You have to go through and tally how many people typed A, how many people typed B, how many people typed C. So especially if you've got larger groups, working with these polls can be a great solution to that because polls is doing all of the tallying for you. You just have to set up the question and how you want them to answer it, and then you can close that poll out. You can display the answers that you're getting from them on that as well. I have found a catch on that, and that might be where you're going with it. Please ask. No, go ahead. Okay. Guests. Is that where you're, no? No, it wasn't guests. Go ahead. Okay. So be careful of this. Test it ahead of time. It works amazingly if you're working this with inside your organization. When you have guests coming into your meeting, you may want to test that with some sort of a guest account, whether you have your own personal email address or something else, to see what is that experience. Because we have seen some people that come into the meetings and it seems like it's more of a privacy policy, some kind of policies or organizations have where they're not able to see the polls or interact with those polls. Please.
So the question is, because you pre-canned the meeting a moment ago showing the whiteboard, right? So if I add the polls in advance, can I also pre-can all of my questions in polls?
Yes.
That's what I want to because that's also the other thing, is you're trying to time it, right? Hey, we just went through this thing, now let's poll. Okay, right. Now we're going to poll again. So you can pre-build all that in advance. Okay, thank you.
You can pre-build all that. And that's actually something that we do in our training class when we're having our students do their teachbacks, their final teachbacks. If they're using something like this and they're not familiar with it, we'll help them. We're tell us what you want the questions to be, what you want the answer choices to be, and we'll load those all up so that we're not wasting a lot of time when it comes time for them to do their teachback. We've got it ready for them to be able to select it, or we'll select it for them. Yep, yeah. Same thing for your breakout rooms. So you can see that my lovely assistant, Zella, that's here in the meeting with me, has asked a question. So this is not the question that I created. Thank you very much for that, Michael. So my favorite pizza topping. What do you guys think my favorite pizza topping is of these 4 choices? Anchovies. It is pepperoni. Good job, Eric. All right, so I can select it, submit it. You'll notice that it's anonymous. Names are not recorded. I can see the responses as they're coming in. I can also see 2 choices, select done. And then over here on the right, you'll notice that we've got some other things that we can use for these polls. Another type of a poll that can be really good to use is I could ask Zella something like this. And let me try it out on mine. This is called a binary type of a poll. These are newer 2 polls. And so my question might be do you love this session? Or are you not so in love with this session? And you better pick the right one. So these are really quick little things for you to kind of check in with everyone that's participating in your meeting, in your workshop, your training, whatever it might be, right? What do you think about this new concept that we're talking about? They may not want to come off of mute and have their opinion on that, right? Anonymously, sometimes you're going to get better feedback if you have something like this that you can use instead. So that's polls. I'm going to go ahead and close out of this. I will show you new polls if we go in here. One of the ones that I've been working with more frequently is this word cloud. And you may have seen something like this where it's in a PowerPoint slide where they've got the cloud and they've got the different size words. What I like about this one is I could ask you what's your favorite keyboard shortcut. And if most people put Control V or Windows E or something like that, the more people that say that shortcut, the bigger the word becomes. So this is something that can help you understand how many people really liked this thing, or how many people really didn't like this thing, or how many people know this topic, or whatever it is. So that could be another interesting one where it's an open-ended question. They're not just picking from one of the choices that you have put in there. You're giving them a little more freedom with what they can do with that. All right, so when we added polls, notice what happened up here on the toolbar. So right next to Copilot, once you add an app, it's going to show up here on the toolbar for you to use in that meeting. So that's another thing that I like to do is I don't want to spend the time in the meeting to go and set these things up. I'm going to go set them up ahead of time and just like you were saying, pre-populate it with some of that content to make my meeting run more efficiently in that capacity. It also applies for your breakout rooms. So if I were to go in here and start setting up a breakout room, and let's see if I can, they're over here, rooms. This you can do before the meeting too. So if you know, I'm going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and let's say on line 6, I'm going to have 6 groups of people discussing something. I can set this up before I start the meeting. I can go into breakout rooms. I can say, hey, this is going to be 6 rooms. And I want you to automatically assign everybody that's a participant in this meeting, or I want to manually pick how I want to group these people together, and I've set up the rooms. So this can be done before the meeting, or you can do this within the meeting. What this does is it creates meeting rooms just like this one. You have all of the same capabilities. When you assign them to that room and you open those rooms, it automatically moves them into those rooms where they can have conversations on their own. They can use things like the whiteboard or the polls or any of the other things that they were doing. You can send messages through to them. So you'll notice this little announcement right here. For those of you online, if you look just above the room numbers here, you can send an announcement to tell them 5 minutes, please come back to the main meeting room. And if they don't, you can close all the meeting rooms and they automatically get moved back to this meeting room with you. So this is an excellent thing when you have activities that you're doing in your workshops, your training, or whatever it is that you're trying to do in your meeting, that it gives a way for you to have those quiet spaces for them to go and have those discussions. Yes, ma'am?
When you pre-populate like the polls or the meeting rooms, and you set them up pre-meeting, how do you then during the meeting say, now I want to initiate this poll, or now I want to do the 3 rooms?
Yeah, so if this were set up and I'm just coming into the meeting, when I select rooms, you'll see all of the rooms that are here. And then I can choose my plus sign. Or I can go in, you'll notice the 3 dots over here. I can manage the names of the rooms here if I need to rename them. And then up here at the top, I would assign my participants. So I would be able to say Zella's going to go to room 2, and Joe's going to go to room 4, and however I want to do that. So it's the same as if I were to set them up in the room as far as what it would look like and what the experience would be if I had set them up before the meeting. Great. Okay. So that is our breakout rooms. And while we're here, at the top, under the More menu, I want to show you 2 more things, and then we're going to move over to looking at some of the things that Copilot has to offer. When you're sharing content, I'm going to show you that we can share the presentation like we had at the beginning of this session. I'm going to use that one as an example. You'll notice that it says PowerPoint Live when this is coming up. Any of you done this instead of just sharing your screen that has the presentation on it? I see some hands up in the room, maybe online. I'm not sure if we're getting any feedback from them as well. What are the benefits to using this instead of just sharing your screen with the slide full screen? Live links. So if there are links on the slide, they're able to click on those links and go to the web pages. Yes, that is a great, awesome new benefit of that. That's a more recent benefit that they've added into PowerPoint Live. Do you know of any others? And it's okay if you don't. Yes, sir? Yeah. Yeah, so we've got like the inking down here where I can ink on this. Sorry, Peter, I don't mean to strike through your logo, but clip training is awesome. We've got a laser pointer. This is great because if you're the one that kind of gets crazy with the mouse pointer and circling things or squiggling it, You should always move your mouse with intention, start from point A, go to point B, and leave it. But if you can't break that habit, the laser pointer might be something that you can use. So as you're talking about these points, and if you're not seeing my screen as I'm describing it, what I see in the presenter view is I have a smaller slide, and then underneath it I have all of these tools that I'm able to use with this. And the inking and the laser are some of the great ones that you have. I'll go ahead and erase that from there. If we move on over, you'll notice under more actions, here's some of the other benefits, translating your slides. So we've had some translation mentioned in some of the other sessions. Sherry mentioned in her session about how you can translate video transcription or video spoken words into a different language. We can do that with our slides here as well. This might not be the best slide for me to use to show that, so let me move on over to here, and let's try it out. So if I go to translate slides and translate them to Spanish, and there you go. So just like that, if we know the audience that we are delivering this to speaks a different first language than maybe what I do or what my slides are set up for, this is a great way for you to change that. It's also less rendering if you're going to use PowerPoint Live than sharing your screen, because it's not having to redraw every pixel on the screen when you change to a new slide or you change to a new animation or something, some kind of movement is happening with that as well. The other thing that it provides for you is up here on my toolbar, with me presenting this, I can change this to private view, which means they can't go through the slides that are coming up next. But what I can also do is they can go back. So they can navigate back if I have that set, but if I turn this off, maybe I want them to go at their own pace and kind of look through the content. So it really depends on why you're delivering this content and the way you're delivering this content on which of these choices are going to work well for you. So those are all some excellent benefits by working with PowerPoint Live. And then, of course, knowing that it is reflecting all of the changes you've made, because it has to be a cloud-stored file for you to use PowerPoint Live. It has to be stored in your SharePoint or your OneDrive document libraries. Any other questions about PowerPoint Live? Have you learned a few new things so far, hopefully? Yeah, okay, awesome. Great. So let's talk about Copilot next. For this one, I'm going to leave this meeting. I'm going to end the meeting for now. And we're going to go back to the calendar. This is the meeting that it took place yesterday. Actually, we're going to start with this one first, if I can find it in here. So we started with this one. And you're going to get a behind-the-scenes blooper is what we're going to call it. Right, Mike? Sure. So this is a meeting that took place last night, and we set this up to be a demo for today. And it was to be able to demonstrate the capabilities of Copilot, because it's kind of hard for me to be in this Teams webinar with you right now and then also have a meeting running right now to do a live demo, because I would have some audio issues and it may not play as nicely. So we set this up last night. You'll notice this meeting that took place, we have recap. And you're going to notice two things. If this meeting did not have Copilot interacting within the meeting, we would just have what's called a regular recap, and that's the tab at the top that you see there called recap. This one, though, is actually an intelligent recap because Copilot was helping us out in this meeting. And the ways that you can tell the differences of that is you'll notice that we've got our recording. In either one, we would have the recording. When you're working with Microsoft Teams Premium or you're working with Copilot, you're going to notice that you may have down here speaking points of when the person is speaking. So if I want to go directly to that point in time, it's going to take me there where I can then start playing it to hear what that person had to say at that moment in time. Where intelligence comes into this is Copilot is also able to sync the transcription to the recording, and it's able to pull some information out for you. So if you notice over here on the right, we have AI notes and we have notes. The notes is your loop component that we were looking at earlier in the session today. So any of the notes that you're capturing, if you're using the built-in notes that come with it, this is where they're going to show up. The AI notes is Copilot. And I didn't do anything to generate these notes. This is a summary of what Copilot captured as far as notes, and then also the actionable work that is coming out of this meeting based on those discussions that we had. automatically comes with that. Yes, sir?
Isn't it Teams Premium, though? Teams Premium does this, too.
It does.
So then, for you to say it's a little confusing. It's like both.
It's available in both. The same features or capabilities are available in both. Yeah. So the question was, is it Teams Premium or is this Copilot? Because it looks very much like Teams Premium. These features and capabilities are available with both licenses. Okay, so here's where it gets good. We can go to Copilot, and we can ask it things like, catch me up, or recap this meeting. We'll try that one, recap this meeting. So if you were running late to the meeting, you could have it catch you up on what you've missed if that meeting is being recorded or transcribed. I could ask questions about how they felt about different topics, the sentiment about what was being discussed in there. So here's the recap that it created for us. What I like about this, whether it's AI that has created it or Copilot has created automatically, or if you're asking a question and getting the results, is these endnotes or footnotes. When you select it, and when you hover over the transcription here, it tells you at what point in the recording. So you can go back and listen to that part of the recording. Depending on which Teams app you're in, you may be able to click right over this timestamp and it will start playing that position of the recording. I think I was seeing that in the web experience last night, so there might be some slight differences on what you're getting with this. What we found, if we take a look at the transcription, you'll notice there's a part 1 and a part 2. Part 1 was the first recording and we stopped it, so if you start the recording again or the transcribing again, you're going to get a part 2. When you take a look at the transcription, if we go on down here, let's see if I can find it. This was part 2 after we were done with the demo portion, and we were discussing Copilot, some things about the licensing. And you'll see when we get here, the asterisks. What do the asterisks mean? Has anybody seen this? Profanity. It means Zella was not saying nice things in this meeting. Zella didn't know transcription was still on, and we were talking about some licensing and some different things, and it wasn't too offensive of a word, but it was, Michael, I think it just picked that up in my demo, so now we need to do something else, so we went to the meeting that we had scheduled for today, and we redid that demo. I'm showing you this, though, because it's actually a good thing to talk about. Like, are there settings that can help block profanity, or what it perceives to be profanity, from showing up in your recordings and your transcriptions? And yes, there are, and I'll show you where. So if we go to the settings here, and after that happened, then when I went back and I saw those asterisks, I called him and said, you're not going to believe this. This is a fun moment for us to know like how this is working and what's really going on here. So where it is captions and transcripts in the settings. And you'll notice by default, it is turned on to filter any profane words in the live captions. So that is something that you may be able to turn off. I'm not sure if that can be policy-driven within your organization. I'm thinking it might be. Yes, Jonathan?
The next question is, can you define that?
That's a great question. Yeah, because I have heard that sometimes there have been words that have been picked up where it's flagging it as profanity, but it really is not profanity. So I'm not sure in the question that was for all of you online, the question was, is there a list that you can manage to define what is considered to be profane and not?
An example, I work for a water district, so if we can't say the word damn
right.
in a meeting, we might have a problem.
Right. Yeah, Jonathan's saying he works for a water district. So if you can't say the word damn in a meeting, you're going to have a problem. Yeah, that's a good example. Great example for that, for sure. Great. Any other? It is. It really is. All right. So let's go ahead and take a look. So right now we've been taking a look at going back to a meeting and what we're able to do with it there. So let me just go back to this one again. So when we are in the recap and working with Copilot, this is showing you that, remember the settings when we were setting this meeting up where I said, hey, do we want to work with Copilot during the meeting only or during the meeting and after the meeting? This is how you would work with Copilot after the meeting. Just need to go back to the recap then you can ask any questions that you want about that meeting. So it's great about checking the facts of what was discussed. It's great if you missed the meeting and you're just trying to catch up on something quickly. You might ask it something like, when were you mentioned in this meeting? Speaking of mentions, you will see that that's also captured in the recap. So if we go on back over here, you'll notice that mentions right here. It didn't find any mentions of me in the meeting, but if I were, this would be a great place for me to go and see what were they asking about, or is there something that I need to follow up with someone on in that capacity. So notes are the manual notes that you and your fellow participants in the meeting generate. That's the loop component. AI notes is what Copilot is helping you out with. At mentions are things that you probably need to have awareness of to be able to follow up on. And transcript is going to be that full transcript that was AI generated from Copilot in this instance. And then down here we have who was speaking at different points, where it's syncing the transcription with the video, and you can go back and play those key points based on who was saying that. Yes?
If you have a recurring meeting, does it create a new recap for each recurrence of the meeting, or does it add it to the existing recap?
So the question was, if you have a recurring series of meetings, does it have a different recap for each meeting instance? Or does it summarize, does it keep them all together? Is that what you're thinking? Let me clarify something here just to make sure that I answer this in the correct way. Are we talking about the loop component notes?
And all four of those that are there.
Yeah. So for these notes, you'll notice I don't have anything in here, so I may not be able to demo quite that, but let me see.
Because you had two recordings. It said
Yeah.
1 and 2.
Yeah. Oh, you mean so those two different things for the recordings?
They'll be separate on all.
Yeah.
Except the notes should probably stay the same. It's a loop component.
Right. So let's take this one I don't think we have the two different, but let's go to the other one and take a look at it. So it should be the one from this one. I thought it was this one. Maybe it wasn't. I think it was the first. It was the first one. That's right. It was last night's. The one with the bleep. Let's see. So we go here. So Sherry, I think what you're saying is like for this component, if we compare that to this one, it's the same. So it would consider it just to be one component for that meeting. It doesn't break it out. For recurring series, now if you're thinking of recurring series of meetings where we have a meeting every Monday, and we're using this, what happens with it? Let me show you. You'll have some options here in the loop component on where it's shared and a way for you to copy this to your clipboard. You may also see, and I'm not seeing it here in this one, a way for you to push this out to Microsoft Loop to a workspace. And I'm not seeing it in this one, but let me show you. And it will capture those collectively. So it understands that for each meeting, there's going to be a separate note that we're taking for that. But if we flip over to Loop, when we're in Loop, so another place for if you're not seeing a way to push that out to the Loop workspace from where you are in that meeting instance, and I can follow up with you after the session because I've got some ideas on where we would be able to do that. I just don't think I have content in there to show you. But here in Loop, if you go to meeting notes, this is going to show you the Loop components for those meetings that you have happening. And then you can go in and view those, and you can choose if you want to send that to a workspace. So notice in the upper left corner, it says add to workspace. You can choose which workspace you want to put those meeting notes into. So there's a way for you to do it from the team meeting itself if it's an individual meeting or if it's a recurring series. And then here within Microsoft Loop, I love this new feature where you can see all of your recent meeting notes for the meetings. You're not having to like go back through the calendar in Teams and find those meeting notes. You can do it right from this. I think this is a much better view. And then you can choose which workspace you want to put it into. Similar to like what we're doing in OneNote notebooks, right? It's a similar approach, just a different way to do it than how we were doing it from the Outlook connection within a notebook. Does that help? Hopefully? Okay. Yes, sir.
Now I'm confused because, like, if it's in the Teams channel and you do the meeting, does those notes, does it separate the notes in there also?
So let me go to a Teams channel and let's talk through that one. And I'm gonna repeat your question for the online once we get there, just so I make sure that I'm understanding. I think I know what you're asking, but let's just make sure. So if we were here and we've got this onboarding update meeting that took place, right? This happens to be in the Southeast channel of my onboarding project team. The notes that are happening with this, you would still see them in this conversation. You would still be able to access the Loop component from there, and the recording from there, and the transcription from there. The chat would all be embedded within this. Any files that have been shared in that meeting would be within that. It's just a matter of if you wanted to take that component and put it into a workspace, there's a process for doing that if you want to add it to a specific Loop workspace. So if you're not that familiar with Loop components, well, Loop in general, I should say, there's really 3 levels. So components are shareable chunks of content, portable content that you can create pretty much in many different Microsoft 365 places. You can create it in an Outlook email, you can create it in a Teams chat or a channel conversation, you can create it in a Teams meeting, and then of course, depending on where you're sharing that, and the people that are a part of that is who has shared access to it. Then we have what are called workspaces, and I like to think of these as a OneNote notebook. A Loop workspace is similar to a OneNote notebook. It's a container. It's a workspace for everybody to collaborate and communicate in. Within that workspace, you have pages and subpages, just like in a OneNote notebook, if you're familiar with that. You can have pages and subpages to have all of your content arranged the way that you want. And so that can be many types of content. It can be typed text, it can be files that you're bringing in, it could be pictures, it could be components, Loop components that you can have embedded on those pages. So your meeting notes, you still have the option of where you want to place those. They're still going to be where you're familiar with them being in Teams if it's a private meeting or a shared meeting. It's just a matter of if you want to push that out somewhere else and make it available where the project work is happening, that you have that option.
All right, so I'll give you some context around it.
Sure.
Because having a stand-up and then taking some of that meeting notes and then, like, because that's where I used to keep track of them, where I could go back through it because it would be in my stand-up log. But then if I'm able to copy those, out of the system and kind of doc them up for a meeting with management, I can do it. It's easier for me to do it if I'm looking at Loop and seeing how you was able to select from the Loop. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's...
Yep. And if you're wanting to, you could do that in a private Loop workspace that's just yours, like if you wanted to have your own personal notes, or you could create one for those executives or whoever you are prepping them for, and then once you get them everything the way that you want, moving it out to there. I think that would be a good process for your stand-up notes. Yep. Yeah, and feel free to, after this session, if you've got more questions or you want to look at something, just grab me and we can take a look at it together. All right. Other questions you have for me? Any questions online, Angela? Okay. I have a little bonus for you. Let's see if we have time. We're going to go back into our Teams meeting. A couple little bonus tips here for you. So I'll use this one as an example. I know we always have, it may not be what it was intended for, what the feature was intended to be used for, but we kind of discovered these little tricks that it is something that can really work well for something else that you're doing. So a couple of the things that I want to show you for this one is the raise hand. We all probably have used raise hand, and this is a great way to let the organizer or the moderator know, like, hey, I've got a question or a comment, and in which order everyone is in. The numbers, I think, are a great add, a newer add to that feature. But this is something that we're using in our classes. So when we're coming back from break, or when we want to make sure that we've got everybody's attention or that they can hear us or something, instead of us asking for them to put it in the chat, can you hear me? We might say, like, raise your hand if audio is good or whatever is good, and if we can just look through this list and see that, yes, everybody is good. Or when we're coming back from break, they may not all be on camera, so we're not able to see if they're back yet or not. Raise hand's another one that can be good for that because it gives you a great quick little scan to kind of know if everyone is back and ready to kind of rock and roll with what we're going to do next. That's one. The other thing I want to show you is outside of this, if we go to PowerPoint on the web, we're going to be back here in the presentation that we've been working with, and if I go on over to slideshow, you'll notice that there's something here called Present Live. And earlier in this session, I was showing you how Present Live works in a Microsoft Teams meeting. That was built based on this feature that was here in PowerPoint. This is a great thing for you to use if you're going to be in a room like we are today. This would not necessarily be the thing to use for those of you that are online with me. Teams webinar or Teams meeting is probably going to be a great platform. But let's imagine we're all in the room together, and I come on over here and I say, present live. What I like about this approach, I'll have to allow my microphone since I'm in the browser version, is it provides a way for everyone to follow along with me. And here in just a moment, you're going to see a short URL, hopefully, and a QR code, if it will load. There we go. So if you want to join me, you're welcome to get out your mobile device and take a picture of the QR code. And this will work for all of you online, too, if you want to try it out, or type in the short URL. And what you're going to notice in the upper right corner is how many people have joined me in this presentation. Nobody's joined me yet. Oh, it may not be working for you. Yeah, you don't have access. That tells me why you're not joining me. So you notice only people in my organization, so only Zella would be able to join me right now. So let me change it to anyone. Let me end my session and then change it. Hang on, give me one more second. Let me just check it. Nope. Clicking the wrong thing. Okay, yep, now we've got it right. Okay, now I'm going to turn it on for you. We'll give it one more try. Let me stop it and restart it. Yeah, I was pressing escape, but that was not in session. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad I've got you guys here to help me. All right, let's try it one more time. Now when the QR code comes up or the short URL, give it a try. Now we should see some people joining in the upper right corner. Got one person. So what you can do is wait until you see most people have joined for what you're expecting. And even if I'm ready to get it started and they don't have their phone quite ready to get that picture or ready to do that, I can go ahead and start it. They can still use the URL here at the top to join me. And now all of you should be able to see my slide. And as I'm moving forward in it, you can go back to the previous slide. So if you're like, what was that she was just showing? So you don't have to feel like you have to interrupt me. You can go back and take a look at whatever the content was on that previous slide. Can you find in there a way to give me a reaction?
It won't.
It won't? Oh, I see some popping up.
I was just doing it.
Yeah. You can hear, you have like a live caption, right? And you can also change the language, I believe, of that too, just like we can in Teams. So this stuff was available here in PowerPoint before it was in Teams. These emojis the reactions you like to use in Teams, they were actually available here in PowerPoint first. Same thing with the live captions and the language transcription translation as well. So thanks everybody for joining me in my session today. I will leave it here within PowerPoint Live. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions or if you want me to help you out with something later today that you need help with. Again, I'm Heather Severino, Microsoft Certified Trainer, Microsoft MVP for M365 and Teams. I'm based here in Port Orange, Florida, but happy to connect with you on LinkedIn or wherever else you'd like. Have a great rest of your conference.
Sweet. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the session. Today, I'm going to talk about the future of collaboration. Unfortunately, it won't be about every possible thing because I already went down from 200 slides to about 150, but I am excited to share a lot of insight with you today. There are a few things to understand around the future of collaboration. The first is that it's here. For many of us, we've been playing with AI, maybe on the sides, or maybe our organization's experimenting with it, and you'll find that a lot of the use cases and scenarios I'm going to talk about today are about AI, because overwhelmingly the big change in collaboration isn't the little incremental steps, it's how AI is changing the way we collaborate. So I'm going to share these insights with you because in my work as a CTO, I spend a lot of time with customers on technology road mapping, on strategy, and when you're in those types of discussions, no one prioritizes collaboration as much as they should. And so my hope today is I give you guys some ideas, some angles, and positions that you can also increase the visibility of why we need to spend more energy and effort on collaboration. And that's about it. One last thing, if you have questions or you want to have a conversation after, I'm super friendly, so I'd love to chat with you after. All right. So why are things changing? Well, we know, of course, life changes, technology shifts, things happen. But specifically, collaboration is an area that is quite problematic and has a really significant cost. I particularly like this recent Atlassian State of Teams report, so I'll cite it once or twice in this. And you can see 25 billion in just the Fortune 500 is lost, 25 billion hours is lost due to ineffective collaboration. And so this is a real cost, and it's something that we could do better. Now, why is this a problem? Well, because people expect more, right? We expect more, not just in the way we communicate, but in the ways that we collaborate. We expect collaboration to be more personalized. I want you to collaborate the way I like to collaborate. I want you to be more responsive. I want you to be almost more predictable, like you predicting what I want and doing it before I need it. And of course, we are struggling, both employers and employees are struggling to keep up with that. Now, there's a big question here. The big question is, does this matter? Well, one reason to think about it mattering is that it has an impact. A lot of people, when you cite the reason people leave organizations, it's about collaboration. Now, granted, there are personality conflicts, there are other challenges in an organization, but again, it's about how we work with each other that is often one of the biggest reasons for us transitioning our employment. If we want to learn more and develop our skilling, that goes back to collaboration. How many people are sharing learning with us? And so on and so forth. Each area of impact that collaboration has, because it's so nebulous, can be often underpronounced. The other big one is that we've seen a change in collaboration. We see not just more of it, but we see an increasing, and we'll come back to this, velocity, volume, and variety of collaboration. And that means that we have to change how we work. We can't work the same way. Let's take something simple like communication. We all collaborate in communications all the time. So the number of emails we have, well, per day, those keep climbing. And this is one of the better sets of data we have because I have year-over-year data, so I'm showing you just what that climb looks like. It's not massive, right, but it is an increase. Now that's just email. That doesn't take into account also the messages you get in Microsoft Teams or in Slack or in other tools. But we also see not just an increase in volume, but an increase in the variety of tools. Today, on average, it's 5 collaboration tools in most studies and about 5 communication tools that people use. Those are just for comms and collab. Not to mention the fact that we also find that we're using more and more apps for work. And this doesn't look like it's declining. In the AI era, we're seeing a greater increase in the number of applications people use because of those frontier models and what they can do. So variety matters. And lastly, we have velocity. Now, velocity is a tricky one, but it's really important to understand because the way we collaborate in the past, let's say on a working business document, there was a lot more focus time for you to build that document, and there'd be these old legacy features of SharePoint and things like that with check in, check out, right, where you would check it out and you'd work on it, and then I would check it in and then you'd do it. We worked differently not that long ago. And now everyone does co-authoring, and everyone has activity feeds and notifications and other ways in which they can figure out what's been going on. And we're seeing that this leads to, this and many other things, leads to more interruptions. We're now down to around 5 minutes on average. It's actually worse now than it is back when this data set provides. And 65 notifications a day, like a lot. And not only that, but we see that our focus time keeps shrinking. Now, all of these things have impacts because not only do we have to work differently, but we're finding it harder and harder to collaborate effectively. And so if we just take Microsoft alone, and we just looked at just Microsoft's technology stack, we use it in a variety of forms of collaboration. These are called interaction styles. And it's really important to not think of collaboration. So many people say, collaboration, that's meetings. But it's a lot more than meetings. Meetings is the real-time component, but there's the before the meeting, there's the after the meeting. And that's really important too. How do we collaborate, not just in that collaboration event, like a meeting, but throughout those collaboration cycles? And these technologies are all relevant, and that's another thing. We don't need to know one technology, we need to understand not just how Copilot, which we'll talk about a lot today, and AI can affect collaboration, but we want to understand things like, do people communicate together and collaborate on campaigns and say Viva Amplify? Do people in social dynamics and Q&As and communities, do they collaborate differently than they do? Yes, there's all sorts of different forms and formats and styles of collaboration, and they all matter. Now today, I'm going to mainly focus on Copilot, but I wish I had enough time to talk about all of these because there's all sorts of lessons learned and tactics that have proven successful. The problem is organizations don't invest in helping people collaborate better, and we need to change that. Because in the era of AI, as I'll highlight multiple times, collaboration is only second to process improvement in terms of AI's impact. Where people start using AI is they use it for communications. How do I write better? But where you find they spend most of their energy is they collaborate with AI, and then they collaborate, AI collaborates with them, which is the big transition point we're seeing with agents actually acting on behalf of people. Most people, as I mentioned earlier, use a lot of these collaboration tools. And it's really important to understand that the way in which we work on collaboration is that we're tracking different places to work. That means the content can be more siloed and fragmented, not because we're not centralizing, migrating, and modernizing, but because we need better ways of doing this. And one of the promises of AI is that it can ground itself on your organizational data, and if it picks the right data, which we'll talk about, then it can actually give you the answers that you need and actively help solve some of these issues of sprawl and concerns there. Another way to look at this is that we have two lines. In the top one, we have our expectations, and we are not meeting them, just to be clear, in organizations today. And on the other side, we see where employees and employers are overwhelmed. So how do we bridge this gap? Because that's what we all want. How do we take these two things and bridge them? Maybe AI could do that. But I'm going to tell you there's another V I haven't talked about. There's velocity, volume, and variety. Those are increasing. But one that AI is exponentially increasing is the importance of verification or veracity. And that is something that may mean that even though it feels like AI should bring these closer, and it certainly is today, by the way, it is bringing these closer together, the question is, will it remain that way, or will it create new complications and challenges that we'll have to address, like increasing veracity? So, what am I really saying? I'd love to spend 3 hours and talk about all this, but for now, I'm going to mainly focus on the right, on power of AI, because that's the thing that's having the biggest impact today, whereas kind of last year's news was flexible work and the post-pandemic hybrid work model. So how is AI changing collaboration? Cool. Tell me specific examples. Let's get into this. Now, I know what you're thinking. Richard, you should go faster. No problem. Let's go through it. The number one formula, and this is totally scientifically and mathematically accurate, is 1 + 1 = 3. You guys heard this? So the idea is, if I'll pick up on someone in the room. Paul, if you have an hour and I have an hour, and we put our heads together, we generally create something pretty amazing. If you have 2 hours or I have 2 hours, on average, the thing that we did together would be more valuable than what we did separate. And that's because I bring all my experiences and skills and knowledge, and Paul brings all his skills and experience and knowledge, and because of that, we're able to craft something or create a better outcome or amplify each other in different ways and so on and so forth. So that's the whole idea. Now, we all know that collaboration isn't perfect. If you have 5 people in this room, and we're all doing that, not all of us can bring all of our skills and knowledge and experience, because now it's more fragmented. Who's leading? How are we sharing? So we have new ways of doing this, not just with co-authoring, where each person can participate, but other ways that we've been actively working on making it so more people could be engaged and actively contributing to something like a meeting. But fundamentally, the idea is 1 + 1 = 3 because the sum is greater than the whole of the parts. And this trick is important because collaboration has a cost. It has a cost not just because it gets inefficient at scale, but it also has a cost because it interrupts people. When I ask Paul for help, I'm interrupting Paul, and Paul needs to provide that. Now, we've gotten a little bit better about that with prioritizations and throttling and stuff like that, but again, it's how do we actually manage this without some of those costs. When we use AI in a meeting, This is a really simple example. When we use AI in a meeting, we can do things together more actively. So here we suggest inexpensive ways to optimize a website without using social media. And those ideas are generated with AI. And let's say one person's doing that. Now, the other people, of course, are not actively contributing. They're all listening. They're passive. They're learning. But now we have an interesting opportunity because maybe one person continues generating ideas. Two people, they're generating ideas with AI. Two people are going to use AI to prioritize ideas, rank them, categorize them, lay them out in different ways. Think about dependencies and connections between them. And a fourth person is going to take some of those ideas that we are really confident already are going to be ones we're going to move forward with, and they're going to start doing work breakdowns. They're going to start thinking about how does this all get done? What are the key activities and tasks and so on and so forth. But they're going to use AI to do that too. Each person in that meeting is using AI in different ways, sometimes collaboratively, most of the time just to bring all of AI's knowledge and skills that they're aware of and know how to use to that collaboration experience. In this way, it's not 1 + 1 = 3 anymore. It's 1 times AI plus 1 times AI equals something exponentially more. Now, the reason it's exponential is because it doesn't just stop there. What happens is not only do we each use AI in effective ways, a near limitless, this is important, it's an exponential technology. That means it's near limitless in the numbers of ways we can use it. But not only do we do that, but AI itself can be an active contributor in there, which we'll talk about with facilitator agents. Because we have these agents, these experiences that literally are like a participant actively doing things on our behalf without even us asking them to do it, like taking notes or figuring out priorities or tracking unanswered questions or taking time in the example that I have visualized on the left there. These are available today. These aren't about next year or the year after. These types of functional agents, these agents around facilitation is what Microsoft calls them, that is available today. Yes, for Teams rooms and physical environments, they'll be landing in early 2025, but the others are already there. So we're already seeing people use these things. And not just in a team meeting. Remember, a collaboration event is ongoing. You could have a chat in Teams, multiple people having conversations. You know how chats get unwieldy. There's all sorts of discussion. Now it can summarize unanswered questions in the chat. It can do things like help you understand what's going on across that chat. That's valuable. It means that we have more ways that we can exponentially increase the value of a collaboration event. So that alone should be worth really focusing on collaboration and AI. But it's not just this type of formula, because again, AI is multiplied against all of those interactions. It's also important to understand that this is barely touching the surface of the value we get in the AI transformation era of work. Because the way it works is that we have problems in our business. How many people in this room, and just be honest for a second, feel like meetings suck, right? Almost all of us, right? So meetings suck. They do suck. Why are meetings? One of the big problems with meetings is we call it low-value collaboration, a meeting that's highly transactional. So, you're really amazing at searching in SharePoint. So I'd like for us to have a meeting so you can help me find these documents. I'd like your help building this amazing PowerPoint presentation because I'm not that good at it. This happens all the time. And you know what's worse? Not only do we do these things, but because the way meetings are structured, we wait for that meeting to have that discussion, and then other people are waiting for their turn in the meeting, right? And it's all super inefficient. This is the problem. It's called low-value collaboration. It's my own made-up term, but it's this idea of this transactional load. And here's the interesting thing. Because we've had Copilot in preview customers for a long time. We've seen this. What happens is the number of meetings decreases. The number of meetings decrease, and the satisfaction of meetings goes way up. Do you know why? Because low-value collaboration is often now being dealt with by the AI digital assistant. Hey, help me build a better PowerPoint presentation. Help me find that file. Help me do this. Not all the time, but more and more it's helping those scenarios. And that reduces the drop in focus time because I'm not interrupting someone, and so on and so forth. Now, it doesn't mean I don't want lots of that collaboration with others, because the collaboration with others is very valuable. It's better than it was before, because we're able to all actively collaborate using AI in the form of that collaboration. So not only is high-value collaboration getting better, but low-value collaboration is finally getting kicked out the door to a degree. And as that happens, the cost modeling is very, very, very promising. And this is real. Like, there's data that's public that I can at least disclose that has examples from Microsoft's own research showing, from these same customers I'm talking about, that we see reductions in meetings. We see increased satisfaction and more. And this was before facilitators and interpreter agents and half of the amazing new stuff that you now have in this year, because this data is actually from, believe it or not, late 2023. Think about this, right? Hugely impactful changes. Now, there's another big thing to talk about. So far, we've talked about things like how we work with collaboration agents and how we work with AI, but it's actually changing something else today. In organizations that are using Microsoft 365 Copilot, they have access to something called Copilot agents in SharePoint. This is an experience, every SharePoint site has them, where you can actually just talk to the agent and it helps you find information in that site. So I could ask it information about green energy, the site which has a lot of different materials. But I can also use it to look at particular things within a site. So let's say I select a file on the left and I ask it questions. Now this isn't limited to this. You could have done this with Copilot prompts and other things in other experiences. But what's important here is we're having conversations, we're collaborating with AI with content, where content is having conversations with us. Now it may not feel that way because we're just directing it and getting our answers, but you'd be surprised at how much this changes when you control it. When a business user can say, you know what, we have a lot of product specs, and everyone asks me and my team questions about product specs all the time. And I would love to have a way for everyone else in the organization just ask questions and get their answers to product specs. So we're going to take this folder and we're going to create a new agent, 1, 2, 3 clicks, it's made. And it's that quick. So we create a new agent, and now what we have is that agent is using that folder of content. It's grounded, but it's now calibrated. It's filtered, tailored for that particular use case. So now people can now get their questions answered. And I could, of course, add other things here. I could add other frequently asked questions for our team, and I could put them in there, and I could add other types of data, and now this AI agent would be able to ground it on that. This is different because it's not just that we collaborate with agents, but we've just started that journey. When business people can, and these are business things, these are not like lowercase c developer scenarios, people can just create these agents. It means that people can now find new ways to enable more value from their existing content and the places we have already worked so hard in collaboration to generate outputs. It's now a really interesting virtuous cycle and a lot of untapped potential. And it's not just that we can get that data, but we can even help people with understanding what kind of prompts or what kind of instructions we can do. All of this is highly accessible for a business person. Now that doesn't mean that they're going to click this little button and extend it in Copilot Studio. I'm not talking about that right now. What I'm talking about is a change in how all of us will collaborate, because this was going to become a sprawling demand. Every organization is going to have a ton of agents, right? Because these agents, they don't even require the $30 per user Copilot license to use. I mean, you can have a consumption-based one. It's actually 10,000 free queries until, June of next year, right? So we have a lot of this, kind of get people hooked on it first and then pull the rug out. But again, there's new ways of cost modeling this. Pay as you go and concepts like that change this in a big way. And when it has the kind of impacts that we're seeing and the return on investment, that drives success. And remember what I said at the very beginning. I said it's the number 2 best way to drive accelerated ROI is to focus on collaboration with AI. The number 1 is process improvement. Teams and collaboration is where a process happens. If it's a process and it's just done individually, it's not really a process that involves people. We don't care about it, right? It's done by the ERP system. It's done by this other thing. We care about the stuff that involves people, because that's where digital assistance and this AI and really collaboration happens. We're not talking about systems collaboration, this system talking to that, or this app talking to that. We're talking about human collaboration. All right. Lastly, believe it or not, these same agents can be collaborated upon. And we are seeing some really interesting, clever discussions and outcomes from people collaborating on these agents. Things that are totally rethinking processes and changing how people work. But it doesn't end there. You can also take these agents and then share it in a chat, a place that you're already having conversations in. And when you do that, of course, people can ask those questions. So again, I'm not talking about SharePoint or where it is. I'm just saying we can bring this collaboration experience, an agent experience, into the flow of all sorts of places. Now, interestingly, when we do that and people get those answers, what happens if we add a person, but they don't have access to the original data? Now, you may not think this is a big deal, but it's actually really important. The friction points in collaboration today, where collaboration stalls, is when someone doesn't have access to something. How many people in this room, you thought you shared something the right way, and oh, I didn't do it right? And most of the people in this room are tech people, right? We're supposed to be really good at it. Everyone struggles with this. So one of the biggest challenges in modern day collaboration, digital collaboration, is permissions. Well, all of a sudden, we have somebody who's asking a question. This person doesn't have access to it. What does it do? The agent says, hey, I can still give you that answer, but make sure it's okay for me to share. So I go, I look at it, and I'm like, yep, this looks good, I can share this. I don't need to give them access to the original file, because of course, if I was the human in the loop and they asked me normally, I would go and get that information, and then I would just verbally or type it or share it with them, right? This is it doing that for me, for them actually, self-service, and then a little human in the loop just to make sure it makes sense. Or I can fix this overall by just giving them access to the actual sources after evaluating it. But why is that a problem? Because it takes time. It takes time to go give them access. Now I can just do a quick answer. All right. So that was collaboration today. That's all available. All that stuff is already in live environments. It's not even preview. Let's talk about previews. Let's talk about the stuff that's coming very soon. So one of the ones that I think is most underestimated is visual content understanding. So these AI experiences, these LLMs, these tools that we use, they don't just know text, which is overwhelmingly how we work, by the way, like numbers and ERP, purchase order comes in here, it's the numbers, and it goes into this, and we create business documents, it's a bunch of text, and then it goes. So text is the right tool for all of our business, but there's a surprising amount of context visualized in our business today. And we just don't think about it because we think about the text, we think about those documents, we think about those things. But in a meeting context, all the time people are like circling things or highlighting things, or they're talking about things in the transcript that have visual connectivity, and that is really important. Now, I want to be really clear here. It's not about just meetings. This particular feature is, but what it means for the future is very, very significant. It means that if you're looking at like a PowerPoint presentation and you ask an AI agent or a digital assistant a question, it'll retrieve text from the PowerPoint, but it won't understand how visually the PowerPoint's telling a story. But when they build on this, which is already happening, when they build on this, we will be able to get that kind of context. It's not just going to make that these agents and intelligence tools are going to get smarter, but they're going to be more contextually aware. And that makes a big difference because it changes the accessibility and it changes how we collaborate, because humans right now have an advantage because we understand context and these AI tools don't. So this changes things in the years to come. Again, I'm not saying we're going to be out of the loop. What I'm saying is veracity and verification and other things are better areas for focus of growth. Last example on what I'll call simplified agents is the interpreter agent. So I'm talking to you right now, and it could then speak in another language in my voice. And it could actually do that in near real time, like basically in real time with a small delay. That's really compelling. Because for many people, even though subtitles are great, and I could do subtitles, I could show you how it works. It's been in PowerPoint for years. I could do translation and subtitles and things like that. It's very different when it just feels natural. I'm just calling you for a second, I'm talking to you. Or there's a little sidebar discussion, and now I don't feel like I'm out of it, right? I'm now able to participate in it fully. So these are important changes. Another one to think about. So far, I've talked about agents, which orchestrate actions or prompts and other activities, automations on your behalf. But here, we have agents orchestrating agents. And this particular capability from Microsoft is a good example of it. A project manager agent is something you might ask to help you build a project plan. Okay, great. So you give it some direction, it builds this project plan. Remember, it's not just building the project plan based on a template, it's building it based on grounded information in your org. So it's looking at things like related terms and topics and context and all this other stuff, which will only get better over time, which will only allow us to calibrate and tune it better over time so that we can build our own variations of project manager agents that have been tuned specifically for our business, our industry, how we work. So that's great. So it generates that. What's happening is an agent is then generating multiple things. They're generating different tasks. It's validating the tasks. It's thinking about the sequence of the tasks. It's doing other things on our behalf. Not one agent, multiple things. Here we have another agent experience where tasks can be assigned to it. That agent will then use, again, multiple agents to then execute that task. It will take the task on like you or I would and try to do its best job of it. And this isn't simple. I want to go back to this in a second. When we have this agent doing this task, they completed it. In the bottom here, I know it's too small to read. In the bottom, it's saying that, hey, this agent is looking not just at doing this task, but the context of this task. Because the context of this task is that it's doing this market research for customer needs, existing solutions, market trends, competitive landscape, regulatory considerations, customer journey mapping, and that will be used to inform the functional requirements, technical specifications, and overall product plan for the agent. How does it know that it's overall product plan? How does it know that it's about functional requirements and things like that? Because those were the other tasks that it broke down. So it's multiple things. It's multiple things doing prompts on our behalf and then bringing it back. And beautifully, if I want to collaborate, I can. If I want to @mention the agent and make some tweaks or comments in here, I can do that, and it changes it, and it interactively works with us. Now, this is what I would say is like a V1 of it. We're not even talking about what most of us will be thinking about years from now. We won't think about these experiences. We'll think about how they've evolved since. And this is early technically it's in preview now, public preview. In fact, everyone can use it in North America here. But again, not far away. All right, we've talked about agents. Let's simplify this. Too much. Let's talk about prompts. So prompts are these wonderful things that allow us to write something and then get a response from these AI things. We're collaborating with AI. Well, why is that important? Because we can save those prompts. And when we save those prompts, we can reuse them. Well, that's helpful. But more importantly, we can also see prompts that our team is using and those prompts that have been helping our team. So we're collaborating on prompts. We're collaborating on how to use these AI tools to get better collaboration outcomes and to get better work outcomes. And so in this scenario, we could use that, but we can also use suggested prompts from industry, from third parties. Let's say ServiceNow is a tool in your organization and you're using their agent. Well, ServiceNow agent's going to have all sorts of prompts, and people in your organization and the industry are going to be building on those prompts. And you'll see those types of signals over time, not right away. You'll see those things lighting up in this experience. This is an entirely new category. We have documents and files and pages and lots of things we collaborate on today, tasks, etc. Now we have prompts, a new thing that we're collaborating on, something that's very, very important. And so that is relevant. And you can share these. Again, design it for collaboration first. How do I take a prompt and quickly share it? I just share it. And this will continue to evolve in really rich and interesting ways with suggestions and recommendations and agents. Again, because remember, the agents have prompts. All right, so I'll skip over that. That's basically just showing you an example. If you had your own agents, you can kind of see that same gallery experience. All the things I talked about applies not just to Microsoft's Copilot prompts, but prompts for across all agents in that experience. And look, if you're a Google customer or you're somebody else, then there's very similar patterns for those others. I just don't have time to go through them all. All right, how many people have heard about Copilot pages? Right, good number of people in this room. So I talked about agent sprawl. We're going to see a lot of that. Prompt sprawl is already a thing. Now we're going to see Copilot pages sprawl, big time. Why? Because one, it's great. They're just wonderful. You do a prompt, you get the results, you like the results, you create what's called a durable artifact. It's just a fancy way of saying something that you can store and then reflect on and use later. But importantly, these can be collaborated on. In fact, the design of this isn't just for you instead of your recent prompts and be able to go back to history. It's designed for collaboration first. So it's really easy for you to collaborate with others, including people who don't have the $30 per user Copilot license. Okay, because this particular feature is now available or shipping this month. I don't remember the timelines, but very soon, probably by the time anyone watches this online, or if you guys, just bear with me over the holidays, I'm sure you'll be able to do it with those free ones. That's the Entra one, the non-$30 user ones. So this means everyone in your org is going to be using these pages. Everyone in your org is going to have a new format of collaboration. It's based on Loop, so it's similar to Loop, but now Loop matters more, to be frank, in an organization, both for knowledge and training and other things. Now, why am I excited about this? Because in Microsoft Ignite announcements, they have publicly disclosed now, finally I can talk about it, Copilot pages now have rich artifacts and you can ground on the page. So these pages that we generate can now have more prompts on those pages. Now, why is that exciting? Here's why. Because I can see what someone else prompted and how they got the exact result they did. And then I can take that and I can prompt on that and convert it into a table. And then someone else can go back and say, what did they do? And what did they do? And what did they do? This doesn't just solve a big challenge with adoption today in training and understanding these tools, but we're actually collaborating on the AI output before it becomes a business document, before it becomes an email. So the value of AI is so high now that the in-between work is important enough to store, to have probably compliant, e-discoverable, all sorts of things, and of course, have version history and things like that. Is a question? Yeah.
I'm wondering how that's going to go over, because so far with Copilot, people have been being told that their prompts are private and what they're asking about things is just their own, so if their colleagues can see it.
Yeah. So
where do you have to come to that from an adoption perspective to make sure that that's...
Yeah. So the question was, for anyone who's watching the recording, so one of the challenges with this is so far, the privacy wall is that your prompts are private to you. right? And that's really important. And I agree. I think fundamentally for privacy law, I hope it becomes more enforced because there's ways around it for customers that they're experimenting with today. I'm not a big fan of productivity monitoring. I think there's lots of reasons to do this. Now, the thing is this is intentional. You're using a collaboration artifact. You can see at all times who has access to it. So you're deciding that it's okay for people to see how you did these actions, interactions. But it is actually really important to understand that when you use Copilot, communication compliance and everything should be turned on in your org, I hope. And that means that technically they're not really private when it comes to some patterns. So it is important to understand you're working in an environment, everything's audited, everything's digitized. And so what we want to do is not use it inappropriately, and then that wouldn't be a problem. But if you are concerned with that, at least for other reasons, you have control over it as an end user. Not control over, can the org store it and do stuff with it, because that, again, needs more public policy changes, which I hope to happen. But right now, it's a good example of, again, new technology creates new questions, and it accelerates some of the compliance debt that we, as both an industry and as individual organizations, need to address. All right. So Copilot pages are amazing and coming to both free and that. So it's important to understand that it's going to impact everyone. Let's do one more example. So we talked about prompts, we talked about pages, we talked about agents. So this is called an action. Now, a Copilot action is this idea of taking a set of prompts, as well as some automation, like Flow, if you're familiar with Power Automate, things like that, and having it do those things on your behalf. But to do it in a proactive, kind of passive way. It triggers based on something and then does it for you. It could be recurring, it could be one-offs. So a great example of this, just to give you a bit of context, is that people really struggle with prompts today. Do you know what they struggle with? They struggle because one of the best tips for adoption is you tell people use prompts at the beginning of the day and the end of the day, because that's easier. We're not in the middle of work. When you're in the middle of work, it's really hard to go learning this new way of working and go, oh, let me try prompting this. Let me go try and use Copilot. Let me do it this way. We're not used to it. It's not a habit, right? So it's hard to do that in the flow. But these are very accessible, not just because they have this amazing Mad Lib style experience, which I don't have time to talk about it, but fundamentally, by the way, the UX and the patterns of learning are changing. So whatever you think of for AI today, it's going to get better and better and better over time, because these experiences like Mad Lib style actually are much, much easier for end users to understand, to explore what Copilot is capable of and more. But here's the trick. This is passive. It's happening on our behalf. So yes, of course, I can schedule a prompt, and I can take that prompt, and I can have it happen in the beginning of the day, the end of the day. But it's even more interesting when you think of dynamic scenarios. Like, let's say I have a meeting, like a retro, that we do every Friday, and I want before the meeting to get everyone's feedback. And right now, I literally message people to get that feedback, and I remind them, and I hit them multiple times in the week. And this particular team loves working in Teams, and this particular team loves to work in email. And so these ones I email, these ones I use Microsoft Teams messages. Well, I can now use these tools to orchestrate that for me through an action. And these actions can do a lot of different things. They can help us catch up, they can help us gather information, and they can help us create new artifacts. In that example that I gave, it's not just that I'm asking for updates from these people for the retro, let's say. I'm doing it in a recurring or based on a trigger, like this meeting happens, then do this. And I'm importantly not just getting their request for information, but as they provide that information, I'm then converting that into something using AI again to help me understand it and for us as a team to reflect on it. Many, many changes in the way we collaborate are going to happen as people use more advanced capabilities like this. And this is not far away. This is in preview right now. So we're talking about early 2025 when this lands, and so, most likely. And so what's important here is, again, do you have control of it? Sure, you can tweak things. Do you want to create your own? Are you a lowercase d developer? Go for it, right? But if you're not a lowercase d developer, business users can still use the other ones, share them, and benefit from these. It changes prompting from one prompt, individually going through the sequencing, to now using multiple prompts and actions on our behalf. It's kind of like in between agents. I think it's a good term, actions. So it's between agents and prompting. All right. So why is this important? Because it can let us do multiple things. And this is not even V1 of this. So again, we're talking about early stage changes in how we collaborate. This is a terrible visualization, but it's the best I've come up with so far. The way we need to think about it is users collaborate with and on prompting. They collaborate with prompting, and they collaborate on prompts, right? Users collaborate with actions, which trigger prompts and flows, and they're on and with both. Users collaborate with and on agents, orchestrating actions, And lastly, users collaborate with and on agents that orchestrate other agents. And there's something else here, and none of us know what that is. But it's probably before 2025 ends, something else is going to happen up there. I don't know, swarms of agents, whatever. It's going to be different. So this means that we understand that there's a value growth here. And it also means, believe it or not, collaboration with humans throughout this process is the critical part. Because where the ROI is highest right now is what we call lowercase p processes. We'll call them people processes. In my earlier example, I put a purchase order into an SAP ERP system or something, right? Or it should be Microsoft Dynamics, right? So I put it into there and I see it. Well, what happens is, of course, there's a bunch of stuff that goes on, and then it gets shipped on a truck, right? But between that are exceptions. That's how business runs. And exceptions are dealt with by people. People go and they handle these exceptions. And people, the processes that people use to handle these exceptions, what's the biggest tools they use? Email, Teams, meetings, collaboration. They use collaboration to solve most of these problems. Because if they're really easy to solve and one person can do it consistently, then it becomes automated. So where people fit in your organization, for the most part, is overwhelmingly in handling exceptions. And this is important to understand because in a post-AI era, I'm not talking about AGI, you know, a couple years from now, whatever. But anyways, it's a bit, you know, whatever. So we're not talking about that. What we're talking about is right now, the way we work, and it's the people processes that have the biggest impact. And that's all about collaboration. And that's actually where the highest ROI is, again. All right. Now, I've talked a lot about AI more generally and prompts and these more complex things. Let's simplify it. What's a really simple, tangible change? Well, in person, we have a physical environment here that I'm standing in. If I had this as a Teams meeting room system, what would happen is, historically, you would see the transcript, but it wouldn't know who spoke in the room, right? Because it can't know that, right? Well, now it can. We now have enough ideas of who's speaking and other things like that through all sorts of things that were discussed in previous sessions, if anyone has seen some of those earlier today, that actually handle these scenarios. So now they built it in. So now even physical environments, you know, like other forms of collaboration that aren't digital, I don't know if they exist, but I've heard of them. Those even are becoming AI infused because now they can benefit from more complex and complete transcripts and more. Now, why is that important? Because again, think of that visual understanding and those things and how they get layered on. Here's another example. There's another capability called Microsoft Places. This allows people, you know, who are working remotely or hybrid to be able to figure out when to go in the office. Are you in the office tomorrow? Are you in, which days are you in the office? We can kind of see that. And AI can help us even more here because AI can actually help us understand which days might be good days to go in the office. I can tell it what I want. Like, I want to spend more time with these people. I want to maybe transition into these roles. So who are those people? What are they doing? And this allows me to do that. And there's great privacy here because we want to know where each other's are so we can connect and help each other. And then when I go to the office and I plug in, it'll auto-detect where I am. All sorts of things to make this easier and easier. And these are just a few examples of places. There's so much more. And again, places like Copilot has a premium version. You can use Microsoft Teams Premium and get more advanced capabilities or Copilot, but the core functionality is in core licensing. So everyone has access to a lot of these tools. So it's going to affect everyone. Here's one of my favorite ones as an example. One of the forms of collaboration we often underestimate is how we collaborate with others in management contexts. Right? So a team member who has a one-on-one with somebody, right? There's prep for that. There's coordination. There's things that go on. And how many of those meetings happen where they say, update me on where you are with X? How much time do we spend on those types of dialogues that aren't really helping the other person grow? It's low-value collaboration. It turns out that people can now look up what people are up to. Not because they couldn't do it before, but it was so hard to look at SharePoint activity signals. SharePoint people knew how to do it, but other people didn't know how to look at what documents have they been updating and things like that. Now everyone can. And it's accessible and easy to understand. And so, yes, you should still in that meeting say, hey, I think you've been doing these things. But now you can immediately start to focus on things like, we're going to see a lot more of X. How can I help you be more successful with this? What can I do to help? And that changes the format, not just a collaboration on activities or collaboration with team members, but even in cascading or laddering up scenarios for collaboration. This works even at an individual level. So I collaborate with a lot of people. And one of the things that I struggle with, I've said it twice now, is I say I a lot. And I say me and I. And I need to use more inclusive language. And generally, it's better for me to say we. And I have an amazing team. I work with amazing people. I need to do this a lot more. So this is something I've been working on. I use this exact prompt, maybe a little variation of it now and then, and of course scheduled with preview actions, which is awesome. But I use these prompts because this helps me improve. And before this, I had other prompts that I used to help me reflect and improve. Again, we're collaborating with AI in new ways about our collaborations to learn how to work better. All right. So how do we prepare then? How do we actually get ready for these things? How do we make it work in our own organizations? Well, one, I don't know why, but in this day and age, I still find collaboration has resistance from especially some people in the IT sector. And this is the thing. Collaboration and compliance are not at odds. They are really not, right? Collaboration, sprawl, go ham, go have fun, whole hog, go for it. What you're thinking about here is that collaboration is compliant by design. And if you're using Microsoft 365, if you're using modern cloud tools, it is. Not just Microsoft, but other ones that I won't name because I like Microsoft stock more. So that's a really important thing to consider. And so what we want to do then is understand what is the secret then to compliant collaboration in an AI era. And the secret is something called purview, and it's something called document level, document-centric, or document level sensitivity and lifecycle. Because here's the thing, when you create another document from an existing document, Purview might have labeled that, and if that has been labeled, or you've labeled it, or it's been identified, then it will inherit that. Now that's important, because one, it can protect us. Two, it helps us understand what that content is, even as it goes through multiple forms and experiences and converts. But three, it's critical because you see an exponential increase in creation. Volume, variety, and velocity on documents goes boo when you have Copilot in these AI experiences. And so as that happens, believe it or not, security is not a new issue. If you have security through obscurity, it's the same issue as search is today when you have Copilot. But what is new is that this increasing volume is really hard to track back when you eventually implement labels later and you need to figure out what is all the content that's been created from this original source. That's the problem. So what we want to do then is most organizations have a pretty good service-centric. Most organizations know how to do things like OneDrive disposition or something like that, right? Service-centric stuff. But where they're struggling today is around container-centric. So sites and teams and lifecycle and provisioning and management. A simple question could be, what are all the sites in our org that relate to department equals HR, or the ones that relate to client equals X, or the ones that relate to product equals X? Can you answer that question? Most IT people can't. So sprawl isn't an issue, it's unmanaged sprawl that's an issue. Managed sprawl is when we know those answers. So that's something we've all been working on. However, that's last year. That's 2024, 2023. 2025, everyone should already be at the document-centric level. And this is a really hard divide. To go from container-centric to document-centric is hard for IT leaders and IT organizations. But it's critical because in the AI era, this is the way that we protect content. This is the way that things get managed because it respects things like sensitivity labels at that layer. And even in ChatGPT, what was one of the announcements from Ignite, right? We have ChatGPT data governance tools and other things from Microsoft now because, of course, they're going across the stack. So we're seeing those things. But again, it uses the same fundamental principles of how do we get to the data, if you're Fabric people, data layer, right? So like row data or document-centric modeling. And the truth is, if we do that, it doesn't matter what people use. If you decide you really want to use Gemini 8D2, and that's the one you want to use, but we say that's not for privacy reasons or whatever, we don't want you to use it, well, we as an organization, of course, could lock it down, but an even better option is to make it so you can use it, but you can't use it with this content. Any content that's sensitive or critical, because that's why we're concerned with it, for privacy reasons or whatever. So that's the idea. And this is with AI Hub, a particular thing in preview, very quickly released. So that's an important example. Or let's say you're working in a meeting and someone attaches a document or adds a document or shares a document in the meeting. Well, we want the meeting to then change its sensitivity label, right? Because if someone does that and that content's really secure and sensitive and all of a sudden we're talking about it in the meeting, it's likely we might talk about things that are sensitive. And so maybe the right approach is to at least encourage that maybe this is the right time to apply that to the transcript, the recording, the assets related to the meeting itself. So there's lots of changes and improvements Microsoft's making. So they're making this easier, but we have to do the work. And organizations to do the work, the problem is it's not a cost thing. You don't need E5s for everyone to do this stuff. Yeah, it helps, but you don't need that. You can do this with E3s. You can do this with frontline worker SKUs. The trick is understanding how to do it. That's what people struggle with today. And the answer is actually pretty straightforward. It's 10 steps, here they are, right? These are the things you need to do, and if you do that, you'll be really successful. The important thing here is this can be done in weeks, not months, even in very large organizations. You can implement transition towards document level, document-centric sensitivity and lifecycle. And the real magic is number 5 here. It's intelligent default labels. It's the idea that I know department equals HR is the site, so I'm going to apply this appropriate label concept for the site as a default. That's the idea. The container, the location, that's where we apply those labels. And if we do that, then DLP does what it does best. It handles those exceptions, those rare ones in transit. Somebody missed something, they put the asset in the wrong spot or whatever, and so it gets a different level of escalation. And again, people can make exceptions, we can work around it. There's lots of things we can do to enable the business to keep moving without the friction, but we need to do this. We need to find ways to start securing and being more compliant and responsible. Because if we do this, then we don't worry as much about volume, variety, and velocity as it relates to how AI changes our corporate assets. Now, so far I've talked about how we prepare technically, but there's another piece of preparation, which is how do we prepare a learning and adoption way. And this is the most important thing. Overwhelmingly, the way people learn collaboration pattern changes is through peers, not managers, not IT. They learn through peers. People you have high velocity collaboration you work with a lot, really frequently. And that's just as true for Copilot, just as true for whatever your AI tool of choice is. You learn prompts and all that cool stuff, you learn from your peers. So what's the mistake almost every organization makes? It's really bad. Most organizations, because we're used to it, we find all those digitally first adopters, our digital champions, and their managers, and their leaders, and their region, across all regions, and all this other stuff. You're a great digital champion community, is awesome. But that's not the right way to roll out these technologies. And it's actually not the right way to change collaboration. What you do is instead you saturate teams. So you take a team and you saturate their licensing. You give them all that $30 Copilot license so that they're all working with each other and they all have access to those same things and they're learning together. And it makes a massive difference. 3x is the average impact if you have a team-based allocation for licensing and a team-based nomination model for new licenses for tools like Copilot. A 3x increase in impact and positive gain from adoption efforts versus something else. And here's the other trick. It helps with nominations too. Because everyone who wants AI, you can say, hey, we think it should be an equal right to everyone. We see it as a competitive advantage, and every employee in our organization should have equal access to it. But we also understand it has a cost, and we're learning. So we're going to give it to those who need it most first. And what we're going to do to help with that is we have a way in which hopefully it's more transparent, but whatever. I'm not going to force all of you to do that right at the start. At least have an open way in which 3 or more people, not 1, not 2, but 3 or more people can say, we would like it. Here's our reasons why. Here's the people that would like it. And this changes so much. It changes how surveys work, so I can listen and learn, how are you collaborating with it? What's working for you, what's not? Because I don't have to ask one person and coach one person. I'm coaching a team. I'm asking a team. You get 100% survey response rates. Don't even get me started on how this impacts the process automation. Teams of people are the ones that do these processes. You don't even have to worry about organizational processes. You just find teams and you say, hey, how are you using it? Oh, you're using it this way? I wish you could do that. Oh, interesting. That sounds like an opportunity for everything from low-code solutions to Microsoft 365 features to things like Copilot. So again, really, really impactful. Now I want to end with this. When we talk about this, it's really important to understand that we talk about security, we talk about those things, but it's actually insecurity that's a big threat and challenge. And we need to be more proactive in addressing this. And this is not unique to AI. Most people in organizations today, the biggest challenge is culture on things like social and sharing and things like that. So if you look at an organization today, one of my favorite examples is you say, in your performance reviews, do they ask, what have you done that's helped others, and what have others done that's helped you? So the number one question you should ask, 2 questions I guess, for a manager, because managers actually don't know this. They know what kind of impact you've driven if they're a good manager. They don't know how other people have helped you and how you've helped other people. It's a great question, but you know how, unfortunately, it's not that common as a top question in those management reports and performance reviews and things like that. But an organization that has questions like that at least suggests that they value collaboration. You guys with me? So here's an example. One of the many problems is that people underreport the benefits they get from AI today. They underreport it very universally because people don't want to tell you how it's helping them in all these different ways because there's no incentive, there's no benefit to doing that. And so again, teams are much better about sharing what it's doing for impact versus individuals. And it keeps people a little bit more accountable. So again, going back to our previous examples, it's really important. But things like perceived heroism, it's the same problem with collaboration. A lot of these problem areas that AI have for insecurity are the same ones that we have with collaboration, right? I don't want people to know that it was everyone else's ideas that generated this one thing, right? So we have these same issues. All right, so it's not new. So here's what a lot of people worry about. They worry about AI replacing them. And you know, the thing everyone says is, well, don't worry, because if you collaborate with AI, it's the people that collaborate with AI and work with AI that will replace you. And that's true, right? I want to be clear. These are big productivity differences, like gains that are quite substantial in both quality, not just productivity, multiple metrics. But here's the thing. When the chess grandmaster of the world was bested by machine intelligence, everyone was like, oh my God, chess is over, right? But the thing is for decades, the best chess players in the world were a combination of humans and machine intelligence, or humans and AI. Cyborg teams were the best. There was a point where that's not true, not that long ago, like a year and a bit ago, where the best chess team is now AI, period. But it took decades. And just like that, the transformation in our own workplaces has a time. Now, I think it's for whatever years, for a variety of reasons, but we have time before AGI or something else. We have time. And during that time, people matter. Right now, I can tell you, if you have a strategy that focuses on collaboration with AI versus replacement with AI, greatly focuses, overemphasizes, focuses on collaboration with AI versus replacement, you're going to have a 5x or higher return on investment compared to focusing on replacement with AI. It's not a good idea. Dropping your staff in the middle of a big transformative industry change, terrible idea. Anyways, I can go on and on. Another big one. For every one replacement opportunity that's even viable, often not predictably viable, right, not reliably viable, there's 10 to 20 collaboration opportunities. So it makes sense. This is where the value is. And in the industrial era, we went through this before. We went through a period where economically we didn't value physical prowess as much because machines could do it better, faster, and cheaper. And now, right now, we are feeling this because intellectual prowess is being devalued economically and then societally. And that's happening because machines are starting to be able to do it faster, better, and cheaper than us. But as I remind my children and myself regularly, we don't think of physical strength as the only form of strength, right? And we certainly don't think of what you know as being the only thing we value about your intellect. We think about how you know what you know and why you know what you know. And those things, at least right now, are innately human. And when we think about the way AI changes collaboration, it's important to remember that we are at the center of that, and that what we know isn't as important as how we know what you know and why you know what you know. And most of it, that comes from the people we work with and the environments we're in. Thanks so much, everyone. So I could do another question, I think, before the speaker comes up, and then speaker, just feel free to come up and unplug. But anyone got a question?
When are you going to update your picture there?
The beard? Yeah, it's a good question. The question was, when am I going to update my picture with a beard? I'm in denial still. This has been since COVID, and yeah, I just haven't. I keep debating in the mirror. I'm like, I'm going to shave it today. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. But yeah, so it's a good one. A question I don't have an answer for is what you've asked me. It's like the only one today. All right, awesome. Well, if anyone else has questions, feel free to come and find me. I'll be here until I have to run for a flight around 5, but it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
I know there's a lot of questions right now around AI and Copilot. What's really fun is Joel had actually, turned in the opportunity to do an AMA, and I was wanting to do an AMA, and I know I've chatted with Paul about doing an AMA. So we decided, I was like, let's just all get together and do an AMA around Copilot and AI. So this is kind of a general AMA. I do have some conversation starters in case you guys can't come up with enough questions. I don't know that that's going to be a problem, but I've still got ideas. So I figure we're going to go around and introduce ourselves just for a minute, just so you guys know who we are and what we do and why it matters. And then we'll just kind of see where we go from there. So Joel, you want to kick us off by doing a quick intro?
Welcome, everyone. I'm Joel Olison. I've been working in this space for a really long time, 20 plus years. And
That's the Christmas card picture. Looks like he's singing "Oh Holy Night."
I actually helped PlayStation adopt Copilot, so I have some recent experience working with Sony PlayStation on their Copilot deployment.
Awesome. All right, Paul, you want to do a quick intro?
Sure. My name is Paul Swider. I'm the CEO and founder of Real Activity. And I have multiple roles today, but in the context of this conversation, most of my experience with Copilot has been around actually building them, but not the ones that are just surfacing now in Copilot Studio. So we started early with Microsoft and Semantic Kernel and have built a physician experience Copilot over the past year. And so that's given us a real good understanding from an architecture perspective on how to build product and integrate enterprise AI, if you will. Thank you.
Great to have you. So, and I'm Sharon Weaver, and I am the founder and CEO of Smarter Consulting, which is an IT consulting services company. We're a Microsoft partner. I play in the Microsoft space pretty heavily as well. On the AI side, I have been working with the building blocks that what was to become AI, probably for my entire career. I was building manual bots way back in the day and doing knowledge management and things like that. And so everything that's gone down this path is everything my career has been about. And I've been kind of joking this last year. I'm like, this is my time. And so in addition to that, on the Copilot side, so I am a Microsoft Copilot MVP. And what that means is basically I get to work with Microsoft, the product teams, on helping to provide feedback on the roadmap and the tool itself. And so I've been getting to play and use the tool since it was a teeny tiny little speck in someone's eye. So that's why this is exciting to get to talk about it. So, does anybody, we're going to kick this off, does anybody have any burning questions about AI and Copilot before we start moving on to the seeded questions? What do you guys want to know? Yes, Ryan.
What's your killer prompt?
Ooh, what's my killer prompt? Okay, let's each, do you have a killer prompt, Paul or Joel?
Do I have, yeah, Joel, let Joel go first. I need a minute.
My favorite one is to say, what have I missed in email and like chat that I need to know? So like most important. And especially if I've been out of office, being able to get those most important items, email and chat.
Oh, we missed that, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, I think he was mostly talking about the capabilities around summarizing, especially while being out of the office and away. And I guess I'll...
Catch up.
Catch up, yeah, perfect, catch up, yeah. I think mine, with Microsoft 365 Copilot, my favorite prompt, I guess it would be a couple of the ones in Teams. Like, like most of us, I'm in a lot of meetings and stuff, so I really like the summary prompts, summarize the meetings for today, summarize the meetings on this topic for the last week. Those types of things are sort of, I don't know if they're my go-to, but they're my most useful ones right now from a productivity perspective.
I would say that I have switched from searching things on things like Google and Bing, and I've moved very heavily into ChatGPT and Copilot, depending on what I'm doing. And so I think I would say my killer prompts, like my favorite prompts, number one, I love creating graphics, and I've always really enjoyed that. And so I do a lot with Dolly. So a lot of my prompts are around creating images that I can use in presentations or put on websites or whatever. But from a text-based perspective, I would honestly say that I fill out a lot of forms. I have to write a lot of things, and a lot of it's very repetitive. And so I will use ChatGPT and Copilot and ask it to rewrite things in a way that makes sense. So think about it this way. If I have a form that says, fill out this answer, and you know how it always gives you like 600 characters, and then it takes you 45 minutes to take the information and convert that into 600 characters that makes sense. So I'd say my favorite like killer prompt is taking information, any sort of content, and asking the AI tool to take that and make it fit the answer that's being asked. So is it a limitation around characters? Is it a limitation around what I need to say? Things like that. So some sort of a summary or paraphrasing type prompt.
Do you use, I'm just curious, Joel, or anybody really, do you use the term audience a lot? Because I find that helpful. So for example, if I'm working on a proposal, this is real life, I was just working on earlier in the week. What I'll do is I'll take the company profile that the profile's for from LinkedIn, and I'll paste that in the prompt. I'm sure you folks have done something similar, right? And then I paste my thing, and I tell, okay, this is real activity, and then this is our client, and then typically your next step might be create an outline for a proposal, right, or an introduction for a proposal. But I add this new thing now where I specify the audience. The audience are executives at a large hospital system, and I try to get a little specific about the audience. And I'm just wondering if that's something that you're enabling and doing as well.
I see Joel nodding.
Yeah. On top of that, I would say it's important to say who you are. So filling out that profile or helping it understand my profile of saying, and I'll actually tell Copilot, you are an architect and you're writing a document about XYZ. And especially if I ever have it doing any writing, I will actually even amp it up and say, you're a PhD when you're writing this. Like, I try and make sure that it's like doing it very intelligently. I want to amp it up and help it understand, like you said, who the personas are in the response and in what you're looking for. And the more specific, the better it's going to be.
Yeah, so I think an important part about this, just for part of this conversation, is you're going to hear the term grounding a lot, and a lot of people are like, what the heck is even grounding mean? And grounding is what we're talking about right now. So grounding is the idea of what is the foundation that I'm building the AI response around, and it could be a persona, it could be content, it could be a location, it could be, think about contextual stuff. That's what we're talking about around grounding. So they're saying we're going to ground this to a certain type of person or a certain type of response or a certain type of audience. I definitely use that a lot. And in fact, to the point that I will say, so I've started to create a mixture of agents and GPTs, so depending on which tool we're talking about, right? I've created them around certain content, audience, backgrounds. So each of them has their own personality. Each of them has their own memory, so to say, of information. And so that I can go to those. So for example, for this conference, as I was creating the emails that went out to the speakers and the sponsors, I have an agent that I've developed that I have fed all the information about this conference. And when I went to create the emails to you guys, I went to my agent and said, I'm getting ready to send an email to my speakers. Here's the information I want them to know at a high level, bullet points. Please create the information for me to send out to them. It created that for me, and I could then tweak it a little bit and send it out to you. But the idea is letting it know who you're talking to, who it needs to be, and what information it has to work with, so that then when you go to work with it, it gets faster and better each time. Next question. Yes. Oh, yeah, Mike's coming to you.
So I've recently just started making multiple sentences in my questions or my prompts. Is there a limit to how many sentences should be or can be in it versus, or how many is the minimum you should really add to make a good prompt?
I mean, I think my answer, I'm going to talk first because these two have way more to say about it than I do. But I'm going to say my short answer is it's a very similar answer to how much code does it require to make an application? It depends on how complex you want it to be, right? Could you create an application with a very, very limited amount of code or almost no code? Yes. Could you make an application that fundamentally has millions of lines of code? Yes. So I think it depends on what you're trying to accomplish and how complex you want it to be. That's my end user answer. Now I'm going to leave it to the brainiacs over here.
I'm not brainiac, I'm just lazy. I'll tell you what I do, Joel. It's funny. And everybody else in the room. I started, in the mobile app, you've got the voice enabled now, right? Where you can, and there's two types of voice enable. Like the first kind is the old school one where you just tap the microphone and it translates your text into the prompt. And then of course there's a new one, right, where you're actually speaking back and forth. So my new thing now is I hit the microphone and I chat away in that prompt. I give it as much detail as I can. And so far, with any of this stuff, it's mixed, right? You got to test it out and stuff. But so far, I feel like it's working pretty well. But that's my newest, latest thing, and a funny answer because obviously I end up with some pretty long prompts sometimes because anybody that knows me knows I can talk a lot. Thanks.
Joel, what do you think?
I think it's all of the above. I've had one-word prompts. I've had, multiple pages. And in terms of, are there limits? Yes, there are limits in Copilot. But it's often when you're attaching a 10-page document or a 20-page document or that kind of thing that you're going to start to see limits. A human-written prompt, you're very, very unlikely to hit that limit. And if you've seen some of the recent improvements in Canvas in OpenAI, where you're writing your prompt versus where your inputs are, you can do the same thing in Copilot where you're saying, here's my file and here's my prompt for my data. So you can essentially separate those things. But don't be afraid to be very descriptive. You're not going to hit that limit from what you're writing. It's very unusual for someone to hit the too many parameters or too much input problem.
He asks this question, guys, because I have OneNote pages that are filled with prompts that fill the entire page. So he's like, wait, do we have to be like that? Here's the deal. When I teach end user prompting, because prompting is kind of the wave of the future, right, for this next the way that we work with AI, the way that we speak to AI is going to be through prompting. And when I speak to end users, I think the thing that I like to let people know is that less is more from an end user perspective. You do not need to think that you have to do these crazy complex prompts to be successful with AI. But that said, if you want to be complex and you want to be descriptive and you want to give it more information, the more information it has, the better it can serve you. Oh, did we lose Joel? Maybe his video at least.
I got a question from online.
Yeah.
It's a goodie. Hopefully it won't take the rest of the time to talk about. But Sarah asks, where should an organization focus when making sure content in SharePoint and Teams is ready to work well and be safe to serve up with Copilot?
Governance, 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 governance.
I'm here. I'll be right back.
So this is something that I've been doing my whole career, is this idea of how can we make sure that the people who need to access the content or the stuff or the data get to access the things they should access, but not access the things they shouldn't access. And so I think the funny thing is AI is bringing this to top of mind. And so everybody's asking this question about AI right now is, how do I keep AI from doing things? And the funny thing is we actually had a panel, we did a tweet jam with Christian, and we had a panel afterwards, and we talked about this. And they were like, well, what should we be doing? And my answer is, if you're doing the stuff you should be doing, you shouldn't really need to do anything else because you've already been doing it, right? Because at a governance level, if you're managing your permissions, you're managing your content, you're managing your access, you're doing all the things you should be doing, AI is just going to lay on the top of that. If you haven't been doing that things, all of this stuff is going to change because security by obscurity, I think Richard said that earlier, is not going to work anymore. If they don't have the link, they can't find it, that's not going to float anymore because Copilot is going to know where it is. So I think the big answer around this is, where do you start? Start with governance and then go there. The next thing would be education. I don't know, Paul, what do you think?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, and then I guess I would narrow it a little bit more just because the question was asked in the context of Teams and Microsoft 365, et cetera. And I guess, the official Microsoft answer after Build a couple weeks ago was Purview, right? And we saw Richard actually in the last presentation talked about some interesting stuff with Purview. And so I have mixed thoughts about that because, I started in this industry about 30 years ago, and one of the first things that I learned was just how important my data was. As a matter of fact, it was so important of a thing to me that I switched some of my classes and I studied database. It was one of the first certifications that I received. And then I spent, the next years in healthcare and clinical informatics and dabbled in other industry as well. But my point is that I feel like I've been thinking about data for 30 years now, right? And what just happens is we just go through different phases where it sort of, I like the way you phrase it, it sort of brings it to attention again, if you will. And it also reminds me of the phrase, like, don't let any good disaster go to waste, right? There's like that, right? And then I should have chose my words a little bit more carefully, not that AI is a disaster, but, it certainly is surfacing the concern of security and data again, right? So I think in the context that you asked the question, I would really strongly point people towards, Purview. And I'll just add one more thing to just tie on to what Sharon said is, if anybody in here is in a leadership position, like you should be moving now. Like you should be talking to your board of directors if you haven't already, or if they haven't talked to you. What I'm actually starting to see is the board of directors is not waiting, and they're actually going to the CEOs now. So just something to keep in mind. So it's while we're talking about SharePoint and Teams, a lot of times that does start with the governance, even from the very, very top, hopefully the board of directors, and then down. Thank you.
Joel?
Yeah, I wanted to say three things. One, you need to start labeling your content and really understand Purview, information protection, DLP. Those are some really key things in terms of really understanding your data, managing your data. And then the other thing to really understand is that you can use encryption to actually block Copilot, GPT, any API from accessing your content if you really need it to. So there are options, and Microsoft is doing more and more. In fact, their roadmap even hints at better governance and being able to more control where it has access, what it has access to. But using container labels is something you should be doing from a SharePoint and Teams perspective to make sure that you understand where your data is. Because a lot of people, they just put everything's all in one label, meaning unlabeled. But if you can start understanding where the data is you want to protect, that's really key. And you can even use things like blocking, search, and so on. But it's important that you really understand your data and start doing governance of your data in SharePoint and Teams and any data you're going to be connecting to. What I find is some companies are still trying to understand, is there ROI in AI? And the sooner you can come to that conclusion, because AI is already going to be reasoning over your data already in so many platforms in your enterprise. So soon, it's a major wake-up call. Like this is an age of AI, and it has access to your data. So let's make sure we're all on board and understanding what you can do to protect your data.
Yeah, I think it's on top of that, like I think it's going to expose every single gap and every single opening that you have. You'll know fast. If you don't know now, you're going to know soon.
You remember security by obscurity? This is just that on steroids.
I think there's actually been a lot of that already going on this past year, right? Where the wrong people are using these tools to do bad things instead of good things. But the good news is I'm actually surprised at how well the industry has kept up so far. It's impressive. It's a daunting task. And so kudos to them.
Next question? Hand, yes? Oh, yep. Good job, Paul.
So I've been working with a lot of customers since Copilot launched, and I've talked a lot about the hypothetical situation of connectors and how if you don't have your information inside the Microsoft tenant, well, you can set up a connector to make that happen. I have yet to work with a customer that has actually done it successfully, and so I'm just curious if any of you have seen that, because there are, as much as we want to believe, especially after the keynote this morning, right? There is some data that is going to be outside the Microsoft suite when you think of Salesforce and other things like that. And so have you seen that situation, and how has that played out?
Paul, you want to start on that one?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you just remind me again, just real quick, just give me a keyword. What was
Connectors.
Connectors, okay, thank you. Yeah.
External data.
Yeah, okay. So again, the bulk of my experience this past year and with Copilot has been actually building on semantic kernel and creating product, et cetera. And what's really cool actually is even in our Copilot today, we consume and we ground in PeopleSoft data, but we do it without connectors. So we're doing it at the Azure level. And so we can do a bunch of data engineering at the Azure level and protect that using things like Purview. And then we can use that data to ground our, in this case, it's our physician experience Copilot. So I just wanted to start the conversation there that it's available at the enterprise. As a matter of fact, I think this is actually going to be a huge opportunity for folks in the next couple of years. I would actually put that under the umbrella of enterprise AI, if you will, where you have your back-end systems that you need to connect and you want to inject them with AI. But then if we bring it forward now to the platforms, where you have the Power Platform, which has, of course, AI baked into it, and then you have the connectors. Yeah, I've seen all, as a matter of fact, here's a funny story. I just saw one today because of the parking citation service in the university. So apparently you're supposed to buy a virtual pass, and I didn't know this. And so I went out to my car and, dealt with the thing. And a minute later, I got a thing come in from a connector. Now, I can't guarantee that. I don't know that it was using AI, but it's just funny that it happened. And, we're talking about connectors here. But yeah, no, I've heard of and seen many use cases with the connectors. Yeah. Joel, do you want to?
Let me jump in, Paul. I've been playing with Copilot Studio, and a lot of the validation I've been working on with other folks is leveraging Copilot Studio. Paul mentioned the connectors that are in Power Automate and Power Virtual Agents, Power, like all the Power Platform, all those connectors, essentially you can leverage those. So that's super powerful. That really, I don't know if you guys ever saw the meme of there's the guy who's walking with his girlfriend and then he turns around and is looking at the other girl. It's the Power Virtual. There's one that's like somebody built a meme around that of being like Power Virtual Agents and Copilot, and kind of that idea that that really Copilot Studio is the new kind of reinvigorated Power Virtual Agents. And why I say all that is because essentially we've been built on top of these connectors that have existed for a long time. So the more than 1,000 connectors that are in the Power Platform that are powering Power Apps and Power Automate are essentially available here. And then you've got more being built for Copilot Studio. And when you go into Copilot Studio and you go to add connectors, you can see the connectors that are available and the ability to even build your own. And so even that suite of what's available connector-wise, and then your ability to kind of create more on top of that.
So I'm going to add one more element to this because I'm an architect, and I'm a data architect. So when you think about the Microsoft ecosystem and the external data landscape, this is no different than it's always been. I'm gonna fly in the face of Microsoft, and I'm going to say that it's still hard because the data and the stuff that lives outside of the Microsoft ecosystem still has to be translated to come into the Microsoft ecosystem. And so you're still going to be using APIs and IPsec tunnels and all of that. Now, what I will tell you is I've been very successful in using the Power BI tunneling to be able to bring external data into the Microsoft ecosystem in a good way to the cloud. So if you set up that data connection somewhere within in your tenant and then bring that external data in, it is possible. But I will tell you, throughout my entire career, translating data, building APIs, and bringing external data in from one ecosystem to another ecosystem has always been hard. And this is no different. But to their point, what we are finding is that in the cloud landscape, these connectors are essentially pre-built, templatized APIs. And what's happening is these endpoints used to be very, very difficult and had to be custom made, and they're becoming easier and easier and easier, but I find that cloud to cloud is very easy. When you get not cloud to cloud, it is more difficult. When it's not cloud to not cloud, it's the same as it's always been. So hopefully that.
Yeah, and I think we could probably spend an hour on this topic alone.
Yes.
I do think that connectors is something that you need to get your hands dirty. And as well, don't have a real one be your first one you build. You very much want to build this in a sandbox, see what you're
100%.
getting back. Security trimming is very important. The context of who's logged in is very important. There are options there, but it's experience that you need to gain by banging your head against the wall as you're kind of learning it and figuring it out. I'm a big fan of hackathons. Like, let's see what's possible. Let's do some art of the possible. Let's take an assignment, give ourselves some time to actually figure out and see what's achievable.
Yeah, I was just going to add on to what everybody else is saying here, where security trimming is a piece of it. There's a lot of the connectors that are built into the connector store now that are coming in Purview enabled as well. So like Databricks just announced they understand Purview in the Databricks layer, and that'll come right in with your connector base, so you can understand Purview sensitivity labeling on the data at the data and pull that through. And another piece about Purview is going back to what you were saying, Sharon, about work on your data governance now, work on your data governance like 5 years ago. And all the people that are worried about what Copilot's going to show them today, they can see and search right now. So, show them, hey, it's already here, and we should have been doing this, and let's do some security.
Speaking of security and connectors, opinion on how to vet that? Because that seems to be the biggest thing that I hear from clients is they turn off a lot of the third-party connectors, or there's a very rigid process that they have to go through before they will approve that connection. Because when we're talking about Power BI, if stuff is flowing through from a SQL Server or something like that, right? I mean, it's Microsoft, right? It's known. But when we're talking about third-party stuff and bringing that in and then layering Copilot on that, advice, experience?
I mean, I'm going to give the same answer that we've always had. I'm going to kick this one off. I've been doing vendor management, application management, practice management for 25 years. It's the same answer it's always been, which is vet your third-party products, do them in a completely separate tested environment so that you understand what they can do, what they can't do. They're usually security scored, so you're probably going to know who's used them, do they have a reputation, has anybody else had any issues with them, things like that. I guess, I don't know that it's any, in my opinion, I don't know that it's any different than any other third-party integrated application or vendor in the past. You just need to follow that process. The problem, I think, is because it's so easy to get access to them now that people want it quickly and they're frustrated when they can't get it. And you just have to remind them that everything has to be vetted. But I don't know, that's my 2 cents.
Just add that
I would add
sometimes that's just the way it is.
I would add to this.
Sorry. Go, Joe.
Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead, Paul.
I was gonna say, sometimes that's just the way it is. Like, I do have real world experience with this, unfortunately. And oftentimes but thankfully I only see it in mission critical environments, right? And in my opinion, honestly, a lot of times the concerns are valid. Like, these are just CISOs that wanna know, like, what are these endpoints, right? How are we going to vet them, et cetera? So I just wanted to share, because that's the only real world experience I have, and it's not pleasant, but it's a dose of reality. Joel, go ahead.
And I think I'm on the other side of it, where I see if people are worried about what's coming, what data is already connected to their Power BI, you're actually going to learn that Copilot doesn't have access to that by default. There's a lot of data in M365 that you don't have access to. So the more experience you get with Copilot, you're going to realize it's your emails, it's your files in SharePoint, it's your OneDrive, it's all security trimmed to whoever's using it, and it's not your data that's in Power BI. We talked about connectors from that perspective, but by default, it's not pulling in your data that's in your databases that might be connected to Power BI, as an example.
Yeah, that could probably be its own topic in and of itself too.
Yeah.
Third party connectors, third party data, external data.
And I think that it's interesting to think about it in the context of mission critical applications, because a lot changes. I remember for a long time we used to joke, and this still might be the case, that the SharePoint 2010 is running in the Space Center. Like, I don't know if they finally upgrade. Joel, did they finally upgrade SharePoint in the Space Center? Do you know? So anyway, people would bring this up.
I'd love to know the answer to that. I was supposed to go talk to NASA like 10 years ago, and I missed my opportunity.
Oh, no. But when we first learned about that, people sort of laughed and they turned it into a joke. But as somebody that's actually designed a lot of mission critical systems, oftentimes once you have something that's working, you just don't want to change it. Not ever, unless you absolutely have to, right? And so I'll just add that to the conversation as well. So thanks. Thank you.
It's true. See, this is why governance, and you have to vet things, because otherwise the MVP becomes production. That's right. Okay, so next question. Party time?
While it's quiet, let me just say, think about the security by obscurity problem. If you just disabled search 10 years ago, did it really help you out? It's like, no. Eventually, people are going to demand to have search.
So I'm looking at my seated questions. You guys have hit some of the elements. Oh, I see a hand, okay.
More of a question, comment, curious on what you think. So I had a client the other day where I'm saying the same thing, which is, if you have a problem that exists already, it's in your permissions, right? It's what this guy was saying before, is that Copilot isn't going to create a problem that didn't already exist. It's just putting a spotlight on it. But then he goes and says, none of our users do that. They know how to use permissions. We don't have that problem at this organization. And I'm thinking, you probably do, you just don't realize it, but I'm just curious if anyone else has run into that, what have you seen? Because sometimes the people that you're talking to on these projects, they don't want to admit that there is an issue when there probably is.
Joel, you want to kick that one off?
I'd love to address this one. One of the things that I've found is, like, SharePoint has this concept of private and public. If things are private, you, for the most part, do not have this problem. And the reason I say that is because every permission is then explicit. The only problem you have is when you have sites that are public by default and that are just open. So if you know the sites that are supposed to be open and everything else is private, it's a really good exercise to do governance-wise to essentially determine, okay, these departmental sites that are hooked to our intranet, the intranet may be more public, but by default, sites are private. And then it's explicit permissions. and your permission streaming is going to work a lot better.
Would you say, is it fair to say that this is very reminiscent of the same problem that came up when search came first out, when it first came out in enterprise, right? Because remember when we first lit up
Very much so.
SharePoint search for enterprise clients, one of the first things that happened is people were shocked at what was crawlable, right? I remember that, and it took us a long time to figure that out and clean that up. And it's funny, I love your analogy, Joel, about talking about the past and the search, and if you choose not to do search, you know, how it comes back 10 years later, right? And so, in fact, here we are, and because these co-pilots are based on vectorized search, which Microsoft's answer to doing that is the search engine, you know, to me, it's just very, very reminiscent of what we went through in the early days of enterprise search, if you will. Thoughts?
Think about when we went from SharePoint search to fast search, and think of Copilot as that next level search. It's really just that much more of a powerful search engine. And obviously, there's a lot more to it than that, but by default, just out of the box, it's that next level search.
Yeah. And I think the answer that I would give to all of that is, to your specific question, is I would liken it to saying to people in general, you know, if you, as a human, you should go to the doctor once a year to have a physical exam. And somebody says to you, but I eat well, I take my vitamins, I sleep every night, I probably don't need to go to the doctor. I think when I talk to people about permissions, people like that will say, nope, we're under control. And my answer is, that's fantastic, but everybody should still have a health check. And if the health check comes back that you guys are great, then you've just confirmed that you're great, and that's a good thing. And I'm not gonna ever say that people aren't what they say, because if they really do think they've got good governance, they really do think they're doing a good job, that's fantastic. But everywhere I go, I just recommend, you know, do an annual health check, look at everything, make sure everything's good. If it's good, great. But if it's not, then you're fixing small problems as opposed to trying to wait, think you're okay, and end up having a breach of some sort that you didn't expect.
I love that. I love that idea of a quarterly risk assessment, quarterly audit of your permissions, what's exposed externally, what's exposed internally. Let's just do a health check. It's awesome.
And you guys do that? Do you do that quarterly in your group? Good for you. That's a great tip.
And more regularly. You could say its configuration is quarterly, but the what's exposed externally is more of an every other week.
Okay. We have another question.
It's actually not a question, it's a suggestion. And that is, so we use AvePoint Policy and Insights. And if you're not all familiar with that, please get familiar with it, because this tool pretty much on a daily basis, or if not hourly, however you want, will tell you what's exposed versus what isn't. So highly recommended, especially when you're starting to implement Copilot, to figure out where's the data.
Yeah, and until you, I mean, if your organization or you personally have never experienced a breach in your own organization or seen it in other organizations, it's the idea, and I liken this to health, right? If you've never had cancer, you've never experienced somebody with cancer, then you're like, oh, I'm fine. Why would I even need to go to the doctor to get checked, right? But once you've experienced that personally or close to you, all of a sudden, your level of going and getting regularly tested goes way up, right? Because now all of a sudden it's real. So I think for people in the security space, in the content management space who have never experienced or seen somebody experience any sort of a breach, like, why do I need health checks? Why do I need to check all of this stuff? And I think what's going to happen is Copilot is going to expose all of this in a way that we're not used to. And so people have gotten happy with not having to have those health checks. And I think to this point, the people who are already doing that are going to be perfectly fine. But the people who are not either need to start doing that, or they're going to figure out real fast why they should be.
It reminds me of the disaster recovery in my early IT career.
Exactly.
It was, hey, does anybody have the instructions on how to recover the farm? And it's like, yeah, that was in the SharePoint farm that's down that you were trying to recover.
Yeah.
And the other part is like, oh, when was the last time we did that? Or who wrote those instructions? And it's like, oh, we've never done this before. It's like, you don't want that to be the first time you're doing it is when you have to do it. And it's like, oh, did anybody check to make sure our backups were any good? Now that we're in the cloud, you could say, well, what is IT's responsibility? This is it. It's very much audit, control, manage, adoption, all those things. Your role has slightly changed. There, don't ever pretend there isn't a role. And if you're looking for how to prove that your role is needed, this is a really good one. Who's going to audit the configuration and the change, and who's going to make sure that our users are managing their permissions properly? Who plays that big brother role of making sure that our data is well managed?
I think we have enough time for one more question. Did you have a question or you feedback? Making sure I saw your hand.
Yeah. So several places I've worked with that are exploring into AI on the Microsoft stack. Some are in Copilot, Copilot Studio, some are in Azure OpenAI. And in absence of, almost none of them have a formal governance, security governance or purview enablement. And in absence of, they've taken really targeted approach to, some are a coded shop where they're using LangChain against OpenAI and a targeted document set, or using, maybe some of the OpenAI services like OCRing for real time. This is the grounding at real time. And some are Copilot Studio where we lock them into, one document library or one single site collection where it's a limited scope for the grounding that has understood permissions. What other approaches would you take beyond a small granular grounded use case? And how do you bridge that gap or show the ROI like from one to then step into how do I make that bigger or prove out, hey, look, this is winning. Let's take a next step into enablement for purview or enablement for the security layer on our data estate so that we can step into bigger, better Copilot everywhere. Like what would you recommend on how do we approach that?
Yeah, I think there's a really good teaser that came out of Ignite. Every SharePoint site is going to have Copilot on it, right? I mean, obviously that's going to require licensing in the tenant, but if every single SharePoint site has an agent built into it, imagine what that's going to do, right? It might be a great wake-up call for folks to understand, hey, we probably want to get our ducks in a row.
I think that's great. I would add to it because I do think this is a problem that folks should be aware of, a problem space, and that is that it sort of reminds me of the cut and paste problem we had in healthcare about 15 plus years ago. And that was, how do you stop a doctor from cutting and pasting electronic health record information and then pasting it into another app, right? Like email, et cetera. That was a huge computer science problem for a long time. I spent a lot of hours on that. And I believe that same problem exists today, because the reality is I can put in purview, I can do labels, I can containerize everything, I can put everything in SharePoint, but at the end of the day, it doesn't stop there. We really, and I don't know what the answer is, by the way, I'm not proposing an answer, but I do think this is a problem space that we should be aware of. And again, it's how do you stop the employee from actually doing the copy and paste, right, to that third-party AI, where now you've lost complete control over the intellectual property or the data. So I would add that, and again, it's not an answer, but more about the problem space, if you will. Thanks.
What's interesting is the only thing we haven't really covered on our topics is ethics and responsibility, which is really funny that it's kind of really gone, the path it's gone in this conversation, because with the couple minutes we have left, I think it is very topical to say, to your question, there's a line between security and responsibility. And to your point, it's the copy and paste question, right? It comes down to ethics and responsibility. And when we first started talking about all of this many thousands of years ago, I had security people that were coming to me and saying, Sharon, we can't have people putting stuff on the intranet because then everybody will see it and somebody might type something that is mean against somebody else. And I said, you know what? They can write that on a Post-it note and put it on their monitor today. You know what the difference is? I know who wrote it, I know when they wrote it, and I can take it down if it's on the intranet. And they were like, oh. And I think it's the same answer, right? the better we do at understanding who's done what and when and where and all of that, the more it's scoped, the more we can prove that out, the more we can show analytics, the more we can show audit trails, the more it's going to convince people, yes, this is helpful, we understand who's using it, we understand what they're doing with it, we understand how they're using it, we understand at a bare minimum what to do with it, and then on the other side, we're training our users to the point of, you know, I think it was Richard was talking about the idea that, you know, people are afraid to tell people they're using AI because of all those reasons. A big percentage. And if we don't make people afraid of it, but instead we teach them how to harness the benefit of it and we audit the crap out of it, then I think we find a balance between security and responsibility. But that's my thought.
I just want to add one kind of last statement from here. If you think this is going to be a single project and then it's going to be solved, you're flawed. You're wrong. Please, please, please don't position this that way. Like we were talking about that quarterly audit. Purview is also something that is a continuous deployment. It's a partnership between IT and InfoSec. IT may say, oh, InfoSec needs to tell us what the labels are, and then InfoSec is going to say, no, we've defined what the labels are. You need to go and figure out a way to deploy them. And it's very much a partnership between the two. And the sooner that you realize this is an ongoing challenge, opportunity, and that there is no such thing as perfect, like there's no such thing as perfect security. So if there can't be perfect security, how do we tackle getting our data ready for AI? It's an ongoing thing. It's like, if you know InfoSec, there's kind of like this idea of the red team, blue team, where you've got the black hat hackers who are trying to hack your system. Well, what if you had a security team who is essentially trying to figure out where the vulnerabilities are? And then you've got the InfoSec that is the blue team that are trying to defend the castle. Same kind of deal here in SharePoint and Teams and your M365 tenant, where you're trying to secure your data. At the same time, Microsoft's releasing all sorts of cool functionality people want to use. How do you set up that governance? It's an ongoing challenge, and the better you can describe that need, the better you're going to be able to justify what your job is.
Any last words, Paul?
Oh, that was really well said, Joel. Gosh, I don't know if I have any. I feel like, gosh, I've already said a lot about AI in this past year. You know, it's like, I guess if I had final words, I would offer this. I would say that I view the past the past 18 months as being, with AI, it's been more focused on B2C and C2C, right? So the first things we saw were the chat GPTs and the perplexities, and even Microsoft, they came out with their first Copilot, was a consumer Copilot, right? That's available to everybody. And what I was really fascinated with at Build this year is I feel like Microsoft is finally at a point now where they're ready to take the next step and focus on enterprise AI. And I think that's a lot. I call it enterprise AI. I'm not quite sure what Microsoft is calling it. I don't remember from Build, but it's essentially that next step of what we're seeing. How do we integrate this with our data? And so what does that mean from a security perspective, et cetera, et cetera. And so I would just tell folks, and I'm actually very optimistic about the next couple of years and the amount of effort that it's going to take to make that happen. I really believe full-heartedly that there is just a ton of opportunity in this enterprise AI space. And it's basically helping customers figure out the same exact questions that you're asking here in this room. Like, how am I going to use a connector to get to this line of business system so that I can streamline this process? And I suspect, if we had to use round numbers, and if we say Microsoft increased in value by $1 trillion since OpenAI with B2C, I would suspect that there's probably another $2 trillion in the next 24 to 36 months that's enterprise AI. And especially if you remember, because that's Microsoft's space, right? Richard had the stat up there, I think it was 87%, or somebody did today, like 87% of enterprises are using Microsoft, right? So I guess that would be my statement. It's just some words of advice or wisdom. Like really start to pay attention to that, if you will. If you're a partner, pay attention for opportunity. If you're a student, pay attention for career And if you're a customer, pay attention for yourself. Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, I think my last words for this would really just be the same thing I say about everything, is that, to your point, there's so much opportunity. Don't be afraid of it. Learn everything you can about it. Start using it now. Even it's gonna feel clumsy, it's gonna feel awkward, it's gonna feel wrong, you're gonna feel like you're cheating, you're gonna feel like everything about it is foreign, because it is. It's new, it's different. But the sooner you kind of start doing it and getting your feet wet and getting used to it and figuring out how it can fit into your daily life, the faster you're gonna be ahead again of your competition. And like your skill set is gonna be exponentially higher than the people around you. So to your point, with this opportunity, take advantage of it, be excited about it, learn about it, and benefit from that. And like Joel mentioned, show why this is a part of what you do so that you then can stand out amongst your competition. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. What? Oh, he was first. Thank you, Joel, for joining
good.
us.
Hey, enjoy it. I think this is fun stuff, and this is cutting edge. These are the jobs that are going to last, so hang on. Enjoy the ride.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Santa.
We're going to do
Bye.
our final keynote here in just a few minutes, so everybody get a few minutes break, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Thanks, Joel. Bye.
Thanks, Sharon. Thanks, Paul. See you. Thanks, Kayla.
Eat it, don't eat it. All right, guys. So, have you guys had a good day? Those of you who haven't run off on me. Lunch is good. Sessions are good. All right, we got one amazing one left, and then we get to have a little party. All right, so Josh, I'm reading this so I don't mess it up. So Josh is a tech founder, an operator, a consultant, an advisor to C-suite. He literally wrote the book on designing organizations that don't suck. 15-year client list, employs over 1 million people. All right? He's here to energize us for the afternoon. And everything he turned in to speak on was amazing. I wanted it so bad, and then he changed his mind and said, no, I want something better. All right? So let's welcome Josh to our very last session of the day.
Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate it. Hi, everybody. Yeah, how y'all doing? Still good? Are you good for like one more hour? You got that in us? Maybe, hopefully. Yeah, hang in there. We'll try to keep this really energizing, okay? All right, so, and I'm told I need to stay here. Is the echoing okay? You can hear, okay, we good? Okay. Still hear me all right? All right, very good. Cool, so what we're gonna do, we're actually gonna start with an activity. All right, so in a moment, I'm gonna have you turn to a person next to you and ask a question. Don't do it yet, all right? So if you're sitting by yourself, you probably wanna go find a partner, all right, because you're gonna talk to them a couple times. So, all right, in a moment, you're gonna turn to the person next to you and you're gonna ask them, when were you at your best at work? All right, so short stories, keep it to like 30 seconds or less. And then after you tell them a quick story, right, you're each gonna take turns, right? But after you tell your story, I want you to also share 3 words that describe how you felt in that moment. So really put yourself back in that situation. Maybe it was 5 days ago, maybe it was 5 years ago, I don't know. Right? But when were you at your best at work? 3 words that describe how you felt. Any questions? All right. Do it. Here we go. All right, make sure everybody's getting a chance to share. Don't forget your words. What are your 3 words? All right, let's start to wrap up. Make sure you've shared some words. What are your 3 words? All right. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. 3 times. 1, 2. Awesome. Welcome back, everybody. Share some of your words with the group. Just yell them out. What did you hear yourself say, or what did your partner say? What did you hear? Proud. Appreciated? Proud. Accomplished. Excited. Inspired. Untethered. What a cool word. Tired. Tired. Sometimes that happens. Helpful? Yeah. What else? Powerful. Yes. Knowledgeable. Creative. Yeah. Any that we haven't said yet? Trusted. What was the other? Gratitude. Cool. Independent. Yeah. Yeah. So I like this. I've done this activity with thousands of people all over the world. And after we do this activity, I like to ask a few questions. So my first question is, did you notice the energy in the room change at all? Yes. Yes. What happened? Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It became positive. Okay. Next question I like to ask. What did you notice about the person when they were telling you their story? They looked excited. Joy, like in their face. Body language. I saw a lot of people like lean in on the table when they, right? Yeah. Anything else that you noticed?
We got loud.
Yeah. It got a little loud.
They didn't hesitate.
Yeah. They just were able to kind of like just jump in and go. Okay. The next question I like to ask is, when was the last time you were asked this question at work? Yeah. Yeah. That's generally the hush falls over the crowd. Right? Like, yeah. Okay, so for my first and only magic trick today, here's your words. See if you can find one of your words up here. I think we got at least a couple of these when you guys reported back. These words are always like this, right? They're always these kind of really powerful, energizing, connected, right? Like all of these kinds of words. But the fact that we don't ask this question at work is a problem. It's really indicative, I think, of a larger issue, which is what we're going to talk about today. To get to that issue, we actually need to go back in time to the year 1783. All right? When a French scientist named Antoine Lavoisier, anybody know this guy? I didn't know that. Maybe? Yeah, okay. Yes, excellent. So, Antoine Lavoisier got a guinea pig. Now, this is, we'll call this guy Simon. He had remarkably futuristic sunglasses for the 18th century. But he taught us humans something really important that we didn't understand about change. Okay? Lavoisier, what he was studying, he's a chemist, and so he's studying transfer, like heat transfer. And he's had this suspicion that there was something that breathing and burning had in common. We've got respiration and we've got combustion. And so Lavoisier is like, I think there's something in common with these two things, which maybe on the surface that it doesn't seem that way. Right? At first I was like, what? But they do have something in common, right? Because what respiration does is it turns oxygen into something that our bodies can use to stay alive, right? And then burning, combustion, turns the fuel source into something else, right? So it's a state change kind of thing, right? So it's changing the states of things. Now, if there's any actual scientists in the room, they're like rolling their eyes at how simplified I am. I don't know if there are any actual scientists here. So apologies if you are. But what was the actual experiment Lavoisier did? Anybody know what this is? You know what this one is? Yeah? Remember what the machine's called?
The machine.
Yeah. Okay. So he used a machine called a calorimeter, but basically what he did was he put Simon in an ice bath. And this isn't exactly what it looked like, but this is just too cute not to use, right? So he puts Simon in an ice bath, and what he's doing is he's measuring the transfer of heat, right? So now, this experiment was a success. It showed that organisms burn nutrients just like fire burns fuel, right? Now, that may sound really common, like, that's probably not very surprising to you at all, right? We kind of understand that our bodies like burn nutrients to produce fuel to keep us warm and alive, right? That's important, that makes sense. But there's something profound in here that we've been missing that I think is really, really important. Now, before I go any further, I have to confess, that story was like 99% true. Lavoisier actually had a human research partner as well. His name was Simon, Pierre Simon. And sadly, I hate to tell you, but the guinea pig's name was lost to history. We don't know what that was. But, yeah, exactly. But let's talk about organizational change for a second, and then we'll come back to Simon. So just a few months ago, Harvard Business Review released a study on large company change initiatives. All right. So I'm thinking a lot of you probably work with large companies. Is this fair? Like you might have your own company, but then you interface with large, yeah? Okay. So you probably bump into these things fairly often, right? Big companies especially are just changing things all the time. And so Bain did this study for HBR, and they did a longitudinal study over a decade. So they went back to, they started this in 2013. And what they found is that 12% of the change initiatives met or exceeded expectations of senior leaders. Right? They're like, yes, good. This change initiative succeeded. It was good. 12%. So they came back 10 years later, right? And the number had grown, you ready for this? To a whopping 12%. We have not figured this out, right? Like we're clearly missing something in the way that we're approaching change. So the question is, what is it? What are we missing? I think it has to do with this guy who is still in his ice bath. He's still very cold. At the core of this experiment is energy transfer. Okay? So, Simon gets cold, right? His cells burn nutrients to heat him up. He exhales carbon dioxide. All of these transfers are measurable. What's missing, right? When we think about change, what's missing? It's kind of like this topic is hiding in plain sight. I've already said the word quite a few times, right? To change the state of something, you need what? Somebody say energy? Energy. Right? To change the state of something you need. I think and we move energy around all the time now. Right? Like this is not a crazy thing. But I think what happens is that we've kind of forgotten the connection between energy and change. Right? So energy and change are inextricably linked. Change does not happen without energy to precede the change. So, for example, there's a lot of potential energy in this boulder, but it will not move, right? Unless the guy shoves it really hard, or the ground rumbles a lot, or the wind blows really hard, right? Unless there's some kind of energetic shift, this boulder stays where it's at, right? Now, I just used the phrase energetic shift. Did anybody just have a moment of woo, that's a little woo-woo? No? It's okay if you did. I just want you to check it if you did and start to reprogram that narrative a little bit, because what we're talking about here is in no way woo-woo, right? the energy in this rock that comes hurtling down the mountain to flatten you is in no way woo-woo, right? This is like hardcore physics, life and death kind of stuff. So not to mention, energetic shift is actually the first law of thermodynamics. So you can see I'm trying to get my credibility back with the scientists. Right. Anyway, all right, so let's keep going here. We want to talk about this word just a little bit more because this is kind of a strange and funny word. It's very contextual. When I say energy, what comes up for you might be really different than the person sitting next to you. And it might be different for you now versus another time in a different context. There's a lot of meanings to this word. So in a moment, we're going to do like a raise hands thing, right? And you get to vote. And I've already poisoned the well a little bit, but do the best you can. When you're out there in the real world and you hear this word, what do you typically think of? Okay? So just kind of try to like, as best you can, think about, okay, what do I normally think about when where would my brain normally go when I hear this word just kind of out there and I'm living my life, right? And I hear this word, what do I think about? Okay, ready? So who thinks about fossil fuels? Coal, oil, BP, Chevron, we've got a few. Okay. How about crystals and healers? Anybody think about that? Hippies, yes, hippies, awesome. Renewables, wind, solar. Okay. Okay. Anybody think about plants and photosynthesis? Yeah, plant nerds. Excellent. That's good. Does anyone think about human energy? Okay. Cool. Right, so there's the point here, right? There's just a lot of ways to think about this word. And depending on the context you're in, depending on the situation you're in, there's a lot of definitions of the way we think about energy. Moving forward, I would like to encourage you to think about it in the physics definition, which is the capacity to do work. Because I think this makes, when we think about energy, really relevant to our work. Right? There's something very relevant to this topic of energy if we think about it as the capacity to do work. Energy is the catalyst and the sustainer for every change that you see and every change that you don't see. Energy and change are inextricably linked. I'm not just talking about the natural world. I am talking about the biosphere, but I'm also talking about what's happening inside your cells. And I'm talking about what's happening inside your offices. And I'm talking about what's happening inside your teams. Right? Energy, without energy, our systems cannot initiate or sustain change. Period. They can't get things started and they can't keep things going. Without energy, change cannot exist. And I think this is what we've been missing. So when we think about the 12%, right, the 12% success rate, clearly we are missing something. And when we think about changes, right, and there's a lot of changes happening all the time, right? You all are dealing with lots of changes all the time. A lot of it is maybe not very energizing, right? Change can be really fatiguing. It can drag us down. So what are we missing when we're trying to do these changes within ourselves, within our teams, with our customers, right, with your clients, with your organization? Like, what are we missing here? I think it's this. I think we're missing this connection between energy and change. We know we need change, but we're ignoring how to energize it. I think that's really what's going on. And this is what Simon teaches us more than I think anything else, is that change is energy transfer. So if you think about something changing, you have to think about it as a transfer of energy, because that is what change is. Okay, so the question then I think becomes, where are you getting the energy? Right? Where does that come from? Let's think about what powers our organizations. Right? What kind of energy powers our organizations? And if you're thinking back to the number 5, human energy, I think you're right. And I would say, I would suggest this to you. I believe that this is the most important part of any change. And that maybe sounds like a crazy statement. You'd be like, Josh, there's so many things in this, right? In these change projects, right? There's so many pieces, project management, and there's all these things, right? There's all these things. But human energy, think about it, nothing happens unless a human starts it or keeps it going. right? Nothing happens. So human energy has to be the most important part of your change. Now, even if you're kind of on board with me so far and you're thinking, Josh, that's logical, I guess that makes sense. The next question then is, when was the last time your organization or your client inside a change project talked about human energy? Right, did this come up at all? Or is this even on the radar? Right, so this seems a little bit strange. Now, so I've been studying this topic, human energy, for the last 15 years. And if there's one thing that I know about it, it's that we really don't understand it at all. Like, we really don't think about human energy. There's one exception. We do think about human energy in the absence of it. Right? When you're sick, what do you need? Energy, right? When you're feeling tired, depleted, drained, what's the one thing, right? Like, what, you can't get off the couch, you're feeling like crap. Like, what do you want more than anything else? You want the energy to go live your life. So we understand human energy in the absence of it. But that's about as far as we've gotten. And in our organizations, it tends to be the same. We even have a fancy word for it in our organizations now. Do you know what it is? Burnout, right? So there's a whole category of like, oh my goodness, we don't have any energy. And so now some of y'all are thinking, okay, well, maybe my organization did do a little bit of work with human energy because we did a burnout reduction thing. Did anybody's company like work on trying to reduce burnout at all? Has anybody done this? Not really. So some companies do this, right? And they're like, they're aware of this, and they're aware that they can't create good outcomes with a burned out workforce, right? So they try to reduce the burnout. And that's okay, but it's just not enough. Right, so let's talk about that for a second, because reducing pathology doesn't create excellence, right? And this is what like burnout reduction things kind of are, right? They're focusing on these weaknesses and thinking that they're going to create something great, but this is not how it works. So let me tell you another story. This one's a little more recent. This is in the 1950s. Okay, ready? So we're going to the 1950s. We're in Nebraska, in the middle of the U.S. We've got a college with a group of incoming freshmen, and we've got a group of researchers charged by the university to help these students succeed. So they want to help these students read faster, right? Because you do a lot of reading in college, right? So it's like, if we could help these students read and comprehend faster and better, this would help them in their college careers, yeah? Okay. So what they do is they give them, but they develop a speed reading course, but before they put them through it, right, they got to get a baseline measurement. Right? So they put all these students through this study. How fast do the students start? Where are they starting? It's a whole spectrum, right? So what you've got is you've got below average readers at 90 words per minute. You've got above average readers at 350, right? 90, 350. And this is pretty normal, right? People just read at different speeds. Even if you have a sibling, you might read at a different speed than they do, right? We're just kind of wired differently. So this part wasn't abnormal at all. 90, 350, spectrum in between. They put everybody through the same course, same time, same everything. Came back, retested the students. What happened? I'll tell you, this group over here started at 90. They got better, they went to 150. Okay? So question for you. What happened to this group over here that started at 350? All right? It's not that many options, right? They either got better, they stayed the same, or they went down. All right, okay, so who thinks they got better? One. All right, who thinks they stayed the same? Okay, like 5 people. Got worse. Okay, the people have spoken. Let me tell you what actually happened. This group that started at 350 went to 2,900. Yeah, researchers made that noise. They're like, what? Yeah, so were expecting this at all. They went back, retested the students, found that this was accurate. What the heck happened? 90, 150, 350 to 2,900. So what happened here is that they had stumbled into the strengths effect. And what happens when you apply learning to a strength, you don't get a little better, you don't even get a lot better, you get exponentially better. right? So, what this teaches us, I think, and the energy topic is similar. Right? You can't create energized change by treating burnout. Right? Just like you can't create greatness, right? You can't create phenomenal readers by fixing weaknesses. Right? If you start from a place of deficit, fixing pathology does not lead to excellence. Right? This is not how it works, okay? And I think this makes sense if you think about it, right? It's like if we've got really burned out people and we just try to get them out of the red zone, right? Is that going to be enough energy to get you into that 12%? I don't think it is, right? So trying to approach this from a weakness perspective is a little bit like fixing a hole in the bottom of your boat. Like, should you do that? Yeah, you probably should, right? It's a good idea. But fixing the hole in the bottom of your boat is not what wins you the race, right? Having a boat with no holes in the bottom is kind of table stakes for your boat race, right? Winning is something else entirely, right? To win, what do you need? You need people at their best. Now you might be saying, well, that sounds suspiciously like where we started today. We need people at their best. Okay, so this becomes, I think, the question. How do we do that? Right, so how do we get people at their best? Because it's not just, we've got to get that energy from somewhere, or we don't want to just try to extract it out of burned out people, or if you're feeling tired, right? Like, you can't just get more energy from that, right? So if you need to, like, change things. So the question is, if you've got changes in your life that you want to make, if you've got projects that you're leading that involve an aspect of change, right? If you've got a client that needs you to help them change, how do you energize that change? Well, you need to give the humans more clean energy, right? And the cleanest energy comes from them being at their best. And you know this because when you told your story, the energy in the room went like this, right? That is clean, renewable energy. So how do you get it, right? Like, how do you get that from people, right? Are you with me? Like, that becomes the question. So I've got some worksheets for you, and you're going to be able to download them, and so you don't have more paper to carry with you or anything, okay? I'll give those to you in a second, but let's just kind of recap where we've been, because we've covered a number of things. First of all, most changes don't stick, right? Whatever you're trying to do, right? It's kind of like if I'm trying to build a new habit for myself, right? We know that's hard. If I'm trying to make a change with a client, we know that's hard. Organizational changes, right? 12%, right? This is all hard. So we have to understand that change is energy transfer, right? This is the thing we're missing. If we don't pull from a clean source to actually energize the change, it's not going to stick, right? There's nothing energizing the change, right? So in order to do that, you have to get energized people, right? Whether we're talking about you or your team or your clients or whatever, right? We have to get people at their best, all right? You with me? Okay, awesome. So now we're getting to the what the heck do I do with this part of our time. So the good news is there's a lot of things you can do. The harder news is that, like, this involves us kind of doing some stuff we've maybe not done before. And that can feel kind of strange. Nothing I'm going to tell you in a moment, nothing on these worksheets is cognitively difficult. You guys have talked about some really, like I've been in a few sessions, you all are very brilliant people. You guys talk about some really complicated stuff. Nothing I'm going to share with you is complicated. It's going to be simple to understand, but I think it's still going to be hard to do because it's going to be stuff you maybe haven't done before. All right? But you can do this. You really can. And I hope you try it because I want you to be in the 12%. Okay? So, let's see. 3 powerful resources. So grab your phone, grab your mobile device here. This is how you download those worksheets. There's going to be a super quick form for you to fill out. And there's a checkbox in there too. So we've got a really special offer. I really just wanted to express my appreciation for Sharon inviting me here and just to getting to be with you all today. So there's an opportunity. If you want to do a follow-up session with me, y'all get one for free. Okay? If you're online, same offer. Okay? So if you want to do a follow-up session with me, here's my promise to you, you don't ever have to spend a dime with me. I just want to make sure you can put this to work if you want, and I know we might not have enough time to get into everybody's peculiarities on what you want to do with this, okay? So if you want to do follow-up, check that box. You'll find that there's 3 worksheets in there that you can download. I want you to have this and obviously not have to travel with a bunch of paper. So let me go through these worksheets with you, and so you know what you're doing. There's 3 worksheets. There's me, there's we, and there's psychological safety. Okay? Let's walk through each of these. I'll show you how to use them, and I'll help you understand why these are the things that are going to bring more energy into your life, into your team, into your clients. You can use these tools to do that. Okay? First one, energy journal. Now this is kind of exactly what it sounds like. I'm going to ask you, here's the challenge. All right, I'm going to issue you a challenge. You're going to have to decide if you're going to do this or not. Print this out, carry it around with you with a pen or a pencil for 2 weeks, and keep track of what brings you energy throughout your day and what sucks the life out of you throughout your day. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, this one's going to be a lot easier. Right? You could probably make a list right now of all the crap that sucks the life out of you at work. That's pretty easy. So pay more attention to the energizers. Because I'm guessing if you're like most people, it's not a muscle you've worked a lot. Right? This one, we're pretty good at complaining about that. Focus on what brings you energy throughout the day. What you're going to do after 2 weeks is look for patterns. Okay? Look for patterns. And from here, it becomes, again, simple but not easy. Simple, all you're trying to do, ready? More of that, less of this, right? It's super simple. But of course, it's not always that easy. Right? You might have to remove a whole lot of obstacles to get rid of some of this crap. Right? You might have to tweak your job a little bit to do more of that. Right? So this becomes trickier than it sounds. But you absolutely can do this. And as an individual, this is the best way to bring more clean, renewable energy into your life. Because you know what happens when you go home at the end of your day and you say, oh, I really enjoyed my work today? You did a whole bunch of stuff in that column, I promise you. And you didn't do very much in this column. It's kind of that simple. So you can do this really deliberately. You can be very intentional about this and improve the quality of your work life pretty reliably and pretty quickly, right? If you really try. Now, we also have an assessment that we use to do this kind of stuff. If anybody's interested in hearing more about that, we can talk more about that when we talk. Most important, though, if you're doing this, who has like a team? Is anyone here leading a team? Do we have a couple? Okay, so I'm going to talk to the leaders of teams for a second. So if you're leading a team and you want to bring this to your team, this becomes like mirroring. Right? This is not taught. This is not taught. This is caught. Your team is not going to, you tell your team to do this and you don't do it, they ain't going to do it. Right? They're going to watch what you do, and then they're going to do that. So the most important thing is for you to model this, leaders. Right? So if you want to bring more energy to your team, you've got to start with you. You have to. Because otherwise they will not care. They will not believe it. It will go in the BS pile. Okay? So, practice this yourself, start with yourself, and then talk about it. Say, hey, these are the ways I'm doing more energized in my job. Okay? All right. This is the thing. I think sometimes we think big changes happen in big dramatic ways. They don't. Big changes happen with small things done consistently. So these things are practices. So practice. You're just going to have to practice doing more things that energize you and less things that don't. Okay, the next one, this is the me one, right? So this is focused on you as an individual. The we, how do we do this together? This might sound familiar. You've already done this. So what I'm suggesting here is that you go and do this question, just like you did in the room, 30 minutes ago, with the people you work with most. Just ask them this question, right? Because when you're doing this, aren't you like in your zone? Right? Is anyone familiar with flow? The idea of flow? Like being in your zone? Yeah. Right? Like that's kind of what you're describing, right? When you told your story, that's kind of you being in your zone at work. And when you're in that place, aren't you bringing more value to your clients or to the organization you work for? I think you are. Aren't you more resilient to crazy changes that come? Right? When your tank is full, you're more resilient for the crazy stuff that might happen. You know, wouldn't this be good to know about the people you work with? I think it would, right? And I hope you're on board now. Like bringing a human energy strategy in could really help, right? It can help increase the success rate for your changes, whether you're trying to change yourself, your team, or a project, right? If you boost the human energy, everything's going to work better. Okay? So this is what the worksheet looks like. It's just a framework for that question you asked earlier. But this becomes kind of an important thing, right? This last column. We didn't really do that here. But if you can help remove obstacles, so again, leaders, especially you, right? If you can help remove obstacles that are getting in the way of people being at their best, I can think of very few things that increase the energy of people on your team faster than removing obstacles that keep them from being at their best, right? If you can get that crap out of the way, all of a sudden they are more energized and they're going to have so much more energy to do the stuff that you want them to do. All right, making sense? So simple. Now I'm also going to remind you this is going to be weird, right? This might feel really strange. This is maybe not a conversation you've had with the people you work with, right? Or with your customer, right? If you want to do this with a client, right? That might feel really awkward and strange at first. But just remember, you already did this in the room, and it was fine, right? It was good. It was a really uplifting conversation, right? The energy was great. So be brave, give it a try, and I think you'll bring more energy into your work, okay? So now, last thing is to create psychological safety. Is anyone familiar with psychological safety? Okay, we've got a couple of heads nodding. I'm going to talk about this for a second because it looks like not everybody's head's nodding. Okay, so super quick story on psychological safety. It starts with a project called Aristotle, which was inside Google in 2012. So what Google wanted to do is figure out why some teams were great and other teams were just mediocre or poor. Right? Like why are good teams good? And so Google being Google, they started with all of the academic data on teams, like the last 50 years of academic data. So they combed through all of that. And then they looked at 200 of their own teams inside Google. And they did all of this filtering and sorting, and they're like looking for all of the things that you would think about. Right? It's like, why are these teams? Maybe it's personalities, right? Maybe it's demographics. Maybe it's schooling background or education, right? Like all of the things that you might think, they're like, this could be a filter for why these teams are good. None of it worked. Like none of those filters worked. So they kept looking and looking and looking. And they eventually came across this idea called psychological safety, which was put forth by a Harvard professor in 1999 named Amy Edmonton. And so she put forth this, and it's exactly what it sounds like, psychological safety, right? It's the ability for you to show up and be yourself and feel safe, right? There's no fear of retribution for just being you. You can be you with all your idiosyncrasies and whatever, and you show up and you feel safe with your team. And when they applied this filter, everything made sense. The great teams all had this. The poor and mediocre teams didn't. So this is like one of the closest things to a silver bullet that we've kind of found in teaming. Like, if you want to be a great team, you need psychological safety. The question then is how, right? So how do we actually build psychological safety? And that's what I wanted to give to you. So your worksheet tells you exactly how to do this. So with the people you work with most, you've got to do 4 things, okay? And again, none of this is hard. It's just going to be, it's not hard to understand, right? It's just going to maybe feel different to do, okay? The first one, equal airtime. So if you're thinking about in your team, and you maybe have seen this, right? In teams that feel healthy, everybody kind of gets to talk, right? It's not just two people like, overrunning everybody else. So try to do equal airtime. Rounds are a good way to do this, right? Just go around and make sure everybody gets a chance to talk. So equal airtime is really important. The next one, paying attention. So this is like body language. This is tone of voice. This is the way people are looking, right? So this is why cameras are really helpful if we're doing virtual stuff. So much communication happens, not through language, but like through all the other stuff that we're seeing and taking in, okay? So just paying attention to how people are feeling and how they're showing up, okay? That's the next one. The third one is to be curious, not judgmental. So no matter what weird crap somebody brings into the space, you try your best to be curious about it. A couple of questions that I like here. Tell me more about that. One of my favorites. Or maybe like the other one I use a lot is, help me understand what you're talking about there. All right? But those are curious questions, right? Help me understand. Tell me more about that. Use those. And then the last one is to share your mistakes. Like actively. And this can feel awkward, right? This can feel kind of strange. But actively, this is what great teams do. They look for opportunities to say, hey, that one didn't go the way I thought it was going to go. And here's what I learned from it. So that's psychological safety. All this stuff is on the worksheet. Try to bring this in. So this is a practice, right? So I'm going to say practice a bunch here in the last few minutes, right? All of this stuff is stuff to practice. This is not stuff that you check off the list. It's not stuff that gets done. This is stuff that you practice. So bring it into your teams. And when you've got this, do you know what your team feels? More energized, right? Who's been in a healthy team? Right? Like, that's an energizing place to be. Who's been in an unhealthy team? Yeah, that shit sucks the life out of you, right? Like, nobody wants that. Yeah, 2 hands. Right. So bring this in. This is another great way to bring in more energy. All right, so these are the 3 tools to maximize your human energy. All these are free. All it's going to cost you is courage to try something different. And it'll cost you a little time, right? You need to have some conversations you maybe haven't had before. But you can absolutely do this. And I think if you do, you'll be more in that 12%, which is what I want for you. Okay? So what time are we at here? We got a couple minutes, I think, for some questions. Can we dialogue a little bit? I'm curious what's coming up for you. I'll do a quick recap at the end. But what are you thinking about, or what are you wondering about, or what do you just want to put into this space? An observation? All this stuff is fair game. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Sometimes the thing that saps another person's energy, maybe not mine, but when I look at my team, I have one team member who is just exasperated with another team member.
Yeah.
And no matter how much direction I give the other team member, who I love dearly, to not irritate the other one, exasperation on meetings, more meetings, long meetings, and I try to, and they're both of equal status, so it's not like there's a level thing. I can't get the one to understand that he just drains the energy out of other people.
Yeah.
Almost to the point where, as much as I like him, I feel like in order for the others to live, he has to die.
Yeah, yeah.
Not literally, but.
Right. Thank you for clarifying. Getting a Hunger Games situation. So oftentimes what's happening, and have you tried to coach this okay. So the one idea that I can offer you is there's a concept in the world of energy-based work that's called overdrive, right? And what overdrive is, it's when you have too much of a good thing, right? So if we think of Superman, right? Superman's very strong, right? He pick up a building or push a planet, right? He's a strong dude. What Superman can't do is pet a dog or give you a hug if he doesn't control his strength, right? Splat the dog, crunch your hand. Right? So this is overdrive. It's too much of a good thing. This could be a concept that this person has not considered. A lot of us don't really have a good handle on harnessing the power of the things that energize us. So it could be that this person, what's annoying the people around him is that he's not like harnessing that energy appropriately, and it's like coming out. And it's like, so I don't know, but like this is a particularly helpful, it's been a very helpful concept for me.
I don't know if that's him. You just described me pretty well. People don't like me now. Thank you.
This is true for...
Weeks and weeks of therapy. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. This is all...
I'm just too powerful.
It's true. It's true. It's true. I knew that about you. But this happens to all of us, though, right? Like we all have these strengths, right? These things that we're not just good at them, but they make us feel strong and energized. And so we want to do them more and more. And if we're not careful, right? This is like I really love details, and so I'm going to suck you into my world of spreadsheets, and you're never getting out. You know people like that, right? Or it's like, oh, I love brainstorming. Right, I'm going to suck you into my meeting of brainstorming, and you're never going to get out of it. Right, like it's like this is overdrive, because they don't have an awareness of like that's too much.
So the other guy, so that's this guy.
Okay.
The other guy is a developer.
Yeah.
He just wants to stay heads down and
Yep.
code. And every meeting is like torture for him
Yeah.
because of this
Yeah.
brainstorming guy, right?
Totally. Totally. So helping them understand these kind of energizers could be really helpful, because what's happening is probably the one guy is super energized by the brainstorming, whatever, and the other one's really energized by, had this heads down work or whatever. Right. But what they're not understanding that the one energizer is the other person's drainer. And when that happens, you just get tension. And if you bring awareness, right, if you shine a light on that and say, here's what's going on, you guys are just fundamentally energized by different things. And you happen to be loving things that suck the life out of this person, and probably vice versa. And once you shine a light on that, like the awareness can actually make it better. So this might be a lens, right, to put on it for them and say, hey, like, look at this through the lens of energizers and drainers, and maybe you can learn how to work together.
I already texted my CEO.
Brilliant. Happy to help. Yes.
Specifically on both of them, not just the one.
Exactly. It has to. Yeah. Nobody's getting killed. Okay.
All right. Coming from a place of toxic teams, like I feel like the last two teams I've been on have been toxic.
Yeah.
And just being able to identify that. Like how do you identify? Because I just started quitting, because usually I was like I'm gonna work this job till they fire me.
Yeah.
But I quit these last two jobs because it was just
Good for you.
just terrible. Right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you identify when it just won't work?
Yeah. I think it's probably, if you go back to that energy journal thing, right, if you don't have anything in that energizer column, that's a pretty dangerous place to be, right? So I'd probably look through that lens for this. Like, is it bringing you energy at all, right?
No, it wasn't. It was sucking the energy out of me completely. But so, is there a system? Like, I'm a programmer, so I kind of like, is there stuff? To me, it's just like, I don't want to do this no more. Like, I don't like talking to these people. I don't like his style. I don't don't want this anymore, right? But to people that I talk to, they can never do that because they don't know how to quantify. To me, like I said, there's an energy suck, and like I'm good. But like I don't know how to put it in terms of how do you know what's enough for you to quit and not know what's next, right? Because that's scary for people.
No, and I get that there's financial complexities to that. There's probably health insurance complexities, right? Like there's real life complexities to that. It's not an easy answer, right? Like people have a different standard of need, right? Like so, yeah. I want to like. There's complexity, right? To that, everybody's going to have a different risk tolerance. They're going to have a different kind of financial.
If I were to ask you what you want, do you know?
The first thing you have to do is know what energizes you.
I think that's right. Go back to that journal. Thank you. Yeah, just get really clear. Like you gotta do the work for yourself. And that's where I would encourage, people to start there. Right? Get super clear about that. Yeah. Oh, it's on the back. Thank you, microphone runner. Gold star, bonus points.
I'll
Appreciate you.
preface this by saying I love all the mindset stuff. I studied under Bob Proctor, but
Yeah.
I've been in a leadership role for about 12 years, and most of the companies that I've led have been less than 50 people,
Okay.
which means that in a small organization, we all have to wear multiple hats in order for the machine to go. And I have done these types of exercises over and over and over again. We actually do mindset every single Tuesday that we teach them to make sure that we're, kicking off the week really well.
Yeah.
There is a downfall, and my wonder is, how do you handle the downfall? The downfall being, I've done these types of exercises, and I'll say about 70% of people will come back with a list of what energizes them, being 3-4 frivolous tasks, and what drains them, everything that the company actually needs to happen to function.
Yeah.
So sales, for example, in a small company,
Yeah.
if there ain't no sales, there ain't no cash, nobody being paid.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, but it drains me.
Yeah.
So how do you handle the downfall that you've just told them now that
Yeah.
they should keep working on Canva because it's so fun?
Well, I think your leadership they're in the hot seat now because they have the wrong people in those jobs.
Or they have the wrong processes.
They have the wrong people. If you've got a bunch of people who are drained by the job they're supposed to do, they are in the wrong job. Period. If you don't have people who are energized by the job they're supposed to do, find them a job that energizes them, or there's lots of other places they can work. That's not complicated one.
It's not complicated, but logistically finding people who will do the work that needs to get done with a happy face is something else.
Well, your belief system comes into play on that one, right? Because if you believe you can't find people to do a certain kind of work, you won't, right? There's lots of people who like sales.
Yeah. We don't live in a utopia, is all I'm going to leave it at. So be careful.
No, this is definitely not a utopia. The idea here is what you want to do is to do a little bit more of what energizes you tomorrow. And then maybe a little more the next day. And maybe a little more next week. Right? Like you can do that, right? So it's not a utopia. This is not like saying you're going to work in your energizers 100% of the time. Just do a little more. Like try to add a little more into your life. Did you have a thought?
How many of you are doing today what you went to college or got trained to do? How many of you? Like one.
There's like 4 people
Two?
behind you.
Okay. So my first career was HR,
Yeah.
and when the phrase "who raises these people" pops into your head on a daily basis, that's not the right job. And I watched people get laid off and change direction because they were forced to. They were forced out of their comfort zone. So sometimes it's just best to move on when you've got that. And maybe that's the encouragement because that person's not being fulfilled in their job. And they're going home drained every day. And
it doesn't work either way. Yeah, exactly. Because the person's not happy in that situation, right? Because you're telling them to go do stuff they don't want to do. They're not happy with that.
And can I say I love what I do now? And people
Yay.
tell me that. They're like, you love what you do, don't you? And I'm like, yes, I do. Because I go home energized instead of, oh my gosh, not another day.
Right. Did that take you a while to find it, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I bet you were very intentional and very persistent.
Accidental technologist. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but you kept trying, right? You kept trying to figure it out. Yeah. Other thoughts?
So as you're coaching organizations, where's the sweet spot, right? Like you're trying to help organizations around the world get to the 12%.
Yeah.
I imagine you work with 5-person companies, 50-person companies, 5 million person companies. Where's your sweet spot, and where do you find the best engagement, the best adoption of what you're teaching?
Yeah, I think a lot of this lives at the local team level, honestly. So because that's kind of where you are engaged or not, right? Like there's certainly overarching things in the broader company culture that impact you, and there's policies that impact you, right, and all that. But your day-to-day, you live at kind of the level of your team. And so I think that's where the magic needs to like really happen. Because if you've got a good leader, a good team leader, right, your life is better. Right? You guys know this. Right? If you've got a direct manager that sucks, right, your life sucks. Right? You've had this. Yeah. Like, so I think a lot of it, like the magic can happen at the team level. Like we try to do as much structural stuff with C-levels as we can. But if we can't do that, right, we do as much as we can there. You can still do a lot at the team level, I would say, to make your life more energizing. And yeah.
Can you talk about how a team with high energy translates to better project results? Like, what is the mechanism where that energy changes?
Yeah, totally. So if you think about, if you kind of like deconstruct it a little bit, right? If you think about, well, let's just think about flow states for one, right? So when you're in that zone, doing your work, right? So there's a study done by McKinsey a few years ago where they asked a bunch of leaders and they said, how much more productive do you believe you are in a flow state? And they said 5 times. We think that was the average. So on average, we get 5 times more done. So there's a direct correlation between this kind of focused flow state and just getting shit done. Right? So there's one. Right? But then you also get all of these kind of like ancillary benefits, because if I'm not feeling drained and tapped out, it's that resilience thing, right? That comes up right as I'm get hit with more changes and more like, oh my goodness, there's another project. Oh my goodness, there's another client. Right? If my tank is full, I don't get so frustrated by that, right? And I'm able to kind of roll with the punches better. We also see some benefits with tensions and conflicts like we were talking about over here. We've got these 2 people that can't stand each other. Well, you give them some energy intelligence, and all of a sudden your tensions go down. Now you're not dealing with all of this like drama, right? Because drama is distracting. It's a waste of freaking time, right? That directly connects to the success of your project, right? So there's all of these like little ways, and companies are terrible at measuring all of these, right? Any kind of people metric, companies are terrible. We're terrible at measuring this stuff. But you know it because you can feel the difference, right? If you work in a psychologically safe team, it's like I can bring my ideas. And it's hard to quantify sometimes. Right? It's all of those things you can feel. Where it's like, oh my goodness, yeah. My team works better. Like we get more stuff done. We have better ideas. Right? Like it's so, I don't know, those are some examples. Does that help a little? Okay. What else? Anybody thinking about anything else? Feeling complete? All right, let me just recap for you what we talked about today, okay? Simon, what's his name, guinea pig over here, taught us change is energy transfer, right? So just remember, if you're trying to do a change, right, it's about energy transfer. Where is the energy coming from? The next point is human energy, right? That's what powers our organizations. That's where the energy comes from. So then third, you got to make sure that you're pulling the energy from a clean source. Right? Clean, renewable energy comes when people are at their best. So get them into that zone where they're at their best. They're going to feel energized. They're going to feel good. And you're going to be able to actually power the change that you want to make. And then you got these 3 free tools to help you. I hope you guys had fun. I had a lot of fun. Thank you for engaging. I appreciate you. Thank you. Cool.
Thank you so much for coming and closing us out today. I think we all needed to kind of hear that.
Yeah, awesome. My pleasure.
So as you can see, we have snacks in the back. For those of you guys who have a few minutes to stick around, we've got snacks, we've got drinks, and the local Orlando N365 user group has some games to play with us. So I'm going to let you guys grab your snacks if you want, and those will be out for a while, so you can get them now, you can get them during, you can get after. Don't feel like you have to rush, but if you want to grab them now while they're hot, that's fine. And then I'm going to close this part of it out so that we can shut down the stream and say goodnight to the people that are online. And then I'm going to turn this over to the local user group to run some activities. And then we'll also do some closing prizes here in a little bit too. So, but thank you guys all for coming. And thank you, Josh, for a fantastic closing keynote. And thank you guys to everybody that's online.